Okay. I think I've got the hang of it.
It gets easier once you've done it a while. The biggest thing is to remember not to hyperventilate. Mop open.
Bolan nodded, opened his jacket, and pushed up his hood and XM50 JS GPM gas mask. The truth was, although this particular mask was new to him, he'd worn similar protective gear on several occasions over the past few years. It was a sign of the times, a concession to the ever-increasing chance of biochemical attacks in the grim, unending war against global terrorism. Bolan missed the days when he could feel secure going into battle, shielded only by the thin layer of Kevlar armor of his black suit. This day, he'd had to forego the black suit in favor of the bulk of mop gear: the mask, hood, overboots, gloves, and overgarments. He'd been issued an armored vest, but it wasn't made of Kevlar, and in comparison, felt as heavy as chainmail. Major Salim, a decorated major who'd come up through the ranks of Indonesia's Royal Marine Commandos, was similarly attired. The two men were seated in the rear of a dust-covered white minibus making its way up a narrow, winding two-lane mountain road 17 miles north of Samarinda, capital city of Indonesia's East Kalimantan province on the island of Borneo. The bus was following its usual itinerary, a scenic route that led to a hilltop textile center long popular with the tourist crowd. Those aboard the bus that day, however, were not tourists, and their ultimate destination was not the textile center, but rather a nearby storage facility managed, or mismanaged, as many contended, by the Indonesian Ministry of Agriculture. The other 11 men in the vehicle were members of Department 81, Kopassus, and the Special Forces Command Counter-Terrorism Unit that had seen extensive duty of late battling the rise of Islamic extremism throughout the country's sprawling chain of islands. They too were at MOP 4, wearing full chemical protective equipment. When Bolan first rendezvoused with the force at a private hangar at Samarinda's small regional airport, the men had also been issued 12-shot 45 ACP Heckler & Koch combat pistols, one of the few such weapons equipped with a trigger guard large enough to accommodate their thick protective gloves. Rounding out their gear, each soldier also carried a belt pack containing ammo clips, 3 flashbang grenades, and a first aid kit, loaded with M258s, decontamination kits in the event skin was exposed to chemical agents. This was the second time Bolan had joined forces with Abdul Salim. Several years ago, they'd worked together putting down a rebel coup across the Java Sea in the province of Sumatra. That insurrection, which claimed the life of Salim's uncle, renowned freedom fighter Ismail Salim, had been clandestinely backed by the Chinese military. Beijing was out of the picture now, but in their place, an even greater threat to Indonesia's fragile stability had emerged in the form of the notorious Lashkar Jihad. The so-called soldiers of the Holy War had come into being as a retaliatory force against Christian militants in the Molucca Islands. Over the past 2 years, they had grown in number and expanded their agenda proportionately, embarking on a violent campaign to seize control of the entire country, whose 200 million Muslims constituted the world's largest concentration of followers devoted to Islam. The Lashkar had been formidable enough as a self-contained entity, but in recent months it had bolstered its might even further by joining ranks with the United Islamic Front, the global terrorist network cobbled together from the ranks of Al-Qaeda and other kindred organizations decimated by the U.S. and its allies in the aftermath of the September 2001 attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. Whereas Abdul Salim had once thought his country was making headway in its efforts to eradicate terrorism within its borders, the UIF connection now tipped the scales in favor of the enemy. Over the past 2 weeks, both Kopassus and a force made up of Kaipam paratroopers had sustained heavy losses during pitched battles with jihad guerrillas in the provinces of Aceh and Sulawesi. Salim had been wounded by shrapnel in the latter attack. His right thigh still throbbed where he'd been hit, while nearly 30 others had been slain. Almost twice that many had fallen in Aceh. Salim had known most of the victims personally, and their loss weighed heavily. Though he still had his full head of coarse wavy hair, streaks of gray had infiltrated his mane almost overnight, and his once youthful features had been increasingly eroded by a deepening of the furrows around his eyes and mouth. The Major now looked every bit his 40 years, if not older, and though his resolve remained, it had been tempered by weariness. Gone was his proud assertion that home forces alone could eliminate the Lashkar Jihad. Much as he was loath to admit it, Salim was secretly relieved that evidence of UIF collusion had brought the U.S. back into the Indonesian fray. Perhaps, with America's help, the terrorists could be rooted out once and for all, giving his country, for the first time in its turbulent history, a chance at peace. Bolan, troubled after the long flight from Islamabad, turned from Salim and stared out through the tinted windows at the surrounding valley. Miles in the distance, tall steeple-like derricks rose from the oil fields of Maurabadak. Farther to the south, near the seaport of Balikpapan, dark, noxious clouds spewed from several coastal refineries, further polluting a late summer sky already shrouded with the smoke of countless slash-and-burn fires set by small farmers and large date palm conglomerates looking to clear swaths of rainforest for the planting of new crops. Most of the surrounding hills had already been cultivated. Sarong-clad laborers could be seen working thin ribbons of terraced farmland, clearly oblivious to the impending danger at the agricultural facility less than 2 miles uphill. According to the classified files Bolan had skimmed through on the flight from Pakistan, over the past 20 years, Indonesia's Ministry of Agriculture had used its Samarinda mountain site to stockpile more than 200 tons of obsolete, highly toxic pesticides. The compounds, laced with such carcinogenic agents as DDT, heptachlor, and dieldrin, were not of Indonesian origin. They were imported from European manufacturers looking to rid their inventory of items banned by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Corrupt IMA officials made a fortune off the scheme, accepting bribes from the Europeans to take the outlawed agents off their hands, and then passing along inflated invoices to the Indonesian government for reimbursement. A few of the herbicides had been put to use. The rest had been haphazardly stored outside Samarinda with few, if any, safeguards. FAO investigators hadn't caught wind of the enterprise until corrosion breached several containers and unleashed a toxic cloud that had swiftly killed the compound's entire 14-man day shift. That was 2 months ago. In the aftermath of the initial investigation, which resulted in 5 arrests and 2 suicides within the IMA hierarchy, a Malaysian-based waste disposal firm had been hired to safely repackage the volatile chemicals for transport across the treacherous mountain passes of central Borneo to a high-tech incineration facility in Tomani. The firm had seemed efficient and conscientious enough while removing the first loads from the storage site. But less than a week ago, FAO overseers had determined, much to their alarm, that barely a quarter of the loaded pesticides had actually been delivered to the incineration plant. Concern over the whereabouts of the other cargo had triggered a wide-scale investigation, and 2 days ago, UN officials, with help from the CIA and Indonesian military intelligence, had confirmed their worst fears, unearthing a paper trail that linked the subcontracted transport firm, Biotane Enterprises, to an affiliate of the United Islamic Front. The implications were as clear as they were odious. The UIF, frustrated by failed attempts to amass an effective nuclear and biochemical arsenal, was apparently ready to go the dirty bomb route, hoping the diverted pesticides could somehow be incorporated into a weapon that could duplicate, no doubt on a far larger scale, the same fatal effect they'd had on the day shift workers at the Samarinda facility. Once the UN's findings had crossed the President's desk in Washington, they were quickly prioritized and relayed to the Virginia headquarters of Stony Man Farm. There the Covert Ops Brain Trust, Al Brognola, director of the Sensitive Operations Group, and Barbara Price, mission controller, had reviewed the data and forwarded it once again, this time via an encrypted email to Mack Bolan. For Bolan, the timing couldn't have been more opportune. When he'd first received the directive, he was already in Asia, attempting to track down the UIF's founder and mastermind. Hamid Jafal, the charismatic Egyptian known in some circles as the Nile Viper, had risen to the top of the FBI's list of most wanted terrorists back in June, when he was implicated in the ballroom explosion aboard a Caspian Sea cruise liner that had killed more than 400 tourists, including 60 Americans. Yafal had thus far eluded a 4-country manhunt, and after 3 days in Islamabad, the trail there had gone cold as well. Intel as to his whereabouts was conflicting, but the consensus was that the Nile Viper had fled Pakistan and was headed east. News of the UIF link to the missing pesticides, coupled with the front's already established collusion with the Lakshar-e-Jihad, had given Bolan hope that in Indonesia he might once again pick up Yafal's scent, or at least that of one of his closest lieutenants. The raid would be a start. During a quick briefing after his arrival in Samarinda, Bolan had been told that a biotane crew had shown up at the IMA facility earlier in the morning to load another shipment of pesticides, purportedly for delivery to Tomani. To the best of Major Salim's knowledge, the transporters were unaware that they had fallen under suspicion. As such, there seemed a good chance that once apprehended, the crew, or at least their transport vehicle, would provide evidence as to where the pesticides were being routed once they left the facility. The key was to storm the site and overpower the crew as quickly as possible before it had a chance to realize its cover had been blown. Bolan had tackled similar missions dozens of times in the past, and Salim had assured him that most of the Kopassus commandos were equally seasoned. If all went well, it would be over in less than an hour. Bolan was still staring out the window, preparing himself for the pending confrontation, when he saw 2 farmers suddenly glance up from their labors, shielding their eyes against a faint glare of sunlight that had somehow managed to penetrate the haze. Bolan tracked their gaze and saw 2 armed helicopters drifting low across the valley toward them. He wasn't concerned. They were friendlies. He'd seen the choppers, both U.S. Black Hawks armed with GCAL 50s and 2.75-inch rockets in FFAR pods back at the airport. One was being flown by a Kai-Pam-trained pilot, the other by Stony Man flying ace Jack Grimaldi, who had also been at the controls of the Learjet that brought Bolan to Samarinda from Islamabad. The Black Hawks were flying low for the same reason the bus had been outfitted with tinted windows, to maximize the element of surprise as they closed in on their target. As the gunships drew nearer, Bolan glanced at his watch. Abdul Salim did the same.
Right on schedule. Latek, mop open. Check in with the ground team.
Latek opened his jacket, pushed up his mask and head cover, donned a headset linked to a portable Heaton 525 field transceiver, and patched through a quick call to the 3-man Kopassus surveillance team posted on a hillock overlooking the Agra compound.
Lookout team, this is Latek. How is the visibility?
Apparently, the smoke from all these fires has drifted across the IMA grounds. Our surveillance team is having trouble seeing the facility.
Assuming they're having the same problem at ground level, it could work to our advantage. Disguised or not, we'll be better off the closer we can get before they see us coming.
True. Maybe there's some truth in the saying about every cloud having its silver lining. Mop close.
Salim, Latek, and Bolan secured their jacket overgarments, pulled down their masks and hoods. After rounding a tight corner, the bus came to a straightaway. The road leveled off slightly, and it narrowed, hugging closer to the near vertical rise of the mountain it had been carved out of. To the right, a steel guardrail, corroded by years of monsoons, separated the road from a precipitous drop into a deep, rock-choked ravine. Bolan peered into the chasm and saw a narrow, glimmering band of water swirling its way around an obstacle course of large, fallen boulders.
To Ma'akam River. It carries water from the upper mountains all the way to the delta near...
Bolan turned and saw Salim staring straight ahead, slack-jawed, past the other soldiers and out the front windshield of the bus. Up ahead, less than 100 yards away, a second vehicle had rounded yet another turn, just below the smoke line, and was heading downhill toward them.
The delivery truck.
It's supposed to still be at the facility. This is so wrong. Why weren't we alerted? I don't know. Perhaps with all the smoke? I don't care how much smoke there is up there. They had to be able to see the truck leaving. I don't like this.
Bolan had to grab at the nearest armrests to keep from being flung down the aisle by the abrupt stop. Up ahead, the biotane transport truck had veered from its lane and was now straddling the median as it bore down on the bus. With no shoulder between the guardrail and the mountain, the bus had nowhere to go to avert a head-on collision with the truck and its lethal cargo.
Dirty bomb on the wheels.
A guided missile is more like it.
Everybody out! Hurry!
Come on, move!
There's no time for that! Get out, now!
The driver either didn't hear the warning or chose to ignore it. He wasn't about to distract himself putting on a gas mask either. In his desperate attempt to put the minibus into reverse, his foot slipped off the clutch.
Get off! Get off!
The driver refused to get off the bus. He was still fighting the wheel when a bullet smashed through the windshield and plowed into his shoulder. Outside the bus, one of Salim's men took a bullet to the head and pitched forward alongside the road. Snipers, Bolan thought. From where he stood, he couldn't see where the shots were coming from, but he guessed the Lashkar Jihad had to have positioned gunmen somewhere up on the mountain.
Ambush! Let's go!
Bolan cast another glance at the driver, who'd hunched over slightly but was still conscious and struggling with the steering wheel.
He needs help.
There's no time! You'll never make it! We have to go!
Bolan reluctantly followed Salim out the rear exit.
Over the railing!
Salim vaulted over the horizontal beam. Latek and a handful of the other commandos had already cleared the rail and were clinging to the uprights on the other side, trying to secure a footing on the sheer face of the cliff. It was more than 100 feet straight down to the river. Bolan hesitated, astride the guardrail, leaning away from the bus as it began to drift past him. Up ahead, he saw the biotane truck closing the gap between the two vehicles. The commandos who'd exited on the mountainside of the bus had taken up positions along the road's shoulder and were firing at snipers above them as well as at the oncoming truck. Even if they managed to take out its driver, Bolan feared the vehicle would continue on its collision course with the bus. While his instincts told him to follow Salim over the railing, Bolan couldn't bring himself to abandon the man still inside the bus. As the front end of the vehicle rolled past, he cast aside his heckler and Koch and sprang forward, landing on the stairwell that led into the bus. The door was closed. Bolan stabbed his gloved fingers through a gap in the rubberized insulation and tugged hard until the door folded in on itself, giving him enough room to squeeze through. The exertion took its toll, however. As Salim had forewarned him, Bolan's labored breathing inside the gas mask left him feeling suddenly lightheaded. Sagging against the handrail, he clawed open his jacket and yanked off his mask along with the hood. His face was layered with sweat, and his dark hair was plastered flat against his head. He doubled over and drew in a deep breath. The move saved his life, as yet another burst of gunfire took out the rest of the windshield, showering him with glass. Bolan stood back up and peered out at the other truck, which had begun to slow. He suspected the plan to ram the bus had been aborted once the ambushers realized that most of their intended victims had abandoned the vehicle. It was a stroke of good fortune, but there was little time for rejoicing. Turning to the driver beside him, Bolan saw that the man had taken another round, this one to the neck. One look and Bolan knew he was dead. Unmanned, the bus listed slightly to one side. Bolan climbed up out of the stairwell and anchored himself as best he could alongside the fallen driver, reaching past him for the steering wheel. There was little play on the wheel, and the soldier knew he'd need better leverage to ease the bus away from the guardrail. He was concerned that the railing would soon give way under the strain and send the bus hurtling to the bottom of the ravine with him still on board. Desperate, Bolan quickly pulled the slain driver from the seat and took his place. The steering wheel was slick with blood, but he gripped it as tightly as he could and turned it to the left. The wheel resisted at first, but finally he got enough response to guide the bus away from the railing. Bolan shot a quick glance over his shoulder. The rear doors were still open, and he could see the roadway behind him. He was running out of straightaway, and there was no way he'd be able to maneuver the bus around the coming bend. It was unlikely the bus would even make it that far. Each time it struck another pothole or crease in the road, its course changed slightly, and no matter how hard he worked the steering wheel, Bolan suspected it was only a matter of time before the bus slammed into the mountain or took out the guardrail. Either way, the bus was a death trap. Bolan lunged from the driver's seat and sidestepped the slain driver, staggering back down into the stairwell. The door was still folded open. He braced himself in the doorway and stared down at the ground rushing past him. There was only a few feet of clearance between the bus and guardrail. It would have to do. Pushing away from the stairwell, Bolan leaped to the ground. He landed hard and unevenly, turning his right ankle. A stabbing pain shot up his right leg as he teetered off balance, smashing into the guardrail. He tried to right himself, but his momentum worked against him. The next thing Bolan knew, he was tumbling over the waist-high railing. Beyond that lay the vast, deep maw of the ravine. He flung out his right arm, and the moment his gloved hand came in contact with the upper edge of the rail, he curled his fingers and grabbed hold, breaking his fall. Just as quickly, he swung his other hand to the railing and clawed for purchase. The thickness of the gloves made his grip tenuous, and his feet dangled unsupported below him, but at least for the moment, Bolan had once again cheated death. Through the pounding of blood in his ears, the soldier could hear the action overhead beyond the guardrail. The bus, meanwhile, drifted off the road into the side of the mountain. Bolan couldn't see the vehicle, out of control. If it veered back across the road and struck the railing, Bolan knew he'd be in trouble. Focusing his full strength on his hands and arms, the executioner tightened his grip on the rail and began to pull himself upward. He wanted to reach a point where he could swing at least one leg back up onto the roadway. He strained hard against the pull of gravity, slowly rising up to a point where he could see the bus. As he'd feared, it was headed for the guardrail less than 20 yards to his left. He braced himself as it crashed into the barrier. Bolan was safe for the moment, but the railing he clung to had loosened and begun to sag under his weight. Freeing one hand, he reached up and hooked his left arm over the upper edge of the barrier. He tried again to swing his right leg up to the edge of the roadway, but it remained beyond reach. Bolan glanced over his shoulder and saw a black column of smoke rise from the fiery heap of twisted metal. The farmers on the other side of the river were pointing at the wreckage, and they began to flee their fields. Bolan's left arm was starting to go numb. He tried to shift his position. One way or another, he needed to get off the railing fast. The uprights were giving way. There was no way to get back up to the roadway, so he looked down over his shoulder, surveying the cliff face below him. Just off to his right, he saw a few small trees growing out of the side of the precipice. Bolan wasn't sure if any of them were strong enough to support him, but they were his only hope. Bolan let go of the railing and kicked at the cliff face with his boots, directing his fall toward the trees. The first two snapped under his weight, but a third remained intact long enough for him to close his fingers around its trunk. He swung precariously to one side, extending his right foot until it came to rest on another of the trees directly below him. It felt as if the tree would support him, so Bolan took a chance and eased his grip on the overhead limb, freeing one hand. With considerable difficulty, he wriggled his hand free of his butyl rubber glove, then switched arms and did the same with the other. The tree's bark bit sharply into his bare palms, but his grip was now more secure than it had been with the gloves. Spread-eagled against the face of the cliff, Bolan glanced to his right. Major Salim, Sergeant Latek, and the other commandos had managed to pull themselves back up to the roadway. Salim and one of the others were still crouched near the railing, trading shots with enemy gunmen up in the mountains. Between shots, the Major looked Bolan's way, then started toward him.
Hang on!
Once Salim reached the spot where Bolan had gone over the side, he lay flat against the edge of the roadway and reached down. Even with his arm fully extended, however, Salim's outstretched fingers remained well beyond Bolan's reach.
Your belt! Try your belt!
Salim nodded. He rose to his knees and unfastened his gear belt.
The truck! The driver must have set off some kind of explosive device! Where?
Salim went limp. His arm dangled uselessly over the edge of the precipice. Bolan assumed a sniper had hit the Major. Seconds passed. No one came to Salim's aid. Bolan was stranded. The trees were holding up under his weight, but he had nowhere to go. He was trapped, and he wondered if their ambushers were overrunning the commandos. If that was the case, any second now he could expect to see one of the Jihad gunners standing over him. Pinned to the side of the precipice, he'd be an easy target. Shifting more of his weight onto his feet, Bolan freed his right hand and opened the rest of his battle dress overgarment. He reached inside the BDO, drawing his .44 Desert Eagle from its web holster. He thumbed off the safety and pointed the pistol at the roadway, waiting for the enemy to show himself. Moments later, an adversary appeared, but it wasn't a member of the Lashkar Jihad or the United Islamic Front. It wasn't even human. Instead, Bolan found himself staring at a roiling, slow-moving cloud the color of pea soup. Bolan knew the cloud had likely been unleashed by the explosion of the biotane truck. His mind flashed on the briefing papers he'd read on the way to Samarinda. An entire work crew killed in seconds by mingling pesticide vapors. Bolan shoved his .44 back into its holster, but didn't bother to close his BDO. Without the gas mask he'd yanked off while on the bus, the suit wasn't going to do him any good. Trapped, all Bolan could do was watch as the cloud spilled over the side of the precipice and crept toward him. It looked almost alive, like some deadly creature on its way to claim some loathsome prey that had fallen into its web. As the toxic cloud drew nearer, Bolan quickly deliberated his chances of surviving a fall into the river below. Even if he managed to elude the boulders, it seemed unlikely the river was deep enough to keep him from slamming into the bottom. No, like it or not, his best chance was to stay where he was, and hope the poisonous vapors wouldn't be as deadly as those that had killed the IMA workers. It was a faint hope. Already he could smell the cloud's noxious fumes, and his eyes were starting to burn. The cloud was almost upon him when two shifting shadows began to sweep across the face of the precipice. Bolan felt a sudden stirring of hope. The Blackhawks. Bolan glanced up and saw one of the gunships bank slightly as it drifted close to him, so close that he could see the pilot, an olive-skinned Indonesian. The pilot brought the chopper to within 20 feet of the precipice and then hovered in place, its rotors whirring within a few yards of Bolan's head. The vibration of the rotor wash nearly wrested him from the cliff, and for a moment he wondered if perhaps the Lashkar Jihad had somehow managed to seize the gunship. Then as he glanced up, he realized that the updraft of the rotor wash was diverting the toxic cloud away from him. The cloud itself was dissipating as well. Bolan's eyes still burned, but the cloud had all but vanished. As the soldier watched, a rope ladder began to inch out the side door of the chopper. Once the ladder was fully extended, a figure emerged and began to slowly lower him down the rungs. The man was dressed head to toe in mock gear and carried an extra mask like the one Bolan had shed. The strength in Bolan's arms was fading. When he tried putting more weight on the tree below him, he quickly reconsidered his decision and held tighter to the limb above. His fingers were going numb. He was running out of time.
Hang tight, Striker!
Bolan looked up. The man dangling at the bottom of the rope ladder, arm extended toward him, was his longtime colleague John Kissinger. Though officially on the Stony Man payroll as its resident weaponsmith, Kissinger was no stranger to the battlefield. He'd fought at Bolan's side several times and had been on assignment in Islamabad with Bolan and Grimaldi when they'd received the directive to fly to Indonesia.
How about a lift?
If you insist.
Once Kissinger was within reach, Bolan freed one hand and quickly transferred his grip to the other man's wrist. Kissinger responded in kind. Kissinger quickly pulled his comrade toward him. With his other hand, Bolan snatched at the ladder. Once his fingers closed around one of the rungs, he swung his right leg up, groping for a foothold.
Almost there!
Bolan finally planted his foot on the bottom rung. He let go of Kissinger and grabbed hold of the ladder with both hands. On Kissinger's signal, the chopper began to pull away from the precipice.
Nice timing.
Always glad to lend a hand, but in the future maybe you might want to leave the wall climbing to Spider-Man.
Hey, looks like somebody tipped off the Lashkar about the surprise party, eh?
Something like that.
You okay, Striker?
Yeah, I just caught a little whiff of that fog.
Well, we better get you checked out.
I'll be fine.
Find my ass. Rocky, grab that med kit and help him out.
Although his nickname conjured up images of some towering brute straight out of the boxing ring, Rocky Mokhtar was, in fact, 6 inches shorter than either Bolan or Kissinger and weighed barely 150 pounds in full uniform. This was his first field assignment for Stony Man after 2 years of service with the farm's Virginia security detail. He'd had medical training during his stint with the Marines, but it was his family background that earned him this, his long-sought chance to see action beyond the parameters of the farm's compound in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The grandson of Jakarta shopkeepers killed during a demonstration against Sukarno in the late 1960s, Mokhtar had visited Indonesia numerous times over the past 20 years and was as familiar with the country's various languages and dialects as he was with its geography and culture. When asked to fly out and rendezvous with Bolan and the other covert ops in Samarinda, the 30-year-old Mokhtar jumped at the opportunity. And now, less than 2 hours later, here he was in the thick of things. He was eager to make the most of it.
I'll see what's here, but if you've been exposed, you really need to go through a full decontamination. There's probably a setup at the storage site, so...
Decon's gonna have to wait. We're in the middle of a firefight here, damn it.
But I'm telling you, in a case of exposure, it's vital to make sure you've washed off any traces of contaminants before they have a chance to work their way
Here. Let's start already. Help me gear up, all right? Jack, hold her steady.
Bolan closed his BDO, and Mokhtar quickly placed the replacement JSGPM over Bolan's head along with the hood and opened a package of wipes that Bolan was carrying. Bolan wiped down his hands, discarded the wipes, and then removed the hood and gas mask. Breaking open another M258, he wiped his face, avoiding his eyes and mouth.
Now grab some water and wash out my eyes.
Mokhtar fumbled through the footlocker and uncapped a bottle of water. Not wanting another reprimand, he fought back an urge to tell Bolan he ought to get out of his mop gear. Instead, he followed orders and drained the bottle over Bolan's face. Once he was finished, Bolan grabbed a roll of gauze and wiped his face dry.
I didn't mean to chew you out like that.
Not a problem. Here, try this. A can of O2 might help with that cough.
Catch on fast.
I'm trying. You were right. I guess at times like this, you can't worry about going by the book.
Bolan pressed the oxygen mask through his face and opened the canister's feed line. He was filling his lungs with pure oxygen before moving closer to the open doorway and glancing over Kissinger's shoulder. He impatiently tossed aside the oxygen mask. He saw two snipers wearing the long white robes that were a trademark for the Lashkar Jihad, ducking for cover among the rocks. At the base of the mountain, clouds of black smoke snaked up from the bombed-out remains of the biotane delivery truck's front cab, while ruptured containers in the rear hold continued to release clouds of toxic vapor. A handful of bodies were scattered about the roadway near the truck, some felled by the gas, others during the exchange of gunfire. Sergeant Latek and another Kopassus commando were crouched near a remaining section of guardrail, flanking Major Salim. Latek was firing into the mountains, while the other attended to their fallen commander. Apparently Salim was still alive.
Put her down over there, by the railing.
Will do. We'll be upwind of whatever's seeping out of that truck. You think we can skip the gas masks?
At this elevation, the wind's always shifting. Besides, to get to Salim, we've got to go around the truck.
Masks, then, you're saying?
Full suits would even be smarter. And you should put on a fresh one.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. You seen combat before, Rock?
Just training exercises. I'm ready, though.
Good, because if they nail you, there's no playing dead. It'll be the real deal.
I'm ready.
Then let's do it.
Go get him, guys. I'll sit tight as long as I can.
Bolan suppressed a cough, crouched before the side door of the cabin, and then leaped to the roadway, M4 carbine in hand. Mokhtar was right behind him. Kissinger dropped to the ground last, carrying a lightweight collapsible stretcher along with his assault rifle. The men quickly dropped and rolled to the cover of several large boulders crowding the road's shoulder.
Nothing like a little rain on the parade to spoil a guy's day.
Yeah, well, at least there's a way to stop this kind of rain.
Bolan raised his rifle to his shoulder and scanned the mountainside until he had one of the snipers in his sights, then squeezed the trigger. 50 yards up the mountain, the sniper reeled off the escarpment he'd been perched on and tumbled headlong down the steep facing, striking the road 10 yards from the delivery truck. Before seeking out another target, Bolan stole a quick glance at Mokhtar. The younger man's hands were steady on his rifle, no sign of fear in his eyes. Bolan was relieved. During his years in combat, he'd come across many a soldier who'd frozen when confronted with his first taste of combat. Mokhtar seemed in control, though. That was one less thing to have to worry about.
Let's see if we can get close to Salim. Give us some cover, cowboy. We'll return the favor once we reach the Major.
Works for me.
Try to vary your speed and zigzag as best you can. Don't make yourself an easy target.
Got it. I don't want to rush you guys, but Jack says the bird's taking a few hits and he doesn't know how long he can keep her down.
Bolan looked back at the Black Hawk. The chopper was built to stand up under light fire, but there was no sense pushing their luck any more than necessary.
Ready?
Ready.
Bolan rose to a crouch. Mokhtar did the same. The executioner held out one hand, index finger extended, flexing his wrist for a 3-second countdown. On 3, he lunged forward, zigzagging up the road, staying close to the stretch of guardrail that hadn't been taken out by the runaway bus. Mokhtar followed suit, staying 10 yards back. As he ran forward, Bolan surveyed the roadway, trying to account for all the men who'd evacuated the bus before its ill-fated plunge into the ravine. Latek was still crouched alongside the Major with another of the commandos, and Bolan saw 3 men trying to make their way up the steep mountainside. Another 3 soldiers lay dead on the road, felled either by snipers or the poisonous fog from the delivery truck. That left 2 men unaccounted for. Bolan hoped they'd turn up alive, but he feared they might have fallen to their deaths at the bottom of the ravine. As they made their way past the biotane truck, Bolan sized up the remains. He doubted the vehicle would yield any useful information, at least anytime soon. The cab had been all but obliterated, and the cargo hold was clearly contaminated by ruptured tanks. Any evidence that hadn't been destroyed by the explosion would likely be ruined once a CBR crew arrived and doused the vehicle with chemical retardant. If they wanted any answers as to where the herbicides were headed, they were going to have to take one of the snipers alive and wring the truth out of him. So far, Bolan had counted at least 12 of them up in the mountains, and only 3 had been killed that he knew of. Bolan figured they were going to have their hands full. When they reached Salim, the commando leader was unconscious. Like Latek and the other soldier huddled next to him, he was still wearing full mop gear. Mokhtar checked over Salim, while Bolan took up position near the railing and covered Kissinger's approach.
What's the verdict? He took a bullet in the neck, just above his vest. It missed the artery, but he's losing a lot of blood. Weak pulse, too. We need to evacuate him back to Samarinda ASAP. I'll need to keep the pressure on the artery until we can get him stabilized.
What about poisoning? That cloud rolled right over him before it came down on me.
He'll need to be tested, but the entry hole was small, and these seats are bulky enough that a fold might have kept out any contaminants. We'll just have to wait and see.
Kissinger caught up with Bolan and Mokhtar. Bolan then grabbed Salim under the arms and signaled for Mokhtar to take his legs so they could transfer him onto the stretcher once Kissinger unfolded it. Mokhtar then moved to Salim's neck and applied a gauze swab to the wound, keeping his hand in place.
We'll carry him. Follow alongside so you can keep a hand on that wound.
We will cover you.
That would help. Okay, let's move.
Latek moved ahead of the group, leaving his colleague to guard the rear. Bolan grabbed one end of the stretcher, Kissinger took the other, and together they raised Salim off the ground. They headed out, with Latek and the other commando firing into the mountains. Halfway back to the chopper, another commando caught up with them, providing additional protection. It wasn't enough, however. The group had just made it past the biotane truck when they fell under crossfire from 2 different snipers. The commando closest to the railing was hit in the skull and pitched sharply to his right, disappearing over the barrier before anyone could get to him. Sniper rounds hit the stretcher and Salim's legs. Mokhtar took 4 rounds in his chest armor. He staggered but remained on his feet, wincing in pain. His armored vest had deflected the bullets, but it still felt as if he'd been struck by a jackhammer.
Rock?
I'm okay, keep going.
Mokhtar resumed his place at Salim's neck, and they made it the rest of the way to the chopper without encountering further fire. Grimaldi had left the controls and crouched before the cabin doorway. With help from the others, he pulled Salim into the cabin. Bolan and Mokhtar bounded up afterward. Both Mokhtar and Bolan yanked off their hoods and masks. Then Bolan switched places with Mokhtar, tending to the Major's neck while the younger man inspected the gunshot wound Salim had just taken to the legs.
He's in bad shape. We need to get him to surgery, quick.
Anyone besides him we need to evacuate?
Not that we know of.
Then I'm out of here.
I'll stay. We'll mop up and then wait for you or hitch a ride with the other hawk.
I'm staying too. Rock, can you manage?
No, I need to keep pressure on that neck wound while I work on his legs. If he bleeds out much more, we're gonna lose him.
Though reluctant to leave any battlefield before the last shot was fired, Bolan nodded to Mokhtar and stayed at Salim's side. Kissinger closed the cabin door on them, then stepped back, joining Latek and the other remaining commando.
Elong 1, come in. Shit! Those bastards have stingers!
Without leaving Salim's side, Bolan leaned toward the cabin window and stared out just as a missile erupted from the mountainside and slammed into the other chopper, turning it into a fireball.
Fasten your seatbelts, boys and girls, because there's another on the way and it's got our name on it.
Chaff jam.
Already on it!
Roping the console in front of him, Grimaldi thumbed a row of toggle switches, releasing a half-dozen high-yield flares from the underside of the chopper. Igniting within seconds after release, the flares gave off scattered blasts of heat, intense enough to rival the thermal signature of the copter's turbo shafts. The ploy worked. As Grimaldi banked sharply to the right, the heat sensors on the second Stinger missile were unable to distinguish between the intended target and the fiery chaff. Thrown off course, the warhead hurtled past the Black Hawk's framework, detonating beyond the range from which it could do any damage. The chopper rode out a shockwave, this one weaker than the one that had taken out the other gunship. Back in the rear cabin, Bolan and Mokhtar rocked in place, doing their best to keep Salim stable on the stretcher.
I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to take over. If I don't get up front and lend a hand, we're all dead.
I'll do the best I can.
Our turn. Find me a target, Striker.
Bolan grabbed a pair of binoculars and scanned the mountains. The sniper who just fired at them had dropped from sight, but Bolan could see 4 others positioned at intervals along a slight trough in the mountain. Peering higher, he spotted a promontory jutting directly above their positions.
There. Aim high with the rockets and see if we can get a little help from the mountains.
Gotcha. One avalanche coming up.
Grimaldi locked in on where Bolan had pointed and readied the Black Hawk's 2.75-inch sub-mounted rockets for firing. The rocket struck the rock facing, stitch blasting a crude line 10 yards above the source of the last Stinger. Weakened from underneath, the promontory collapsed, slamming down hard on another larger outcropping directly below it. The second shelf gave way as well, splintering into sections and sliding into the trough. As they began to tumble down the side of the mountain, the monstrous stone slabs dislodged still more loose rock, quickly widening the slide's path. As Bolan and Grimaldi watched, the avalanche swallowed 3 of the snipers up. Several others, hoping to avoid a similar fate, scrambled out into the open and found themselves easy targets for Kissinger and the surviving Kopassus troops on the ground. The tide of the battle was quickly turning.
Nice shot.
I just wish we'd pulled it off before we lost the other bird.
Bolan stared at the ravine where smoke and flames issued from the charred remains of the second Black Hawk. It had landed a little over 50 yards upstream from the fallen bus, which also continued to smolder. There was no way anyone could have survived. Grimaldi maintained his position and fired a steady stream of rounds from the Black Hawk's machine guns, bringing down yet another of the snipers.
I want to help Cowboy with a few quick flybys. Go ahead and check on the Major.
How are we doing?
Better than expected. I've got the bleeding in his legs under control. The neck's still a problem, but he's got a chance.
Good.
Bolan was pulling off his rubber gloves when there was a sudden drumming against the side of the chopper. Bolan grabbed the nearest carbine, then lurched to the doorway and yanked the door open. He quickly returned fire even as a stream of rounds zipped past his head. The sniper reeled to one side, dropping his weapon. He clawed at the mountainside for support but lost his balance and was soon tumbling down the steep incline. Down on the ground, meanwhile, Kissinger and the others had taken up positions and stayed put rather than advancing within range of the rock slide. It had been a smart decision. By the time the slide reached the roadway, its swath was nearly 100 yards wide, and its forceful momentum was strong enough to sweep the delivery truck off the tarmac and carry it sideways to within a few inches of the guardrail. The railing listed under the slide's weight, but held up and managed to keep the truck from going over the side with its deadly cargo. The jostling, however, unleashed yet another cloud of poisonous gas. Kissinger, Latek, and the others quickly moved out, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the truck. As they moved, they kept their eyes on the mountainside and fired at the last few remaining snipers. Up on the Black Hawk, Grimaldi made 2 more quick passes as Bolan surveyed the mountainside, spotting 3 bodies, but no sign of movement.
I think that's it. Let's get the Major back to the base.
Let me just check in with Cowboy. Cowboy, come in. I think we got a stray up at around 2 o'clock.
Swing by and see if we can take him alive.
Grimaldi changed course and drifted the Black Hawk closer to the mountain. Bolan spotted the figure in the debris and raised his rifle. Once he got a better look at his target, however, he slowly lowered the weapon and shook his head with disbelief. He picked up a pair of binoculars and looked again.
I don't believe it.
What?
It's a woman. A tourist from the looks of it.
She must have wandered over from that textile place when the fireworks started going off.
Or maybe not. She might not be a tourist after all.
What makes you say that?
I thought it was a camera she was carrying, but it's not. It's a gun.
Bolan finished fastening the seals on his gas mask and leaped down to the tarmac. Kissinger was leading Latek and the other surviving Kopassus commandos to the chopper. 2 more soldiers had been wounded in the last few exchanges of gunfire. One was well enough to walk, but the other was unconscious and had to be carried. They were upwind from the biotane truck. The cloud leaking from its cargo bay had dissipated, but the ground forces still wore their masks. Latek and another commando stood back from the others, assault rifles trained on the woman slowly making her way down the mountain. She'd tucked her gun back in the web holster strapped under her left arm. Grimaldi left the chopper idling and came over to help hoist the unconscious soldier into the cabin.
He got caught up in that last billow of gas from the truck. I'm guessing the seals on his mask didn't hold up.
I'll get him back to the base so they can look him over.
I think we should keep a couple of men down here and make a sweep back to the compound.
I was going to suggest the same thing. So far, we've counted 19 bushwhackers. None of them are in any shape to talk.
I was afraid of that.
From where Bolan was standing, he could see a few bodies scattered along the road and amid the piled debris from the landslide. Further uphill, the woman continued to make her way down the steep slope. She'd lost her footing several times and was covered with dust, but she wasn't wearing any mop gear, and Bolan could see that she was in her early 40s, lean and athletic, with dark medium-length hair. She wore dark khaki cargo pants and a matching T-shirt under her holstered pistol. She stared down at the commandos who covered her every move.
American! I'm an American!
We'll see about that.
Point those pop guns someplace else, would you? You're making me nervous.
I know that voice from somewhere.
You think so?
I keep telling you, I'm on your side. Doesn't anybody here understand English?
I'll be dead. Go ahead and lower your rifle.
Finally. Thank you so much.
So who is she?
Take a good look. It's that bounty hunter we crossed paths with in Africa when we were going up against Gaddafi and the Interahamwe.
Are you kidding me? Jane Bond?
Bond. Jane Bond. That's the one.
Great. Just what we need. I figured she'd show up. I mean, what's the reward on Yafal up to now? 20 million?
30, I think.
Hell, and here us poor chumps are tracking him down for free. What's wrong with... Holy shit!
Heads up!
Up on the hillside, a bloody jihad warrior had suddenly materialized out of the debris and was charging Jane Bond, brandishing a long-bladed knife. Bond was already in motion, lurching to one side as the blade swept past, missing her by inches, but throwing her off balance. As she fell, she managed to grab hold of her attacker's wrist. Together they tumbled down the slope, fighting over the knife. Bond finally managed to knock the weapon from the man's hand, and once they reached the level ground of the roadway, she fended off a right cross from her would-be assailant and countered with a fierce pair of karate blows. Both blows connected, one knocking the wind from the man's lungs, the other striking him behind the ear with enough force to knock him unconscious. Staggering to her feet, Bond drew her pistol and trained it on the man's face. She turned to Bolan and Kissinger jogging toward her. At first she didn't recognize them, but once they were close enough for her to see past their masks, she smiled faintly. Kissinger then yanked off his mask and stared hard at the woman.
You guys. Small world, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Crashing the party? I brought you a little something, but I didn't have time to wrap it.
Crouching over the Lashkar jihad warrior Bond had felled, she discovered he had been shot twice prior to being caught up in the landslide, which had broken his right leg in at least 2 places.
Huh, no wonder I put him out of commission so fast. I can't believe he was able to get up and take a swipe at me with that knife of his.
Adrenaline.
I say we put the squeeze on him till he coughs up Yafal.
He's in no shape to talk right now. With the blood he's lost, even if he comes to, he's going to be in shock.
Well, excuse me for sounding like a hard ass, but we're more likely to get something useful out of him if he's in shock than when he's thinking straight.
We won't get anything out of him if he dies on us. We need to patch him up and get him to a hospital.
Let me know which one, so I can send flowers. Maybe I'll come by and fluff his pillows, too.
Listen, sweetheart, when the time's right, we'll get him to talk, don't worry. You can bet your ass we won't do it by pampering him. Got that?
Temper, temper. Fine, have it your way.
Kissinger glowered at the woman, then jogged over to the chopper for a stretcher and Mokhtar's med kit. By the time they returned, Bolan had managed to staunch the flow of blood from the prisoner's wounds. Kissinger daubed the wounds with antiseptic, then quickly dressed them and kept pressure on the bandages as Bolan helped the soldiers load the man onto the stretcher. Grimaldi was waiting to help haul him up into the chopper.
Go ahead and get these people to the base. We'll finish up here.
I'll swing back later with reinforcements and some kind of morgue unit for all the bodies.
Before you go, hand me a couple of two-ways.
Here you go. Good luck.
You did good work, Rock.
Thanks.
We'll see you back in Samarinda.
Bolan saluted the medic, then stepped back from the chopper. Grimaldi got back behind the controls and lifted off, then drifted back out over the valley. Bolan turned back to the roadway and sized up the situation.
The truck's not going anywhere. I say we leave it for now and spread out. I want to check out the compound. Why don't you and Latek secure the area, then check around for more survivors?
Doug, what about our friend here?
I'll take Ms. Bond with me.
Not so fast. No offense, but I didn't sign up for a tour of duty here, okay? I call my own shots.
Fair enough. I could use your help, if you don't mind.
That's more like it.
Bolan grabbed a stray M4 carbine that was lying on the ground and handed it to Bond. Bolan exchanged a quick glance with Kissinger, who rolled his eyes, then gestured to Latek and the other commandos. They began to fan out in separate directions, giving a wide berth to the biotane truck, which continued to leak faintly visible clouds of toxic gas. Bolan, meanwhile, led Bond the other way, up the road heading to the agricultural compound.
I think you can take off that mask now. It's not like we're trapped in some kind of enclosed space.
Bolan took off his hood and mask and secured them to his belt pack. There was a faint odor of cordite in the air, and he could smell smoke from the fires across the valley. But there was nothing that smelled like the chemical stench of the cloud that had nearly enveloped him a short time ago. Bolan also realized his cough had left him, as had the stinging sensation in his eyes. He'd gotten off lucky, he figured. As he walked along with Bond, he wondered if she were still with Interrogation, a Washington, D.C.-based bounty agency specializing in high-profile cases involving international fugitives. Bond had joined them 5 years ago, after stints with the Army Rangers and CIA.
Are you here on your own, or still working for Interrogation?
IT. We're on a retainer with the insurance company representing that cruise liner Yafal Deep Six last spring. They figure the reward money will help offset the claims they're paying out.
Provided you bring him in.
I'll bring him in all right.
You seem pretty sure of yourself.
Gotta be in this line of work.
I take it you're aware that half the free worlds tried tracking down Yafal with no luck.
Well, maybe they didn't try hard enough.
How did you know about the raid?
I have my sources.
You think you could be a little more specific?
Sorry, a girl needs her secrets.
I'm just trying to figure out who tipped off these guys that we were coming.
Don't look at me.
I'm not accusing you.
Yeah, right.
Once Bolan and Bond had hiked around the next bend, the road came to a sudden end, and they found themselves at the entrance to the 70-acre IMA facility. An 8-foot-high cyclone fence enclosed the grounds, and 2 uniformed men in their early 20s guarded the entrance gate. The men had their carbines aimed at the new arrivals, and the guns quivered slightly in their hands. They'd obviously heard the earlier assault and seemed fearful of being dragged into the bloodshed.
Parente! Parente!
I seem to remember you speak a few languages.
So that's why you wanted me to tag along, you little weasel. And here I thought you were after my body.
Business before pleasure. Let's get through and see how much they know about what happened. Ask them how many men were on the biotane truck when it first showed up.
Bolan hung back while Bond walked up to the guards, hands clearly visible and in front of her. Bond stopped about a meter away from the guards, and Bolan watched her confer with them. He could not hear the conversation. Not that he would have understood it if he could have heard it, but he could read their body language. The guards lowered their guns, focused on Bond, conferred briefly between themselves, and then one of them raised the security bar, while the other waved Bolan over and ushered both Bolan and Bond past. Bolan took up position to Bond's left as they started toward the storage facility, a 2-story building set back about 100 yards from the gate.
That was easy enough. Hell, no wonder the Lashkar had such an easy time of it.
How many were on the biotane truck when it came in?
They say there were only 6 men on the truck, and that includes the driver.
There were at least 4 times that many in on the ambush.
I know, I mentioned that. But they insist they inspected the truck, coming and going, and there were only 6 of them.
Then there must be a camp around here somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be my guess, too.
Are you still on speaking terms with your ex-husband?
Excuse me?
Frank Domenico, right? Works CIA out of Africa.
I know who my ex-husband is, okay? Why'd you bring him up?
You found out about the raid from him.
I already told you. My sources are confidential.
One phone call and I can find out for myself.
All right. Yes, I got it from Frank. Last time we talked, I asked him where Yafal might go after he snuck out of Afghanistan, and he turned me onto the whole FAO stink over the agri compound here. It sounded like a decent lead, so I flew in a couple of days ago and started sniffing around. I got my hands on a map and figured a way to reach the compound without being seen.
Who'd you get the map from?
Don't push your luck, pal. I made it as far as the fence over there when I heard all hell breaking loose on the road. By the time I'd hightailed it up over the mountain, the shooting had stopped and you guys had pretty much wrapped things up.
You didn't really think you were going to find Yafal here, did you?
No, but I was going to plant a homing device on that truck of his and see if it would take me to him. Which is probably what you guys should have tried instead of trying to play John Wayne.
Hindsight. What else did they say?
They said the biotane crew showed up earlier than scheduled this morning and everything was routine until about an hour ago, when the driver got a call from somebody on his cab radio.
The tip-off.
Probably. Anyway, the crew stopped what it was doing and everybody piled back into the truck. The driver said something about an emergency, then drove off.
That's it?
Not quite. Before they pulled out, apparently one of the workers kept looking up at that hilltop over there. It's a good 100 yards from where I was hiking, so they weren't looking at me.
By now, Bolan and Bon had reached the front entrance to the storage facility. Bolan looked over the building. It was old and decrepit, the walls overrun with vines and the roof patched in several places with thin sheets of blue plastic. Hardly an ideal environment for storing toxic materials, he thought. There was no way he or Bon were going to attempt to go inside the building without full mop gear.
Kopassus stationed a surveillance team somewhere in the hills overlooking the compound. They said they were having trouble seeing the compound because of all the smoke.
It was a little hazy up here, yeah, but not that bad. None of the guards mentioned that either.
Cowboy, come in. It's Stryker.
Cowboy here, over.
What do you got down there?
In terms of the survivors, nada.
No surprise. Surprise is here. 6 men came in on the biotane truck at the facility. About 24 came out against us. Bad math. Plus, the 3 men at the lookout reported poor visibility, but Bon here says it wasn't an issue. Get Latek on.
I'm here.
Latek, think back to the call to the surveillance team. How clear was the reception? Could you tell for sure whom you were talking to?
There was some static, yes, but I'm sure it was the head of the surveillance team.
Are you positive? 100% certain?
It had to be him. Who else could it have been?
I'm thinking the stakeout crew was jumped. I think they were killed, and when you called, I think they squelched the frequency just enough to help mask the voice of whoever told you about the smoke, making it hard to see the truck. They were covering, because the truck was already on the way, and they wanted to make sure it would take us by surprise.
If that is the case, I am to blame for the ambush. I should have suspected something was wrong.
Look, if my suspicions are correct, your mistake is an honest one. There's no way you could have known.
No, this is my fault. Ignorance is no excuse. I should have known.
Put Kissinger back on.
Go ahead, Stryker.
Cowboy, stay put until Grimaldi returns or sends back another chopper.
Acknowledged. What's your plan?
I want to find out what happened to that surveillance team. Then we're going to start looking around for the hole our ambushers crawled out of. And keep an eye on Latek. Poor guy sounds like he's ready to commit harakiri. Over.
I'll try talking to him. Out.
Bolan stared up at the hill, half hidden in shadow. The hill was covered with dense brush and dotted with small trees. Up near the crest was a rock formation that looked vaguely like a raised fist. A series of switchbacks leading from a rear entrance to the storage facility were discernible. The criss-crossed paths twisted their way around tall patches of wild grass, brambly thickets, and scattered stands of gnarled trees. As Bolan and Bon made their way up the incline, they could see, off to their right, the distant mountains of central Borneo. The peaks, some of them nearly 10,000 feet high, were barely visible through the smoky haze, which by now had stretched itself across the entire length of the valley rainforest. Soon they came upon a fire break, a 30-yard wide band of land, hacked clear of brush and vegetation. It ran perpendicular to the switchbacks and stretched in both directions as far as Bolan could see. The fire break was on a slope, but the ground was soft, making it easy to walk. There were no signs of boot prints, fresh or otherwise. The break was within plain sight of the storage facility, and there was no way anyone could have used it without being spotted.
Assuming Yafal's here in Indonesia, what do you think his agenda is? Other than hiding out, I mean.
The UIF already has a toehold here. If he can tap into the Muslim unrest, Indonesia's got the makings of a great power base.
True, but the Lashkar Jihad's already pretty much cornered the market on the extremist action. I know they've cut some kind of deal with the UIF, but I don't think stepping aside and letting Yafal run things was part of it. He and Poto aren't exactly buddy-buddy from what I understand.
That's the way I hear it too. Must be a strange bedfellows thing. They probably figured they had more to gain by focusing on common ground instead of haggling over their differences.
Wouldn't be the first time that's happened.
Muammar Poto was the Muslim firebrand who'd risen to head of the Lashkar Jihad after his predecessor, Halim Alwi, had been gunned down in a Sulawesi shootout over a year ago. It was Poto who'd widened the group's agenda, while at the same time consolidating power by killing off a number of Alwi's top-ranking subordinates. Poto was no stranger to Yafal either, and there was supposedly bad blood between the two men dating back to the late 1990s, when they'd trained together at an al-Qaeda terrorist camp in the Afghanistan mountains of Tora Bora. Poto, who hailed from the slums of Jakarta, was purportedly as suspicious of Yafal's bourgeois Cairo upbringing as he was of the Egyptians' motivation for creating the United Islamic Front. The Indonesian strongman had gone on record as little as 6 months ago, claiming that Yafal was less interested in the cause of Islam than that of amassing power and trying to rival the infamy of Osama bin Laden. Given the antipathy between the two men, many had been surprised when it had come out that the Lashkar Jihad was accepting input from the UIF. By now they'd followed the firebreak nearly 100 yards. Suddenly, Bolan stopped and held out a hand, signaling for Bond to do the same. In unison, they both dropped to a crouch and raised their M4s, aiming into the foliage. Finally, they could begin to make out the shadowy outline of 3 figures moving through the brush toward them. Bond nestled her finger against the trigger of her rifle. Bolan shifted his aim toward the rear figures, then stopped.
I've got the one in front. I say we don't give them the first shot.
Hold your fire.
Look, maybe you've got a vest on under that suit of yours, but I don't. I'm not going to just wait here like some sitting duck for them to...
They're monkeys.
Call them what you like. I don't think...
Orangutans. They're orangutans.
What?
Bond took a closer look into the brush and realized Bolan was right. 3 orangutans, all immature males, loped downhill a few more yards, then peered out through the branches. Bond lowered her rifle and slowly stood, shaking her head. The orangutans continued to stare at Bolan and Bond, but made no move to show themselves any further.
Scram! We're busy here!
Just leave them alone. Come on, let's go.
They aren't moving an inch. Smug little bastards.
Call them what you like. They probably knew they could take you out if they wanted to.
Bolan turned his back on the creatures and resumed hiking along the firebreak. Bond scowled at the orangutans and then at Bolan before quickly catching up with him. A few minutes later they reached the trail rising up from the firebreak. It was narrow and they made their way single file, Bolan leading the way. Small trees rose up on either side of them, strangler figs trailing long, woody vines from their lower branches. The large tree Bolan had seen from the ground loomed ahead. They followed the trail toward it and were soon in sight of the fist-like rock formation. For the first time, they also began to see boot prints on the path before them. Whoever had made them had come upon the trail by way of the brush. The tracks led upward.
Looks like 3 different sets.
Well, unless those orangutans were wearing boots, my money's on the ambushers.
Let's find out.
Assault rifles rose into firing position. Bolan and Bond continued up the last few dozen yards of trail and soon found themselves at the base of the rock formation. The 3-man Kopassus surveillance team lay dead in the grass, face down, blood caked to their scalps where they'd been shot. Lying on its side a few yards away from the bodies was a transceiver, similar to the one Bolan had seen Latek use on the bus. Bond crouched over one of the victims and inspected his wounds.
Well, it looks like you were right about them being jumped. Small caliber, I'd guess 9mm.
Handguns with sound suppressors.
Which would explain why I didn't hear anything. They popped these guys, then they sent the truck on its way and fed that sergeant that crap about being too smoky to see anything.
I want to check something else. No problem seeing the storage facility, but the road's nowhere in sight.
Meaning what?
I think these guys were killed outright. No interrogations.
Okay, I follow that much. Where are you going with this?
Just hear me out. All right, we've got these guys being killed right around the time the truck leaves the facility, right?
Right.
Think about it. They can't see the road from here, so how did they know we were coming? And even if they did see us, we were in that bus. It would have looked like we were just another bunch of tourists headed for the textile center.
Which brings us back to them being tipped off. They knew the raid was going down even before they jumped the surveillance team here, which is why they knew enough to get on the radio with that story about the smoke, so you'd think the truck was still at the compound.
Exactly.
The big question is, who squealed to them?
Hard to say. You've got a lot of people in the loop on this. Besides Kopassus, you've got the CIA, Indonesia Military Intelligence, the FAO...
And you guys.
What's that supposed to mean?
Easy, big fella. I'm just calling them as I see them. Why should we assume your guys are all clean?
I trust them a hell of a lot more than I do you.
Somehow, I don't think that's saying a lot. Let's try to be objective, okay? Have you guys taken on any new people recently? Anybody who might have some kind of ulterior motive?
Bolan didn't answer her. Bolan realized there had indeed been a recent addition to the crew, Rocky Mokhtar. But could he be a spy? It didn't seem possible. True, Mokhtar had an Indonesian background, but he'd passed all the necessary security checks before being taken on as a black suit, and before being approached for this assignment, he'd undergone even more scrutiny. Each time, he'd checked out clean. But then, Bolan also recalled a few other times when Stony Man Farm had suffered security breaches from within. In nearly every instance, the culprit had been someone supposedly beyond reproach. Could this be another one of those cases?
Chimps ahoy. Shit!
Bond dove to the ground and scrambled along with Bolan to the far side of the rock.
Nothing worse than a monkey with a gun.
Rifles raised, Bolan and the woman crouched at opposite ends of the rock formation, covering themselves from as many angles as possible. Peering out into the brush, they waited, listening for advancing footsteps, the sound of a weapon being reloaded. Something. Anything.
Come on, show yourselves, damn it.
Sounds like a loner.
He runs off after a couple warning shots? What's up with that?
Could be he's out of ammo. Or maybe he's going to try to circle around and have another go at us.
Let him try.
Stryker, come in. Cowboy.
Stryker, over.
What's going on there?
Single sniper, 2 shots. Probably headed back toward the valley, away from the access road and storage facility. Where are you?
Sergeant Latek found a path up the mountain while we were scouting around. We're up on the ridge line, about a quarter-mile from you. I got a glimpse of you up on the rock formation, but the shooting started before I could patch in.
Whoever it is, they're bound for the rainforest. We're going after them. Why don't you head over and give us a little backup? Once you reach the rock formation, it should be easy to pick up our trail.
We're on our way. Out.
Bolan and Bond split up and ventured into the brush. Bolan used the barrel of his rifle to clear his way through the bramble, but the thorns still managed to nick him constantly, sometimes piercing the material of his BDO. Bond, navigating the brush 20 yards to his right, was under similar attack, and without the protection of a suit, pricking took a harder toll. Finally, Bolan reached a small clearing where a set of footprints came to a stop and then doubled back on themselves. When Bond caught up with him, Bolan was holding a pair of bullet casings he'd found in the dirt. They were still warm and reeking of cordite.
Over here. It's a .22. Revolver, probably.
Explains why he was so stingy with his shots. How about we skip the trailblazing and just stick to the path he made?
Bolan nodded and led the way. They had followed the footprints another 20 yards when Bond suddenly reached past Bolan into the bramble, removing a few strands of black curly hair glistening with blood.
Oh, and he thinks it's the hair of his chinny chin chin.
Then we're on the right track.
How about if I lead for a change? Nothing against that nice ass of yours, but I'd kind of like to see where we're going. You'll have an easier time looking over my shoulder than the other way around.
If you're walking in front, what makes you think I'll be looking at your shoulder?
Ooh, naughty boy. Try to be a gentleman, would you? At least until we can find a nice hotel room.
They continued through the underbrush, doing their best to track their fleeing attacker. It was slow going. The grass and bramble grew thicker as they made their way along the slope, and several times they lost sight of the shooter's footprints and had to scout for other signs as to which way he'd fled. Snapped branches, bent wildflower stalks, more stray hairs, or a scrap of cloth claimed by the thorn bushes. At one point, they thought they'd spotted someone up in the trees, but it turned out to be another of the orangutans, using strangler vines for support as it moved from limb to limb with deceptive ease. After a few more minutes of navigating through the unforgiving foliage, the two finally emerged into a clearing and found themselves on a broad, flat promontory, not unlike the one Grimaldi had blasted to create the landslide on the other side of the mountain. Before them lay the North Valley. Bolan quickly dropped to his stomach and motioned for Bond to do the same.
We're like sitting ducks out on this ledge.
I'll take my chances. Beats the hell out of having to pick those damn thorns out of my hide all the...
Shh! Bolan pointed downhill. Bond shifted her gaze just in time to see a young bearded man frantically making his way down the slope to the valley floor, where the foliage was even denser than up on the hill. 1 second the man was in clear sight, scrambling through knee-high ferns and wild rhododendrons. The next, he'd vanished into the greenery without a trace.
So much for heading him off at the pass.
Might as well wait for the others.
As they waited, Bolan looked over the jungle. The valley was easily 30 miles wide and half that distance across, and every square inch of the land seemed veiled by a canopy of trees. The only exception was the foothills on the far side of the valley, where flames could be seen raging through a section of the forest, giving off a thick, dark column of smoke. Beyond the next rise, Bolan could see other similar columns, all adding to the hazy shroud that stretched over them, blotting the afternoon sun so that it seemed nothing more than a dim bulb. Bolan could smell the smoke. It was so strong his eyes began to burn again. They continued their vigil atop the promontory for another 10 minutes, but there was no further sign of their enemy.
It's worse than smog during rush hour in L.A.
Stryker, come in. Cowboy, over.
Stryker, over.
Hold your fire. It's just us.
Stay put. We'll come to you.
Bolan and Bond retreated from the ledge and backtracked into the brush until they met up with Kissinger, Latek, and 2 of the Kopassus commandos. They'd all long since shed their gas masks, and Bolan looked quickly into each man's eyes for signs of treachery. Each of the commandos returned his gaze unflinchingly. Then Latek and one of the others moved past Bolan and headed toward the promontory.
Flyboy made it back to Samarinda in one piece, but apparently there's a nick in the chopper's fuel line, so it'll be a while before he can get it airborne again.
How about another chopper?
He's trying to roust one from the military over in Balik Papan, but that'll take time too.
How's the Major holding up?
He's under the knife at the city hospital. They say it's going to be a long surgery and they don't like his chances. The prisoner we took in is in the OR too, but his prognosis isn't much better. The others got by with quick patch-ups. They've probably already been released.
If they haven't been, I think we should have Jack and Rock try to keep an eye on them.
Why's that?
I see some smoke.
That's not exactly stop the presses. There's smoke everywhere you look.
Close by. Just down the hill.
Bolan motioned for the others to stay put and for Kissinger to come with him. When they reached the escarpment, Bolan dropped once again to the ground and inched forward to a point from which he could see back down into the valley. Kissinger did the same. 100 yards away, a thin serpentine finger of white smoke rose through the trees.
Too small for a slash and burn.
It's in the direction the shooter was headed. I'm thinking campsite.
If that's the case, we're in business.
Bolan and Kissinger crawled back into the brush and rejoined the others.
If we're going to try to hit them, this is the time, before they head any deeper into the forest.
I'm with you.
What is the plan?
Let's track away from the storage facility and access road and move along the river. We'll move through the valley. Look out for tells about where our 24 hijackers came from. Our lone gunman may be attached to a camp. I don't think his presence is any coincidence in conjunction with this morning's ambush. Cowboy and I will take center, close to the waterline, and Latek and his second will head to the right. Stay close.
It's showtime.
Bolan had taken less than a dozen steps into the rainforest, but it was as if he'd crossed time zones to a place where the sun had already set. Engulfed in a bleak twilight, he and the others found themselves surrounded by a preternatural world of looming, shifting shadows. The ground beneath Bolan and Kissinger's feet was a soft, peat-like layer of decomposed vegetation that padded each step they took. Not that anyone could have heard them above the cacophony. And then there was the river, making its way through the forest. Adding to the sensory overload was a cloying scent of exotic, overripe fruit. The smell was every bit as strong as that of the damp peat, and for the first time since stepping off the plane in Samarinda, Bolan realized he was unable to detect the smell of smoke.
So much for sniffing our way to the enemy campfire.
Kissinger followed Bolan. Their eyes continued to become accustomed to the darkness, and once they reached the river, they were able to make out scores of footprints along the banks. The tracks led in both directions.
Let's stay close to the river. Odds are they pitched camp near it.
Seems like we want to keep heading north. The other way's going to take us back out of the forest.
You're right. North it is.
As they continued along the river, the men spotted pigs milling near the water's edge. As Bolan and Kissinger drew closer, they quickly scattered, squealing their way into the undergrowth. The men froze momentarily, rifles at the ready, wary that their position had been given away.
I don't know about you, but this place gives me the creeps.
Look at the water.
It's not blood, if that's what you're thinking. I remember reading about tannic acid or something like that in the peat. It gets leached into the water and turns it...
I'm not talking about the color, cowboy. I meant that slick over there.
Gotta be some kind of fuel spill. Outboard motor, most likely. I'll bet you anything these guys use some kind of boat to haul in supplies and any other...
Take cover!
Seconds later, a vibrant flash illuminated the jungle, momentarily blinding both Bolan and Kissinger with its fiery brilliance. Bolan lunged away from the river and rolled into the nearby foliage. His instincts were once again on target. He and Kissinger scrambled for cover as bullets plowed the peat banks where the two men had been standing a moment before. The flare tumbled through the upper branches of the nearby trees, then dropped straight down to the forest floor, even as the other was taking its place, bathing the forest with another blast of harsh light. Bolan blinked his eyes several times, then peered out through the foliage and saw enemy gunmen up in the trees. Soon there was yet another burst of light, this one down near the river's edge, 80 yards from where Bolan and Kissinger had taken cover.
Flamethrower.
Oh man, I hate when that happens. That fuel spill was no accident.
Moments later, the man with the flamethrower took aim at the water and spewed forth a flame like the breath of a dragon. The river around him turned into a watery inferno as the flames fed on the fuel slick and raced downriver toward Bolan and Kissinger. Some of the flames overshot the banks and ignited the peat. Once again, the stench of smoke assailed Bolan's nostrils. Bolan and Kissinger rolled away from the burning peat and crawled to the cover of a falling tree. The trunk was half rotted, but still strong enough to absorb the rounds that pounded into it, giving the men precious seconds with which to scout the treetops and pinpoint the snipers.
I've got the one on the right.
I'll take the one on the left. Guess I was wrong about the fire. The light's helping us a hell of a lot more than it is them.
We'll take all the help we can get. Looks like Jane's got her mark.
Peering over his shoulder, Bolan spotted Bond 40 yards to his right, lying prone at the base of a fruit tree, whose elevated roots provided her with a makeshift screen through which to shoot. The commando she'd partnered up with, however, had apparently been struck during the first round of gunfire and lay face down in a bed of ground vines. Fierce as the initial bursts of light had been, the fires they started failed to take hold, and once the flares had burned out and flames had consumed the fuel slick on the river, darkness slowly began to reclaim the forest. If Bolan and the others were going to finish off their adversaries, he knew the time to do it was now, before those at the campsite had a chance to spread out into the jungle.
Charge and strafe them!
The terrorist who torched the river tried to use his flamethrower against Bolan and Kissinger, but the weapon was low on fuel and gave off only a brief sputter of flame, revealing his position, as well as that of two men racing past him toward a 30-foot hovercraft moored on the river. Bolan stopped in his tracks long enough to take aim and drop all three men in quick succession. Jane Bond and the two surviving commandos had equal luck, making their shots count while avoiding the panicked firing by the Lashkar troops. By the time they converged on the campsite, only a pair of terrorist gunmen remained. Not about to surrender, the two men leveled their rifles at Bolan and Kissinger, forcing the Stony Man warriors to take them out. Then it was over. Kissinger and the Kopassus commandos kept their rifles trained on the surrounding jungle as Bolan and Jane Bond quickly inspected their adversaries. 7 men in all lay dead within 30 yards of the campfire, and an 8th, One of the men who'd tried to make it to the hovercraft stirred only briefly before his wounds claimed him.
They're all Lashkar Jihad from the looks of it.
I don't see Poto. Not that I'd expect to.
Perhaps we should scout around to see if there are any others.
Go ahead, but stick to a quarter-mile radius, then make your way back. Try to keep an eye on them.
Fat chance. Hell, I'm not going to be able to see them once they've gone 20 yards.
That's all I'm concerned about. I just want to make sure they don't double back and start taking pot shots at us.
A little paranoid, are we? Your buddy just vouched for those guys, remember?
Just keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Bond turned to follow in the direction of Latek and his second as Bolan and Kissinger began to look over the camp. There wasn't much to inspect. The terrorists had traveled light. A couple of logs had been set near the fire pit, and stacked near the hovercraft were several wooden crates filled with ammunition and some meager provisions, canteens, bags of rice, and a fire-blackened pot. There was more ammo stored in the boat itself, along with several fuel canisters.
Not a lot of help here.
Sounded like Latek.
Bolan and Kissinger broke into a run, quickly catching up with Bond, who fell into stride with them. Leaving the campsite, they passed the Kopassus trooper killed earlier, then continued to wade through the underbrush toward the source of the cry.
Latek! Latek! We better spread out.
Bond broke away and headed to Bolan's right. Kissinger went left. Bolan stayed put for a moment, then slowly advanced through the ferns. He wasn't sure what to make of Latek's cry. Had something happened to him, or was he baiting them into an ambush? Bolan hated being plagued by such paranoia. He'd taken another 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. He detected movement to his right and swung around his rifle, but held his fire. It was the other Kopassus soldier moving slowly through the brush. Bolan was about to signal when the commando suddenly fell from view. It was as if he'd just fallen through a trap door in the jungle floor.
What the hell?
Kissinger and Bond had heard the outburst as well, and they raced toward the sound of the commando's call.
Careful!
The warning came too late, however. Within seconds after Kissinger strode back into Bolan's line of sight, he too suddenly began to drop from view.
Shit!
Bolan rushed forward and saw that Kissinger had stepped into a murky pool of water concealed by a thin layer of leaves and twigs. A few yards to Cowboy's right, the Kopassus commando's right hand poked up through the water for a fleeting second, then sank from view. A little farther beyond that, all that remained of Sergeant Latek was his helmet. It bobbed on the water's surface like a turtle's shell. It suddenly became clear to Bolan what Kissinger and the other men had stumbled into. Quicksand. Bolan moved quickly toward Kissinger until he stepped into the murky water and could feel the ground beginning to give way beneath his feet. Stepping back to dry land, he leaned outward, extending his hand toward Kissinger. Cowboy instinctively grabbed hold, but the water was already up to his chest, and he realized the more he struggled, the faster he was being pulled under. Rather than risk taking his colleague down with him, he let go of Bolan's hand. Bond had just arrived, and she tugged at Bolan's waist, steadying Bolan as he was about to tumble headlong into the water.
Stay back, damn it, both of you!
Bolan looked around wildly, desperate to find a way to save Kissinger before the quicksand swallowed Cowboy. His eyes fell on the vines trailing from a nearby tree. He rushed over and pulled at them, but they were anchored to the upper limbs. Straining with all his might, he continued to yank. Precious seconds were being lost. Kissinger could already have gone under. He couldn't take the time to check, though. He continued to pull at the vines.
Come on, you goddamn piece of shit!
Wait a minute!
Thanks. I owe you one.
Grabbing the severed vine that Bond had excised, Bolan dragged it back toward the quicksand. As quickly as Bolan's hopes had risen, however, they were dashed when he stared into the murky pool and saw Kissinger's fingers slowly sinking below the surface. He was about to dive headlong into the pool when Bond grabbed him.
Cowboy!
Don't be stupid, I'm lighter. Give me a few seconds, then start pulling.
Handing Bolan one end of the vine, Bond had already begun looping the other end around her waist. Before Bolan could protest, Bond finished knotting the vine and turned her back to him. She took 2 strides forward, then dived into the water, landing close to where Kissinger had just gone under. The vine fed out behind her, and at the last second, Bolan grabbed the other end. He crouched, trying to give himself better leverage as he began to pull the vine toward him, but his feet kept slipping out from beneath him. He finally lunged to one side and fed the vine around the base of the nearest tree, then pulled in the opposite direction using the trunk as a pulley. His body pulsed in his ears, making it hard for him to hear anything. Slowly, short length by short length, he pulled the vine toward him. His arms and legs both began to ache, and it seemed to him that too much time had passed. They were both gone. He was expending all his energy trying to pull bodies from the quicksand's unyielding grip. Suddenly, there was a lapse of resistance. Glancing over his shoulder, Bolan saw Bond's head rise above the surface.
Don't! Stop!
Spurred on by fresh hope, Bolan tugged harder at the vine, while still looking over his shoulder. Soon he saw Kissinger rise to the surface, Bond holding him around the chest with one arm, while she continued to clutch the vine with the other. Kissinger wasn't breathing. Bolan knotted the vine around the tree trunk, then rushed as close to the water's edge as he dared. He reached past Bond and grabbed at the collar of Kissinger's BDO. Fueled by adrenaline, he pulled hard and dragged Kissinger out of the quicksand. Once he had him on solid ground, Bolan rolled his friend onto his side and pried open his mouth, letting out a stream of brackish water. Bond, meanwhile, pulled herself ashore, hand over hand, then knelt on the ground and quickly caught her breath.
CPR. You do the compressions.
Bolan nodded and rolled Kissinger onto his back. Bond tilted his head back, quickly pulling her lips away from Kissinger's when he suddenly spit up another lungful of water.
Easy. Easy, big fella.
She and Bolan helped Kissinger back onto his side. It took a few more retchings before his lungs were cleared, but the color started coming back to his face.
Oh, man. That shit tastes worse than, well, shit.
Let's try for the others.
There's no point.
I figure we can loop the vine over that branch that extends out over the water. That way we can go straight down instead of at an angle, and it'll be easier
They're gone! They've been down a long time, and God only knows how deep that sand is beneath the water. We can't get to them.
We can at least try.
They're gone! There's a helmet you can fish out if you want, but if we go in there again, we're just going to get sucked down. It was a miracle we saved one guy. Leave it at that.
She's right, Striker. If I dropped a few inches deeper into that muck, there's no way she could have pulled me out. They're already buried in it, man.
You feel like shit because you questioned their loyalty, right? You want to drown with them just so you can have a chance to apologize? What's that accomplish?
Bolan listened but refused to move. He continued to stare into the pool, watching the sergeant's helmet disappear below the waterline. Kissinger rose shakily to his feet and hobbled over, favoring a Charlie horse in his right leg. He put his hand on Bolan's shoulder.
We've got a job to finish.
Right. Let's get back to that campsite.
Once they reached the campsite, Bolan and Bond silently resumed combing the area for clues, while Kissinger sat on one of the logs near the campfire and began massaging his legs with both hands, working the cramp out. After a minute or so, Bolan crouched before the campfire and pointed to the base of the fire pit.
They weren't here long.
What makes you say that?
There aren't any embers. From the looks of it, this was their first fire, and it hasn't been going all that long. The pit's heap high with kindling, but most of it's too green or too damp to hold a flame. It burned hot at first. See how the larger branches are scorched? But now it's next to nothing, just a sputter of flames.
There aren't any bedrolls either. And if they'd camped here for any length of time, the grass around here would be matted down.
In other words, they probably showed up sometime during the night or early morning. They came here for the ambush, and that's it.
Looks that way, which makes it pretty certain they had some kind of advance notice.
What advance notice? The raid wasn't even on the drawing board until yesterday afternoon.
Well, they must have gotten word about it from the get-go.
That's saying their moles are pretty high up in the food chain, if not at the top.
It's not adding up.
Now, what do you mean?
Think about it. Let's assume the only reason they came here was for the ambush. They could only smuggle in a few men on the truck, and this was their way of getting snipers up into the mountains overlooking the road.
I'll buy that.
The thing is, if they were only here for the ambush, then why'd they leave this many men behind? There's no reason.
Maybe they weren't left behind. Maybe they were in on the ambush but ran for it when things started to go bad for them.
Okay, that could be. But if they were just trying to get away and made it this far, why didn't they just hop in the hovercraft and try to make a run for it upriver?
Good point. We haven't tried the engine. Maybe they couldn't get it started.
If that's the case, they could have fled on foot, but they didn't. They stayed put and started a fire.
Well, that part's easy. They probably had second thoughts about being such chicken shits and decided to make a last stand. You know, send off some smoke signals and draw us into another ambush. Nearly worked, too, in case you didn't notice.
Bolan nodded slightly, but he still wasn't convinced. He snapped a branch off of one of the logs set near the fire pit and used it to poke through the thick nest of half-burned kindling. A few tongues of flame shot up, but Bolan stomped them out with the stick before they could spread. He spotted something half-buried amid the burned twigs and branches.
Maybe the fire wasn't just a ploy to get us here. Maybe they were burning evidence. Let's have a look.
I'll be damned.
Bond quickly snatched up another branch and helped Bolan flick the smoldering kindling away from a handful of charred pamphlets and folded papers that had apparently been cast into the fire after it had started. Kissinger limped over and carefully plucked the items from the pit. Much of the paperwork was blackened, and a few of the outer pages had been burned away altogether. But enough had been spared that when Bolan helped Kissinger skim the remaining contents, he finally realized what the Lashkar Jihad had in mind for the pesticides they'd been diverting from the agricultural compound. Bolan read a few underlined passages and notations in the margins of the folded paper. As he did so, he recalled the smog-like haze blanketing the skies over Indonesia. An involuntary chill passed through him.
Nice call, Sherlock.
The pamphlets about cloud seeding, and the papers are photocopies from a technical journal on chemical dispersion in different types of aerial media.
What, they want to dump the pesticides into clouds? Sounds pretty lame.
It'd give new meaning to the term acid rain.
They weren't looking to mix it in with clouds. They're looking at smoke.
Bolan was on the phone at the American Consulate in Samarinda, speaking on a secure line with Aaron Kurtzman, Stony Man's wheelchair-bound cybernetic genius back at the farm in Virginia. It was early morning, more than 12 hours after Bolan and the others had been evacuated from the jungle in a chopper that Jack Grimaldi had requisitioned from the Indonesian military. Bolan had spent half that time enduring decontamination procedures and undergoing medical treatment at Samarinda City Hospital. The rest of the time he'd slept, dead to the world, giving his body a chance to recover from the abuse it had taken the day before. It worked to an extent. Bolan wasn't quite up for a decathlon, but he had a clean bill of health, and it would take more than a few aches and pains to stop him from pursuing the mission.
What about crop dusters, Bear? Could they use those?
No, crop dusters wouldn't work. The way most of those herbicides are formulated, they'd be too heavy. Spray them and they'd drop right through the smoke.
What about if they were put together differently? Most of the jargon in these tech reports goes over my head, but there are a lot of references to methods to break chemicals down into smaller components, vapor or aerosol mostly. And there's a whole section filled with schematics for something called a nebulizer.
I can see what they're up to, but I still doubt they could pull it off.
What if they get lucky? What's our worst-case scenario?
Again, it would depend on a lot of factors. But with all the fires burning out of control there, they could lace a few smoke clouds headed for some of the bigger population centers and crank up some heavy casualties.
How many of those casualties would be fatalities?
Look, before we start crying doomsday, maybe I should have a look at what you've got. Is there any way you can scan that stuff and send me a quick file?
I'll see what I can do.
Good. Meantime, I'll run these names through the databases and see what we come up with.
Bolan had already given Kurtzman the names of every high-ranking official he knew had been in on the planning stages for the ill-fated raid on the agricultural compound. He'd come up with 10 people, but he knew there were probably more. Major Salim could have given him additional names, but the officer had just come out of surgery and was still unconscious. Bolan wasn't about to go to anyone on the list with his suspicions about a mole in the ranks. Until he had reason to believe otherwise, he had to go on the assumption that any one of them could be the one who tipped off the Lashkar Jihad about the raid.
How's the rookie holding up, by the way?
Rocky's fine. Already earned his first battle scar. He took a couple rounds to his chest armor while getting Salim into the chopper. He was trying to staunch Salim's wounds when he got smacked. He bounced back, though.
Hal says to keep him on if you think you can still make use of him.
Bolan didn't have to think about it long. After what happened to Latek and the other Kopassus commando back in the jungle, Bolan had rid himself of the paranoia Jane Bond had stirred up regarding Mokhtar and anyone else who'd taken part in the aborted raid. The spy they were looking for, he reasoned, wouldn't have run the risk of being killed in the ambush. He would be more valuable positioned away from the front lines. More likely it was someone on the list he'd just given to Kurtzman, one of the planners who could have made quick contact with the Lashkar-Jihad once the raid had been laid out and officially approved. As for Mokhtar, the man proved his mettle as well as his loyalty during the aftermath of the ambush. To respond to his valor by placing him under suspicion would be foolhardy and disrespectful.
I think keeping him on is a good idea. What about the other guys, though? I've got a feeling we'll be fighting on 5 different fronts before this is over.
I wish we could help, Stryker, but we're stretched pretty thin. Able Team and Phoenix Force are locked into priority assignments in New York and Chicago, respectively. But if either of them wrap up while you're still out there, we'll do our best to get them on the next available plane.
Understood. Look, Bear, that briefing's about to start, and I need to be there for the whole show.
I'll let you go then, and I'll email you once the briefing's over.
Bolan hung up, then left the office he'd made the call from. A handful of uniformed Marines were stationed throughout the consulate, one of them in the hall outside of the briefing room. The soldier snapped a salute as Bolan walked past him. Bolan had changed into nondescript camo fatigues with no rank designation, but he'd shown up at the consulate with military papers identifying him as U.S. Army Corporal Dan Whitler. It was one of a handful of aliases he used as a way to keep secret his association with Stony Man Farm, an agency itself so secret that scant few even knew of its existence.
Permission to speak, Corporal.
At ease. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but what can I do for you?
Is it true about Poto and Yafal?
You're going to have to be more specific.
There's word they were killed up in the mountains yesterday during some raid on an agricultural compound.
Sorry, soldier. I can neither confirm nor deny that. Now, if you'll excuse me.
He was no stranger to the rumor mill, and given the blanket that had been thrown over the details regarding the raid, it came as no surprise that there was some wild speculation going on. In this case, he saw an advantage to the gossip. He knew that both Yafal and the leader of the Lashkar-Jihad had egos as large as their appetites for power. If word started circulating that they were dead, it might provoke them into showing themselves, if only to refute the rumors. Bolan continued down the hallway, certain that the guard had taken the bait and would soon be spreading confirmation that the 2 terrorist leaders had been taken out during the raid. In truth, however, the briefing he was headed for would deal with the more likely reality that both Hamed Yafal and Muammar Poto were very much alive and conspiring to launch some new attack involving the cache of herbicides they had been diverting from the agri-compound. After taking a flight of stairs up to the top floor, Bolan passed through a security checkpoint outside the computer room. Given an access code for use of one of the computers, he quickly began scanning the documentation he'd retrieved from the campsite. He'd hoped to make photocopies as well, but the machines, located on the other side of the room, were being serviced. He tried printing out a black and white copy of each sheet as he ran it through the scanner, but the process was too slow. He'd never finish in time for the meeting. He decided he'd have to make do with the disk copy once he'd turned over the originals. Once the scanning was finished, Bolan went down the hall to the consulate briefing room, a large converted den dominated by a fireplace made of river rock and a laminated oak table large enough to seat 12 people. Half the seats were already taken. General Uchen Saseno, Major Salim's immediate superior, was a squat, jowly man with a dull expression. To his right was Colonel Medwick Tum, head of military intelligence, a tall man whose shock of white hair contrasted sharply with his deep-hued, ruddy skin. A third uniformed officer, Lieutenant Dari Weiss of the Counterinsurgency Strike Force, sat directly across from them, next to the only woman in the room, General Saseno's personal secretary. That left 2 Americans, Lai Stansfield, the deputy U.S. ambassador to Indonesia, and Herb Scoville, newly appointed head of CIA operations in Southeast Asia. Stansfield was an aristocratic-looking Ivy Leaguer in his early 60s, who had most recently served as West Coast director of the president's successful re-election campaign. 40-year-old Scoville, in contrast, was a disheveled, unshaven Midwesterner dressed in jeans, lizard-skin boots, and a lightweight parka sporting several bullet holes complete with splotches of dried blood. A toothpick bobbed up and down between his teeth as he idly drummed his fingers on the tabletop.
Take a load off, Corporal. I understand you went through the ringer out there yesterday.
We had our hands full.
Better get used to it. Yes, me, we're sitting on a powder keg surrounded by kiddies who like to play with matches. Any day now, boom.
If we could wait until everyone is here to start the meeting?
Of course.
Bolan stole a glance across the room. Colonel Tum was staring at him and Scoville with obvious contempt. Bolan remembered Major Salim mentioning that Tum had reservations about allowing Americans to take part in the battle against the Lashkar Jihad, which he considered to be an in-house problem. Bolan could understand the sentiment, but with Yafal and the UIF thrown into the mix, it was a whole different ballgame. Bolan met Tum's gaze and held it briefly, then looked away and busied himself jotting a few notes on one of the legal pads that had been set before each man at the table. 2 other men joined the group, Indonesian Vice President Kari Hafidz and Nas Buchuri, a member of the Indonesian Parliament. Bolan casually glanced around the room. Kurtzman had the names of everyone present, including the secretary, but rather than having to wait for the results of the computer search into their backgrounds, Bolan hoped the traitor in their midst would tip him or herself off. Unfortunately, with the exception of Colonel Tum, everyone in the room seemed totally focused on General Ciceno, waiting for the general to begin. Tum continued to shoot angry glances at Scoville, but Bolan suspected the colonel was guilty of being territorial rather than treacherous.
Welcome. I trust everyone here has already had an opportunity to introduce themselves, and so I would like to dispense with the formalities and get down to the business at hand. Let's begin with the incident in the mountains yesterday afternoon. I understand, Corporal, that you were exposed to some of the pesticides after the truck explosion.
I went through decontamination, and I'm fine.
And your colleagues?
A few minor injuries, but they all pulled through.
Which is more than can be said for our Kopassus troops. Strange, isn't it? How you were fighting side by side, yet they sustained such high losses.
I've been in battles where it's been the other way around. It happens.
I see.
Are you trying to make a point, Colonel?
Merely an observation.
Your observation is duly noted. My apologies for the interruption, Corporal. You have the floor.
Bolan ran down the entire op of the previous day, including the encounter with Jane Bond and the discovery of the campfire papers suggesting a non-traditional biochemical attack in the planning stages.
May I see these papers?
Bolan turned over the papers without hesitation and continued to scrutinize those around him. By the time he'd finished speaking, however, he was no closer to knowing who the culprit was than when he'd walked into the room. If there was a spy in their midst, word would get back to the Lashkar Jihad, and while they might not abort whatever plans they might have had for the herbicides, they would likely be given pause while they reevaluated their options. That would buy Bolan and the others some much-needed time. Bolan, it turned out, wasn't the only one concerned about a breach in the ranks. Colonel Tum was the first to speak after Bolan had finished his briefing, and his suspicions, predictably, were directed at an American, though not one sitting in the room.
This woman who wandered onto the scene, this Jane Bond, how confident are you in her story about why she was in the area?
We know her. Of course, I had my people touch base with Intertrieve to verify her story. It checked out.
I can vouch for her, too. She had top-level security clearance when she was with the CIA, and there's nothing in our files on her that would suggest she's not on the up-and-up.
I'll have a file on her in my office by the time this meeting is concluded. Perhaps we can share notes.
Sounds lovely.
She's having dinner with several of Corporal Whitler's colleagues at the seafood restaurant in the New Millennium, where they're all staying.
What, you got nothing better to do than peep down her dress?
Mr. Scoville, let's try to keep this civil.
Hell, if you did half as good a job telling Poto and Yafal as you do anything wearing a skirt, we wouldn't be having this meeting.
It would appear our friends with the CIA are still upset that we don't jump through their hoops every time they hold them up for us.
Kiss my ass.
That's quite enough. We have more pressing concerns than rivalries between intelligence communities. I would suggest that we stick to the matter at hand.
All right. Let's focus, as the General has suggested. I don't have to tell any of you about the fires we're having. You can't walk out the door anywhere between Aser and Irian Jaya without seeing smoke. If these people start infusing these clouds with poison, it could spread like the plague.
But would they really do such a thing? The smoke would affect them as much as it would anyone else. And if their fellow Muslims start falling, what kind of support do they think they can have for their cause? The whole thing sounds self-defeating.
You have a point, but let me ask you something. When the Al-Qaeda madmen crashed into the World Trade Center, more Muslims were killed than in any other terrorist act in history. Bin Laden and his followers shrugged it off as, collateral damage. Who is to say the Lashkar Jihad won't strike somewhere and say the same thing?
We have a prisoner in custody from the attack, don't we? Can't we get some answers out of him?
Perhaps in time. He is still in surgery at the hospital, as is Major Salim.
They tell me Salim's wounds are more serious than the prisoner's.
Yes, but both are expected to recover. I am hoping that by morning we will be able to interrogate the prisoner.
In the meantime, we're left in the dark as to Potos and Jafar's intentions.
Bolan was torn between the two viewpoints. He agreed that it would be counterproductive for the Lashkar Jihad to attempt any sort of wide-scale dissemination of poison by the way of smoke. On the other hand, some terrorist organizations seemed more obsessed with mounting a high death toll than advancing their cause. Who was to say Yafal or Poto wouldn't green light a plague-like attack that would indiscriminately kill tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people just to assure themselves a place in the history books?
We need to take some kind of preventative action. Perhaps we should ground all aircraft.
But we can't ground commercial or trade aircraft without causing an economic slowdown and generating public alarm. If commerce grinds to a halt, the terrorists will be able to claim another victory and perhaps claim more followers among those further crippled by an economic slowdown.
I think we only need to take a look at smaller aircraft. The type that could be easily hijacked and loaded with their chemical payloads.
Agreed. Now, that addresses the method of their delivery. But what about the opportunities? We have a number of outdoor events and activities, yes? Should we cancel or postpone these events?
Let's take it day by day. We look at the daily readings of the air pollution index for the area and make a decision based on that.
How much does the public need to know? I think we can all agree that there would be wide-scale panic if they were given too much information regarding the possible threat hinted at by the documents Whitler found.
You could just issue a vague warning of possible future terrorists' attacks without dispensing any specifics that could lead to any sort of mass hysteria. Works for us.
Okay, we've talked about method and opportunity. What about addressing motive? Do we need to take this to a broader level or confine the discussion to the more immediate?
I think our discussions about political theory are beyond the purview of both this concordance and the terrorists we're after. This is mission-oriented, not a diplomatic effort directed at the Lashkar Jihad.
What? We're not here to make the world a better place?
You Americans are like vampires. You are invited in and we can never get rid of you. You'll suck us dry and move on to your next victims. You don't make any place, much less the world, better by your presence.
Yeah, well, fuck you! You people always begging for our assistance. What makes you think you really have anything we want anyway?
Scoville, please, your language.
My language, his dress! He has no culture. Americans have no culture.
We have culture. Just because we differ in our approach doesn't mean we don't want the same thing in the end, an end to political instabilities and terrorism.
But the end does not justify the means.
Bolan couldn't wait for the meeting to end, and once it was over, he was the first one out the door. His nerves were shot, and he had a headache. Given a choice between being trapped in a room full of politicians or terrorists would be an easy decision. At least with terrorists you could cut to the chase and settle things quickly. The U.S. Consulate was located at the periphery of the capital's market district, 7 blocks from Samarinda City Hospital and from the hotel where Bolan was sharing adjacent suites with Kissinger, Grimaldi, and Rocky Mokhtar. He'd taken a trishaw cab to the briefing, but decided to walk back, hoping the air would help clear his head. The haze had grown thicker overnight, however, and after a few steps he found that he couldn't breathe without smelling, even tasting the smoky residue from the distant fires. In light of the discussion he'd just endured regarding possible threats posed by the Lashkar Jihad, the chalky sky now seemed grim with foreboding. As he passed street vendors, Bolan noticed that several of the hawkers had begun to sell cheaply made surgical masks, really nothing more than handkerchiefs with strings attached. Bolan doubted their effectiveness even under present conditions. If the smoke were to suddenly become tinged with volatile poisons, What chance would any of these tens of thousands of people out on the street have? Bolan had walked less than a block when a dilapidated Yugo veered to the curb alongside him. As the passenger door was pushed open, Bolan saw the driver was Scoville.
Bolan, hop in. I give you a lift. Yeah, screw you too, buddy.
What was that about back there?
Yeah, old fart wasn't looking where he was going.
Not that. At the meeting. That whole thing between you and Tome.
Oh, that. I told you he was a piece of work. Basically, a couple of days ago we had a little disagreement on what to do with Yafal, provided we take him alive. When I said we were gonna haul his sorry aspect of the States for trial, he threw a snit about extradition protocols and whatnot.
There are procedures.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're taking his side on this. Look, there's no way we're gonna risk seeing Yafal wind up being tried in some Islamic court where his lawyers can wrangle him off the hook on some technicality. Besides, Doom bugs me. I meant what I said about him tailing Bond while he lets the Lashkar Jihad come in here and recruit to their heart's content.
You think they've got him in their pocket?
Wouldn't surprise me. Just like it doesn't surprise me that he's got some of his goons following us.
You know that for a fact?
Well, don't turn around and stare, but when you get a chance, check your mirror. Your car's back. Green Fiat. Latched onto me the minute I came out of the parking lot. I think I'll have a little fun with him. Go ahead and hop out.
What are you going to do?
I go for a little country ride. This Yugo may not look like much, but I've got it souped up under the hood. Hell, one tap on the gas pedal and they'll be scratching their heads wondering where I went.
Nice to know you're keeping your mind on the mission.
Don't bust my balls, okay? I've got an hour to kill before I'm supposed to meet up with a couple informants. And after being holed up with Colonel Toom all morning, I need to unwind a little, okay? I'm sure you can relate.
Maybe I can.
Tell you what, buy me dinner, and I'll pass along anything these pigeons cough up to me.
Deal. How about the restaurant here?
You got it. 8 o'clock. Hey, if you see Janie, tell her the Sizzler says hi.
You're the one who briefed her on the Agra compound when she showed up here.
Scoville avoided answering and drove off. Bolan veered over to a vendor's cart and pretended to look over a display of sarong cloth, giving him a view of the street. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the Fiat drive slowly past. It continued to stay a few car lengths back of Scoville's Yugo. When both cars stopped for the next traffic light, however, the passenger side door of the Fiat swung open, and one of the men got out. He circled around the front of the car and crossed to the other side of the street, where he paused before a kiosk and glanced half-heartedly at a rack of magazines and newspapers before letting his gaze drift in the direction of the new millennium. Bolan realized he was being followed as well. The New Millennium was the only hotel in Samarinda to rate as many as 2 stars in any of the better-known travel guides. Built to coincide with year 2000 festivities at the provincial capital, the Millennium was 5 stories high, horseshoe-shaped with views of both the city and surrounding mountains. The large main lobby faced the street, but the architects had been determined to play up a sense of isolation, blocking any view of traffic, pedestrian or otherwise, with a seemingly unending row of dense, ivy-laden screens placed a few feet in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Once he was inside, the only way Bolan could see the street was by wandering over to the concierge desk and craning his neck to peer over the brochure stand. Fortunately, the lobby was crowded, and he managed the maneuver without drawing undue attention. Looking through a gap between 2 of the screens, Bolan saw that the man at the kiosk had bought a paper and moved down the street to an outdoor cafe, where he ordered coffee, then pulled a cell phone from his shirt pocket. As he spoke, he divided his attention between the paper and the hotel. Bolan figured the man wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, a likely indication that all other entrances to the hotel, and perhaps the lobby itself, were already under surveillance. Moving away from the concierge's station, Bolan strode casually toward the elevators, taking in the other people in the lobby. There was a throng of Japanese tourists milling around the registration desk, and off near the entrance to the upscale restaurant an elderly couple stood pondering a tall, abstract sculpture that vaguely resembled an Olympic discus thrower. Inside the restaurant, Bolan could see 2 men. Both looked American, sitting on stools at the bar, watching a television mounted from the ceiling. All in all, little that struck him as suspicious. Bolan stopped at a house phone by the elevators and dialed Jane Bond's room. He wanted to talk to her about Scoville. A dozen tourists had drifted over to use the elevator, so Bolan took the stairs to the second floor. His room was halfway down the hall, overlooking the courtyard pool area. He was rooming with Grimaldi, but the pilot wasn't in, so he checked in with the adjacent suite. Kissinger answered and let him in. Rocky Mokhtar was off in the corner, seated at a desk, hunched over the laptop Bolan had been lugging around from country to country as he searched for Ahmed Yafal. A sliding glass door in the living room led to a small terrace. The door was half open, and the smell of smoke drifted into the room.
How'd it go?
About what you'd expect. Where's Jack?
Back at the airport, futzing around with the Blackhawks, so it'll be ready in case we need to go up again.
Colonel Tom mentioned that Jane Bond's under surveillance. Said you were having dinner at the restaurant downstairs with her.
Yeah, we saw them. They stayed behind after we left, and my guess is they're still floating around here somewhere.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've all got shadows. 2 men in a Fiat followed Scoville and me from the briefing.
What I don't get is why they have us under surveillance in the first place. I mean, don't they know we're on their side?
Scoville and Tom got into some verbal sniping at the briefing, and clearly there's no love lost between the two of them. It got to the point where the general looked like a babysitter who'd had his fill of the kids yelling at each other.
Well, this Tomb guy sounds like a paranoid case. I don't know if it necessarily makes him our spy, though.
You could be right. Just to be safe, though, can you shoot Bear an email and tell him to dig deeper when he runs his background check on Tom?
Sure. Anything else?
Have him do the same with Lieutenant Weiss, the guy who heads up their anti-terrorist operations.
Will do. Bear said something about you sending him a disc of the stuff we found at the campsite.
Oh, right.
Bolan fished out the diskette and handed it to Mokhtar, then raided the wet bar for a bottle of mineral water and took it onto the terrace. Kissinger joined him. The pool area was crowded. Most of the guests were American, although there was a large group of Japanese families taking up the chaise lounges just off the shallow end of the pool. A few grown-ups were in the water, supervising the dozen or so children who were making most of the noise. From where they were standing, Bolan and Kissinger could see the other wing of the hotel as well as the parking lot, which abutted the grounds of the city hospital. As he sipped his water, he stared out past the city at the smoke funnels rising from the mountains. It looked almost as if a handful of tornadoes had somehow been reduced to traveling in slow motion.
I called over a few minutes ago. Salim's been upgraded from critical to serious.
Glad to hear it. What about the others?
The commandos have already been released. The prisoner's back in surgery. Something about wanting to take another crack at a bullet lodged near an artery in his leg.
I've been thinking. I don't think all these fires are just from ground clearance.
You read my mind. Remember that guy with the flamethrower back in the forest?
Exactly. If the Lashkar plan on doing something with smoke, you have to figure they're setting some of these blazes on purpose.
You mean as a way of targeting where they want to strike?
Why not? I think we should look into the wind patterns around here, then try to figure out which fires are slash and burns and which are arson. We might be able to pick out a pattern of some kind.
Yeah, good idea. Did any of this get brought up at the briefing?
That would have been too constructive.
Bureaucracy, you gotta love it.
Just out of curiosity, did Bond happen to bring up Herb Scoville's name while you guys were having breakfast?
The CIA guy? No, why?
If you see Janie, tell her the Sizzler says hi.
Sizzler, huh? Sounds like bedroom talk to me.
That or he's big on buffets.
Either way, so what? So they know each other, big deal. She's ex-CIA herself and her hubby's still with him, right?
Ex-husband.
Whatever, you know what I mean.
If Scoville was her contact when she showed up here, why didn't she just come out and say it? I asked her about it, and she got all cat and mouse on me. Where is she anyway? I tried her room, and no answer.
And she said she had a hard time sleeping last night. She probably crashed after breakfast and just had him hold her calls.
Any word from Bear?
He's halfway through that list you gave him. Stansfield, Scoville, Cesano, and his secretary all checked out clean. The guy in Parliament weathered a little scandal a couple of years back, but it had to do with the kickbacks on some transmigration housing. Doesn't sound like it's connected to what we're looking at. And apparently the vice president was caught up in a prostitution sweep 3 months ago, but managed to keep it out of the papers.
That's not much help either. Listen, I've got one more thing for them to look at. See if they can tap into some weather satellites.
The hospital. I might be wrong, but I think the third floor is for surgery. They're after the guy we brought in.
Kissinger moved to the railing, stared out toward the parking lot. Bolan unfastened the top few buttons of his camo shirt and pulled his .44 Desert Eagle from a concealed shoulder holster. Kissinger had already drawn his gun, an M1911 Colt government model pistol. Bolan already had one foot on the terrace railing. He swung one leg over the top, then jumped. Kissinger followed suit. They both landed on the tiled walkway surrounding the pool. Bolan and Kissinger bounded to their feet and circled around to a side gate leading to a small recreation area, where a mother pushed two young girls on a swing. There were also two men standing near a bench overlooking the parking lot. Their eyes were on the hospital, and each man had a hand inside his coat.
The guys from the restaurant.
We don't have time to find out whose side they're on.
Gotcha!
Before the surveillance team could get their guns out, Bolan and Kissinger were on top of them. Kissinger had been a pro linebacker prospect years ago, and he still had the moves. Bolan, meanwhile, clipped the other man's skull with the butt of his .44, dropping him in his tracks. Neither of the fallen men lost consciousness, but by the time they'd regained their wits, Bolan and Kissinger were already in the parking lot, headed for the wall separating the hotel grounds from the hospital. Bolan leaped onto the back of the parked Subaru sedan, then used the roof for a springboard, leaping forward and landing atop the wall just long enough to determine where he wanted to land when he dropped to the ground on the other side. Bolan was rising to his feet when Kissinger dropped down next to him, having cleared the wall with the same maneuver.
They should have taken that prisoner to the base hospital instead of here.
Better facilities here, they said.
Doesn't matter how good they are if you can't keep them secure.
The shootout had apparently drawn away any security personnel posted at the rear entrance of the hospital. As Bolan and Kissinger charged toward the doors, the only person blocking their way was a terrified nurse fumbling with a cigarette. At the sight of their handguns, she cowered to one side, letting the two warriors charge past. Inside, Bolan and Kissinger found themselves in the urgent care registration area. A handful of patients cowered around the sign-in counter, and on the other side, the receptionist had ducked to the floor.
They might be after Salim, too.
He's on the second floor. I'll check it out.
Bolan and Kissinger charged past the patients and threw open the door to the stairwell. Taking the steps two at a time, the men rushed up to the landing. Kissinger split off, heading into the second-floor hallway. Bolan continued up the steps. He was halfway to the next landing when a white-robed gunman rushed into the stairwell, clutching an Uzi submachine gun. Bolan froze on the steps and raised his .44, beating the other man to the trigger. The executioner sidestepped him and bent over just long enough to grab the man's fallen Uzi. When he reached the third-floor hallway, it was deserted, save for an overturned gurney and a dazed intern who'd apparently been bowled over while pushing it.
The operating room, where is it? Surgery! Where is surgery?
The intern pointed down the hallway behind him. Bolan rushed past the man, counting off the doors on his right, trying to remember which of the outer windows had been shot out. Halfway down the hall, he came to a double set of swing doors. He pushed inward. One door swung open with no problem, but the other wouldn't budge. Passing through the doorway, Bolan nearly tripped over a nurse lying dead on the floor. She was only the first. Bleak, smoke-muted sunlight poured into the operating room, which had been turned into a kill zone. 2 more nurses and 3 surgeons, all dressed in pale blue scrubs, lay sprawled haphazardly around the operating table. On the table, blood spilled down from the riddled corpse of the Lashkar Jihad gunner who'd been taken into custody after the thwarted ambush in the mountains. He was still hooked up to a monitor, but all the signals had flatlined. As Bolan stared at the grisly carnage, more gunfire erupted the floor below him. The soldier's years in the battlefield had trained his ears to be able to distinguish the blasts from various weapons, and it was clear to him Kissinger was outnumbered. Instead of heading back the way he'd come, Bolan sprinted to the opposite end of the hallway. He braced himself, then yanked open the door to the stairwell, Uzi ready to fire. There was no one on the landing, however. He entered the stairwell and took the steps down quietly, not wanting to tip off his approach. Once he reached the second floor, Bolan paused against the door, slowly turning the knob. He drew in a breath, then yanked the door open and lurched into the hallway. As he'd hoped, he'd come up behind the assailants and they were preoccupied with Kissinger, who they had pinned inside the doorway of the first room at the other end of the hall. Normally, Bolan was averse to shooting anyone in the back, But under the circumstances, he figured the gunmen deserved no more consideration than they had given to those who died unarmed in the operating room. The executioner quickly cast the weapon aside and rearmed himself with the Desert Eagle, then strode forward, barrel aimed at the heads of the fallen. None of them were moving, but he stopped before each body, checking for pulses to make sure they were dead.
Cowboy! Cowboy, you okay?
Got me a little nick. It's nothing. I had worse mosquito bites.
Any more besides these three?
Not that I know of.
Kissinger tore open his left sleeve around the entry hole for a closer look at his shoulder. Despite his wound, he was ready for more action. He readied his pistol and headed down the corridor, eyeing the room numbers on either side of him.
Salim's in room 12.
Bolan got there first. Salim had the room to himself. He was still unconscious, lying flat on his bed under a single sheet, 3 IV drips hooked up to his arm. Vital signs were strong and regular. Kissinger caught up with Bolan.
How was it upstairs?
Bloodbath. Along with our guy, they took out the entire surgical crew.
Sounds like their style. You want to give me a hand with this?
Kissinger had taken a gauze pad from one of the other rooms, and he held it to his shoulder, blotting the wound. Bolan tracked down some disinfectant and swabbed the gunshot wound, then applied a fresh pad of gauze to Kissinger's shoulder. He was securing it in place with tape when 2 uniformed security guards appeared in the doorway, each armed with a double-action 9mm Smith & Wesson. The younger of the 2 glared at Bolan and Kissinger.
Security! Put down your weapons!
U.S. military, hold your fire!
Put down your weapons!
You first! We didn't put our necks on the line for this!
The older guard glanced down the hallway at the slain fanatics, then holstered his S&W. The younger guard slowly lowered his gun.
I apologize. We had to take precautions.
Understood.
If you could step into the hall so we won't disturb the patient.
Bolan and Kissinger obliged, but as soon as they were in the hall, Bolan took control of the questioning.
How did they get in here?
The service entrance. They hid in the back of a supply truck that pulled up to the loading ramp. They took us by surprise.
How many of them were there?
I only saw 4, but my partner thinks there may have been 5. It all happened very fast.
Well, if it's 4, we got them all. If it's 5, you're going to have to lock this place down and run a search.
We are already in lockdown. Standard procedure.
Then let's start looking.
The hospital was small. There was only 1 floor above the surgical wing. The men started there and worked their way down as a group. The corridors were empty, but as they went from room to room, Bolan and the others came across not only frightened patients, but also members of the hospital staff who ducked out of the hallways, not wanting to share the fate of those who'd fallen in the operating room. Bolan and the men returned to the 2nd floor and stepped around the men Bolan had gunned down earlier.
They killed the man who was in surgery so he couldn't be interrogated, yes?
Yes.
And with the major, they were looking to retaliate for what happened to them in the mountains?
What happened in the mountains is supposed to be confidential.
I know. We were told as much. But I assumed you already knew, so...
That's coming from outside.
They were halfway down the hall as Bolan broke away from the others, rushing through a vacant room to the nearest window. Kissinger and the others followed closely behind. Peering out, they saw a robed figure getting into the driver's side of a supply truck, backed up to the service entrance to the hospital.
He's going to get away!
I don't think so.
Bolan leaned out and took aim at the truck. He didn't have a good angle on the driver, however, and held his fire. Holstering his Desert Eagle, he quickly climbed onto the windowsill and leaned out. There was only one way out of the parking lot from the service area, and that was along a narrow access road that ran directly adjacent to the ground floor of the hospital. Bolan crouched, and as the truck was about to pass directly below him, he pushed out from the window frame and dropped down hard onto the truck's roof. The moment he landed, he threw himself flat onto his stomach and grabbed at a rack mounting for support. Unnerved, the driver swerved from side to side as he raced toward the entrance, nearly colliding with another car that was backing out of a parking space. He wasn't able to shake Bolan from the roof, however. The soldier held on tight to the rack, waiting for the right moment to begin crawling forward. Looking ahead, he saw that there wasn't going to be a right moment. The police had arrived and cordoned off the entrance with 2 patrol cars. There was no way around the cars, so Bolan braced himself, expecting the gunman below to slam on the brakes any second. Instead, the fleeing gunman floored the accelerator and veered to his right, aiming for the rear quarter panel of one of the squad cars. Bolan realized the Lashkar gunman was going to try to force his way through the barricade. All Bolan could do was hold onto the brackets and await the inevitable. A split second later, the truck rammed the police car with enough force to spin the car about, creating a gap through which it could clear the driveway and enter the street. The same force thwarted Bolan's grip on the brackets and threw him forward, off the roof and down onto the truck's front hood. Stunned, he slid across the hood and was about to topple into the vehicle's path when he managed to grab hold of the hood ornament and break his fall. He knelt on the front bumper and pressed his body against the front grille, shifting his grip to the hood locks. The gunman turned sharply and sped recklessly down the street, veering the truck through slower-moving traffic. Peering over the hood, Bolan could see the driver glaring daggers at him. When it became clear he couldn't shake his pursuer off the truck, the driver took one hand off the wheel and reached for his gun. Bolan did the same, tearing his .44 from its holster. He nearly lost his grip on the hood in the process, but managed to steady himself. He took aim across the hood, and when he saw the driver about to fire at him, he pulled the trigger. The driver slumped over the steering wheel, dropping his gun. The truck immediately spun out of control. Bolan looked over his shoulder and saw that he was about to plow into an even larger vehicle parked alongside the curb to his right. Letting go of the hood locks, Bolan pushed clear of the truck, dropping to the roadway between the two front tires. He tried to fall flat against the asphalt in hopes the truck would pass over him, but things were happening too fast, and the underside of the front bumper caught him squarely in the forehead. For Bolan, everything turned bright. Then, just as quickly, his world went black. When he came to, Bolan found himself lying on the sidewalk. His skull was throbbing, and he felt a bump the size of an egg rising through his scalp. But he was alive, which was more than he'd hoped for when he'd gone down between the two trucks. Bolan turned slightly and saw Kissinger crouched over him, eyeing him with concern. He tried to sit up, but Kissinger gently put a hand to his shoulder. Craning his neck, Bolan saw the delivery truck. Its front end was mangled, half buried in the rear end of a larger truck. The driver had been thrown through the shattered windshield and was bleeding onto the hood. The owner of the other truck, meanwhile, was pacing around the collision point. A crowd had gathered, and Kissinger had to wave them away from Bolan. The siren made Bolan wince.
Stryker?
How long was I out?
However long it took me to sprint over here. A minute, maybe. Stay down.
Soon, an ambulance pulled up to the scene, followed by a patrol car. The two security guards from the hospital got out of the back of the second vehicle along with a pair of police officers. The paramedics, meanwhile, rushed over to Bolan with their crash cart and a neck brace.
Don't move.
I'll be all right.
You need to be examined. You might have a concussion.
I've already had my checkup for the week.
Tell him we need to get him to the hospital.
Sorry. I know the guy. When he says no, he means it. He probably wouldn't turn down some ice, though, if you have some.
As Bolan slowly sat up, the paramedic spotted the welt on Bolan's skull. The paramedic fished through his med kit and pulled out a packet of chemical ice. He crumpled the bag in his hands to activate it, then handed the bag to Bolan, who pressed the pack to his head. He could feel it getting colder by the second, and just as quickly it brought relief. His dizziness was subsiding as well. Kissinger helped Bolan struggle to his feet. The paramedics looked at each other, then hauled their stretcher over to the truck.
Thanks for the ice. Not our lucky week.
Maybe not, but we're still in better shape than the bad guys.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gonna need to clear it with the cops first.
Kissinger helped Bolan hobble over to a patrol car. Bolan leaned against the patrol car for support while Kissinger went to talk to the police officers and the security guards from the hospital. Bolan closed his eyes against the harsh sun and shut out the world as he tried to collect himself. One of the police officers came over and interrupted his refocusing efforts.
Sir, excuse me. Are you staying at the New Millennium Hotel with Mr. Kissinger?
Yes, you can reach us there.
Considering what you've been through, you should go back to the hotel and at least rest. If we have any further questions, we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
A few minutes later, Bolan and Kissinger were back at the hotel. Bolan stiffly climbed out of a trishaw. He glanced up and down the street, looking for any sign that they'd been followed.
Coast clear?
I think so. They've either dropped the stakeout or else they're being more discreet.
I think we're okay. Not that it matters. Once we hit the rooms, I think some aspirin and a little shut-eye's in order before we make our next move.
No argument there.
As they left the elevator on their hotel floor, Bolan checked through his pockets.
Lost my key.
No problem. You can go through our place. Holy shit.
A minute later, Kissinger and Bolan stepped into Kissinger's and Mokhtar's room and immediately reached for their guns. The room had been ransacked, clothes yanked from overnight bags, and cushions displaced from the couch and one of the chairs. Kissinger moved carefully to the bedroom, pausing outside the doorway before striding in. Bolan threw open the connector door, and both men charged into the other suite. It too had been searched. There was no sign of either Rocky or Grimaldi. They backtracked to the other room.
Jack's probably still at the airfield.
Yeah, but we know Rocky was here.
Well, he's gone now, and so is the laptop.
Bolan paced angrily in the small room at the local military headquarters office, where he and Kissinger had been waiting for nearly an hour to see Colonel Tom. The headquarters was part of a sprawling government complex taking up 40 acres between the airport and the Samarinda military base. They were on the 4th floor, and through the lone window, Bolan could see a passenger jet rising up from one of the runways. Within seconds, it had vanished into the darkening haze. The sun was down, and neither stars nor the full moon were able to shine through the smoky firmament. Finally, Colonel Tom entered the room, flanked by a sentry carrying an AK-47 assault rifle. Bolan was in no mood for small talk. Even before their wait, it had taken him and Kissinger nearly 3 hours to ascertain Rocky Mokhtar's whereabouts and formulate a plan for ensuring his release. He took a step toward the colonel and stared him down.
I apologize for the delay. I was detained on another matter.
Where is he?
Can I get you anything? Coffee? Sandwiches?
Where is he?
Tom again ignored the question. When Bolan took another step closer, the sentry countered, moving protectively in front of the colonel and shifting his rifle so that the barrel was aimed Bolan's way. Bolan, like Kissinger, had been relieved of his handgun upon entering the facility. Tom nudged the rifle with his forefinger until it pointed away from Bolan. Tom turned and moved behind a desk, taking a seat and removing a hand-rolled cigarette from a silver case in his shirt pocket. He lit the cigarette and blew a lazy cloud of smoke that smelled faintly of cloves. He gestured at the only 2 chairs in the room.
Have a seat, gentlemen.
Neither man took him up on the offer. Kissinger moved past Bolan and leaned across the desk. Like Bolan, he locked his gaze on Tom and held it.
Your goons ransacked our rooms and took one of our colleagues into custody, along with a computer containing classified information. We aren't interested in an apology because it wouldn't mean anything, but we want our man back, along with the computer. Now.
You attacked 2 of our field agents without provocation.
We were in a hurry and they happened to be in the way. There was an attack on the hospital. Of course, you may not have heard about that, since you're so preoccupied with running surveillance on your own allies.
Sarcasm. You Americans are all alike.
We're here in Indonesia with full authorization from your government. We pose no security risk, and we've made every effort to cooperate with you as equal partners against a common enemy.
Your point being?
My point being, we want our man back. No questions asked. We want our computer back. No questions asked. And we want some kind of assurance that you'll back off staring over our shoulders so we can do the job we came here to do.
A list of demands? You almost sound like Talashkar Jihad.
Scoville was right. This guy's got his head up his ass.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. We're trying to fight a war here, and all you're concerned about is ruling your little fiefdom.
Whom do you think you're talking to?
I think I'm talking to a bumbling control freak that doesn't know how to handle the little power he's been given by his superiors, who'll throw his sorry ass out onto the street if he doesn't wise up and get with the fucking program.
Is that so? No one talks to me like that, especially some arrogant mongrel American.
Sticks and stones.
What does that mean?
Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
Is that so? Then maybe we should try something else.
Colonel, we have a lot of work ahead of us. How about if we stop with the games and get down to business? Release our man and give us our computer back.
Or what?
You don't want to find out. Trust me.
You're right. Enough with the games. Soldier, put them in confinement along with the other one. You heard me! Take them away! And if they offer any resistance, I want them shot on the spot! Is that understood?
The sentry warily leveled his assault rifle at the Americans and pointed to the door. Neither Bolan nor Kissinger moved.
You're making a mistake. It's not too late to correct it.
What? I'm the one making a mistake? I don't think so.
Just release our man and give us the computer back. That's all we're asking.
You've been placed under arrest. You've been told to go with the sentry, and yet you refused!
You have no grounds to arrest us.
In fact, you not only refused, you tried to overpower us. You gave us no choice but to shoot.
Tom reached for the pistol holstered under his arm, turned his gun on Bolan and Kissinger and thumbed off the safety. Kissinger glanced up at the ceiling. Tom, too, looked up at the ceiling. There was an intercom speaker embedded in the acoustic tiles a few feet from the overhead light.
You're cutting it a little close here, General.
General? What are you talking about?
Old American proverb, he who lives by surveillance dies by surveillance.
Seconds later, the door to the room swung open, and in strode 3 men. One was Rocky Mokhtar, flanked by another armed sentry. The third man was General Ciceno. The second sentry aimed his assault rifle at Colonel Tom.
What's the meaning of this?
Put your gun down, Colonel.
You were eavesdropping?
You left me no choice. I've been on the phone the past hour with Ambassador Stansfield and the Vice President. You've gone too far this time.
Entrapment! You trapped me!
Put the gun down.
Tom lowered the gun slightly, but refused to put it down.
Betrayed by my own people! My own people!
I'm relieving you of your duties, effective immediately.
No, this is wrong.
We are in a state of crisis, and yet you care only about your own agenda. You take the law into your own hands out of petty spite. And
lies! I try to keep the imperialists in check, and for this I am damned!
You have become a hindrance. Your behavior has disgraced your country and your uniform. Now, I've asked you again. Turn over your weapon.
Tom hesitated, then started to place his gun on the desk. Then, abruptly, he raised the gun again, placing it to the side of his head.
I will not stand for this!
Bolan, who was standing only a few feet away, had anticipated Tom's desperation, and before the colonel could pull the trigger, he dived across the desk, swiping his arm at the hand holding the gun. Instead of taking off the colonel's head, the shot plowed harmlessly into the ceiling. Bolan wrestled Tom to the ground and overpowered him. The 2 sentries rushed over. One produced a set of handcuffs and, with considerable difficulty, bound Tom's wrists behind his back. Bolan helped lift the colonel back to his feet, then stepped back as the sentries dragged the man from the room.
That was ugly.
I am not without my reservations about the power the United States wields. But concerning the matters at hand, we are on the same side. I owe you an apology for my colleague's behavior. He clearly overstepped his authority. It won't happen again.
Apology accepted.
How could you put a guy like that in charge of your intelligence operations?
You have only seen him at his worst. He was good at his work.
Maybe so, but anyone can see he's disturbed.
Perhaps someday when we have more time, we can discuss your J. Edgar Hoover. For now, however, I suggest we put this incident behind us and focus our energies on more pressing issues.
Kissinger led Bolan and Mokhtar into their hotel room. Grimaldi, who Bolan had spoken to by phone, had already returned from the airfield and straightened the place a little. There was a sign posted on the connector door between the 2 suites saying he was asleep, but wanted to be awakened if the others planned to take any further action. Mokhtar set his computer on the desk.
Home sweet home. I don't know about you guys, but the only action I'm up for right now is sawing some logs. I think I'm going to turn in.
I'm right behind you. I just want to touch base with the farm first.
My nap's gonna have to wait. I'm supposed to meet Scoville downstairs in 20 minutes. He said he might have something coming in from a couple of informants.
That'd be nice. We could use a break or two.
You think Tom was able to get into the computer?
Not with the safeguards Bear rigged it with. You can't even access the operating system without a password, and if the computer figures you're just making wild guesses, it shuts down automatically and starts encrypting all files off the backup battery.
What about the disk?
Hard to say. He probably had a peek, but the only thing on it was the scans from those papers you yanked from the campfire, right?
And if he wanted to, he could have gotten the originals from Lieutenant Weiss.
The guy's a head case, that's for sure.
The thing is, Tom may be out of the picture now, but we still don't know if he was the mole we're looking for.
I vote no. The way he was blathering at the end there, I got the feeling he would have let it slip. You know, anything to make us feel like he'd at least had the last laugh.
Yeah, I don't think it's him either. If he was double-dealing, it seems like he'd have played his hand a little closer to the vest.
Under normal circumstances, you're probably right. And just because he hates Americans doesn't mean he's pro-jihad.
Hold on, I've got the background check Bear ran on him here. He checked out clean, and Ciceno was right. Tom's got commendations. A lot of them for crackdowns on Muslim extremists.
What about the others?
Checking. Zip. The only other one who came up red-flagged was Stansfield, and that was for some stink about fundraising for the president's re-election campaign.
Which puts us back to square one. Oh. Well, on that cheery note, I'm off to see the Sandman.
After a quick shower, Bolan changed into slacks and a sports shirt, then took the elevator down to the ground floor. It was a little after 8 when he got to the restaurant. The place was full, but Herb Scoville wasn't among those seated. Bolan spotted Jane Bond, however. She was seated at the bar, sipping a glass of wine. She spotted him as he was about to approach the maitre d' and waved him over.
Hey there, stranger. Long time no see.
Like you should talk. Where have you been?
Beauty sleep.
It worked.
Oh, flatterer. Have a seat.
Bolan sat across from the woman. She'd been right about the beauty sleep. She looked well-rested and had changed into a lightweight pantsuit that had obviously been tailored specifically to her figure. Her hair was up, held in place by a handful of strategically placed pins. Bolan could see that half the men in the bar had their eyes on her.
I'm waiting for a table. How about joining me for dinner?
Actually, I'm waiting for someone. Your friend, Sizzler.
That tomcat. I didn't take him for the kiss-and-tell type.
He isn't. He just told me to say hi. I take it he's the one you touched base with when you got here.
Actually, we touched all the bases. But I assume you've already figured it out.
Why didn't you just tell me up front?
I was afraid you'd think I was a loose woman.
That's not what I meant.
Don't read too much into it. I just don't like bending over backward to accommodate you G-men types. I probably would have told you if you hadn't asked first.
I'm sure there's a thread of logic in there somewhere.
I'll never tell. So, when are you going to tell me how you got that knot on your head?
Long story.
I'm not going anywhere.
Madame, your table is ready?
Looks like Herbie stood you up. What do you say? You look famished.
All right.
This way, please.
Well, let's have it. The long story.
Well, Sleeping Beauty, you managed to sleep through all the excitement. It's a wonder the gunfire didn't wake you. Windows blasted out from the 3rd floor. Lashkar Jihad took the hospital right across the parking lot from the hotel. 5 of them killed their own man, the one we took from the mountain site, right there in the operating theater, along with the surgeons and nurses who were attending him. Kissinger and I bolted to the hospital from the hotel balcony and managed to nail 4 out of 5 of them there. Kissinger got a little nicked in the shoulder, but if they had intended to get Salim, they failed. He's fine. Continuing my jumping onto cars exercise routine, I managed to land on the truck that the 5th assailant was escaping in. I landed on the roof, went for a little ride, ended up sliding onto the hood and hanging onto the hood ornament and grill face. I got my shot off before he did, but ended up on the road before the truck crashed into a parked vehicle. Hence the bump on my forehead.
Oh, baby. Want me to kiss you to make it better?
The fun doesn't end there. We get back to the hotel and the rooms have been ransacked. Rocky's gone, right along with his computer. It took us a couple of hours to figure out who had him and to form a plan. Tom had taken him, and the computer. He had his own agenda fermented with some anti-American sentiment. Anyway, Ciceno bugged the office where he had to go meet and ended up relieving Tom of his command. To say Tom was unhappy would be an understatement. He tried to off himself before he was led away, screaming like a madman. Rocky's back, along with the computer, and it doesn't look like we've been compromised.
Well, that'll teach me to sleep on the job. I missed all the fun. What did they wind up doing with the Colonel? I'm sure they didn't just show him the door.
They've got him on suicide watch at the military hospital while they wait on a psych exam. I've got a feeling they'll go easy on him. Some kind of honorary discharge.
Better than just knocking him down a few ranks and keeping him in the loop. Man sounds like a loose cannon if there ever was one. What's next?
I'm not sure. We're waiting on some geo-int on weather patterns and trying to figure out how many of these fires might have been started by the Lashkar Jihad. Hopefully we can narrow down potential targets and take it from there.
That's great. But I was talking about tonight.
Tonight?
I know you're tired, so let me help you out. This is the part where you invite me up to your room for a nightcap.
I'm bunking with 3 other guys.
Well, I'm not that kind of girl. How about my place?
Don't think I'm not tempted, but I have to pass.
Girlfriend?
Fatigue. I wouldn't want to disappoint you. How about if I woke you to your room?
Nah. Remember, I had a nap. I think I'll stay here and let the wolves hit on me for a while.
Go easy on them.
I'll try, but they're wasting their time. I don't settle for second best.
Striker! Striker!
Bolan was lost in the grips of a deep sleep. He stirred and opened his eyes. Grimaldi had just thrown open the curtains, filling the hotel room with the dull morning light. Bolan glanced at his watch. 9:30.
Striker! Bad news. They hit the consulate.
When?
Just happened. I don't have all the details, but it was some kind of bomb.
Suicider?
I don't think so. They're saying it went off inside the building.
They just opened.
Afraid so. That's gonna jack up the death toll.
Any word on Stansfield?
Not yet, but he stays there.
Let us through!
When the men tried to elbow their way through, some of the bystanders shoved back, further blocking the way. Kissinger yanked out his Colt and motioned for Bolan and Grimaldi to give him a little room. The blast served their purpose, getting the crowd around them to back off. When Bolan and Grimaldi drew their weapons as well, the mob parted more readily, letting the men through. Finally, they reached the police barricade set up around the consulate. To their amazement, they saw that the converted mansion was still intact, showing no signs of structural damage inside or out.
What the hell? I don't get it!
Biochem attack.
Must have been a gas bomb of some kind.
As the men continued to stare at the building, 2 men in hazmat suits emerged through the front entrance carrying a body. Bolan realized at once that the situation was far worse than it looked. The body being hauled out wasn't the first. On the sidewalk in front of the building, a row of corpses, at least 20 of them, had been laid out in a grim, neat row. Paramedics, also wearing full hazmat suits, were busy draping the dead with body bags. They would worry about getting them into the bags later. Soon another 2 teams of suited CBR crewmen brought out yet another pair of fatalities. The Stony Man warriors approached the police and flashed their credentials. The officer inspected the IDs, then handed them back and signaled the men through the barricades. Mokhtar hung back with the police officer as the Stony Man team kept their distance, about 50 yards from the building, and continued to try to find out what they were dealing with. Mokhtar caught up with them.
There's some kind of vapor throughout the building, he says. They're still testing the air inside.
It's gotta be something from the agri compound. Probably the same mix that killed those workers a couple months back.
Anyone get out alive?
A few people on the ground floor.
What about Stansfield?
He was found on the 2nd floor, along with Nas Buchori.
The guy from Parliament?
Yeah.
The 2 helicopters touched down alongside each other in the parking lot next to the consulate. The cabin doors rolled open and a dozen uniformed INI soldiers charged out, brandishing assault rifles. Half of them rushed over to help the policeman the barricades. The other fanned out, setting up a defensive perimeter around the consulate, eyeing the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. Bolan doubted the tactic would pay off.
If there's going to be a second attack, it won't be from snipers. Set off another bomb in the street, and they can take out a few hundred bystanders, no problem.
Maybe so, but you have to figure with the consulate they were targeting Americans. The mob here's practically all locals.
I hope you're right. Let's get suited up. I want to get in there and have a look.
The men circled around to a pair of CBR vans parked next to the fire trucks. There were only 2 spares available.
You and me, Rocky. Cowboy, find a way to get through to the farm.
I'll see what I can do.
Is that Black Hawk ready to go up?
I'll check with the choppers and see if I can hitch a ride to the airbase.
Perfect. Hopefully by the time you get back, we'll have something to go on.
Grimaldi and Kissinger split up and headed off in separate locations. Once Bolan and Mokhtar had pulled on their hazmat gear, they headed toward the building. On the way, they passed the bodies laid out on the sidewalk. Bolan didn't see Stansfield or Buchori, but he recognized the Marine who'd asked him about the rumor that Muammar Poto and Ahmad Yafal were dead. The soldier lay almost as if he were still at attention, arms straight at his sides, lifeless eyes staring up at the soot-laden morning sky. Bolan and Mokhtar waited, while 2 more bodies were carried out, then strode up the front steps and entered the consulate. Inside, it was strangely calm. There were a few papers strewed across the floor, and a chair had been overturned. but otherwise the lobby merely looked as if it had been vacated while everybody went out for lunch. It was only when he looked closer at a beam of light passing through one of the open windows that Bolan could detect a faint, misty vapor lingering in the air. The main corridor was deserted too, save for a pair of CBR specialists focused on an air duct over the door to a large banquet room. One of the men had pulled over a chair and climbed up on it so that he could sweep the grating with a detection wand. A cord ran from the wand down to a mobile cart outfitted with a keyboard and computer screen. The second man was staring at the screen as he worked the keys. Mokhtar walked slowly over to the second man and the monitor.
It's indicating a mixture of a few different pesticides. The biggest reading is for Betrayal. You probably know it as paraquat, causes suffocation in high levels.
And it was released through the ductwork?
Looks that way. Apparently it was set off by some low-grade explosive on the top floor and worked its way down.
Where on the top floor?
The computer room.
Son of a bitch.
What is it? Hey, slow down or you're gonna start hyperventilating.
Bolan strode quickly up the stairs. He recalled his dizzy spell on the bus 2 days ago and heeded Mokhtar's advice. Still, he pushed himself as fast as he dared, eager to reach the top floor. The paramedics had been removing bodies from the ground floor up, so the upstairs corridor was still littered with corpses. The hall itself was shrouded with smoke that continued to spill out from the computer room where, the day before, Bolan had scanned the papers retrieved from the Lashkar campfire. The smoke was even thicker in the room itself. Bolan and Mokhtar could barely see from one wall to the other. Two technicians stood atop the photocopiers, carefully removing a charred ventilation duct dripping with foam from a fire extinguisher. The wall area surrounding the duct was blackened as well.
Looks like they set off some kind of explosive to trigger the gas.
Bolan didn't respond. His throat tightened with rage and frustration as he watched the workers reach into the ductwork. Moments later, they carefully withdrew the mangled remains of a football-sized plastic cylinder, drenched like the grillwork with foam retardant.
It looks like a toner cartridge.
Son of a bitch. Right under my nose.
What are you talking about?
I used this room to scan the papers prior to my briefing with General Ciceno and the others. There was a maintenance crew working on the copiers. They were probably there to set the bomb. Right under my goddamn nose.
Go easy on yourself, buddy. I mean, how the hell could you have known?
I know, but still.
Bolan and Mokhtar were standing with Kissinger in the parking lot next to the Consulate. Bolan and Mokhtar had already changed out of their hazmat suits. Kissinger had just returned to the scene after calling the farm on a secure line at an American Express office 2 blocks away. As for Grimaldi, both Hueys were being retained at the site, so he hadn't been able to secure a ride back to the airbase, leaving him no choice but to brave the crowd again and try to flag a taxi. The others figured it would be a while before he returned to the Blackhawk.
I talked to Kurtzman. Hal's in Washington meeting with the President and Joint Chiefs. After this, you can bet the sabers are rattling.
Not much good that'll do. This isn't Afghanistan. The government here is not sponsoring the thugs who did this.
Maybe not. But once we get a lock on any Lashkar strongholds where there aren't any civilians in the line of fire, there'll be a show of force. You can count on it. Bayer said the Pacific Fleet is already diverting warships and a couple of aircraft carriers to the South China Sea. I'm guessing the President will authorize some kind of ground deployment, too. Stansfield and the President went back 30 years, so he's going to make sure there's some major payback.
The men stared back at the Consulate. Things were still chaotic. Most of the bodies had been removed from the building, and one of the paramedic vans had already headed off to the morgue with its first load of fatalities. The crowd had thinned out slightly, but not to the satisfaction of the authorities. Both Hueys were now back in the air, flying low over the crowd to force them farther back. When a news chopper appeared and began to approach the scene, one of the Hueys rose toward it. The media had already reached the site by ground and had started to broadcast near the periphery of the police barricade.
I don't know what it's worth at this point, but Baer also made some headway with the GOM.
What kind of headway?
He's sending all the details by email, but the bottom line is, if you take all the fires of unknown origin and calibrate them with the wind patterns, all roads lead to Rome, or in this case, Jakarta.
The capital.
Jakarta's not just the capital. All the country's finances and communications are centered there.
Along with a few million people.
If you're looking for an overthrow, what better place to drop the monkey wrench?
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Rocky, you still have family there, don't you?
I was gonna visit once we were through. I figured I'd get this big hero's welcome once we neutralized Poto and Yafal.
That can still happen.
Even if it does, after this, there can't be any celebration.
While the men waited for Grimaldi to return with the Black Hawk, Mokhtar wandered over to the news van and returned minutes later shaking his head with disgust.
What's happened?
A fax just came in on one of the news stations. Hamid Yafal's taking credit for the attack, and he says this is just the beginning.
Time to reload. Mack Bolan is continued on the next CD.
"40 minutes later, one of the two Hueys set down on a black runway at the Kalimantan Royal Air Force Base, just outside of town. When the Stony Man warriors stepped off the chopper, Grimaldi was there to greet them.
I'm glad you guys decided not to wait. It was a bitch getting through that crowd, and finding a taxi wasn't much easier.
No problem.
Of course, even if I'd been able to get here earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. They still can't figure out what's wrong with one of the Black Hawk's turbo shafts. I'll give them a few more minutes, then I'm gonna roll up my sleeves and check under the hood myself.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that.
I hear Yafal's finally come out of the woodwork. I'm surprised by the facts, though. It's usually his style to send videotapes so everybody can see him puffing out his chest.
Short notice. He probably wanted to take credit as soon as it happened, instead of taping something and having to wait on a courier.
More likely, he knows any videotape's going to be analyzed for some tip-off to where he's hiding.
Speaking of tip-offs, aren't we going to be able to figure out where the fax is sent from?
I'm sure that's being looked into, but you have to figure they used some kind of safeguard.
Once they'd cleared the runway, the men entered a hangar containing the Learjet Grimaldi used to fly Bolan and Kissinger to Indonesia. They then boarded the Learjet. The aircraft contained a small trove of weapons and other equipment the men felt might have drawn undue attention from the housekeeping crew at the new millennium. One such item was another computer with a built-in printer and wireless modem. It contained several sophisticated programs the other laptop didn't, including the latest version of Identikit. The computer age's answer to the police sketch artist, the IK was programmed with more than 37 million variations of facial characteristics, the better to come up with a computer-generated likeness that could be cross-checked against mugshots stored in a number of databases. Bolan wanted to use the kit to look for the men who'd planted the bomb at the Consulate.
I only got a fleeting look at one of them, so this is a long shot.
Understood. Just give me a minute to get my ducks in a row here.
Coffee.
I'll go see if I can steal an earnful.
All right. The photocopier repairman, what do you remember first? Just general impression.
Short, thin, wavy, short-cropped hair.
What color hair?
Black or dark brown, I'm not sure. I think his hairline was receding.
Nationality?
Maybe Malaysian or Filipino.
Like this?
Pull the hairline back a little more and grow it out maybe half an inch. This probably narrows it down to, what, a few 100 million?
It's a start. What else can you give me? Eyes, cheekbones, facial hair, anything will help.
The thing is, I only saw him from the side, and it was just for a few seconds.
Okay, maybe this will help. We'll rotate the image. Just tell me when the angle's right.
There.
Now, I'm guessing he was looking down, right? At the copiers? So let's pivot the image a little more.
That's good. Right there. Damn.
You're forcing yourself. Try to relax and just trust your instincts. Most people have a lot better recall than they give themselves credit for, but it just gets buried.
How'd you get to be such an expert on all this?
My brother's a cop. He works with witnesses all the time. That, and plus Bear's been helping me out a little. There's talk of expanding the cybernetics team, and I figured I'd throw my hat in the ring.
Anything to get off security detail, eh?
I'm looking for more of a challenge.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Try what I said. Close your eyes and just let it come to you.
Bolan had his doubts, but humored Mokhtar. They had set up the computer inside the plane's cabin. Bolan dropped onto one of the bench seats and leaned back, closing his eyes. He tried to turn his thoughts off, but he couldn't help putting himself back on the top floor of the Consulate the previous morning. And the face that kept haunting him wasn't that of the man fixing the photocopier, but rather that of the Marine he'd spoken to down the hall. And that image in turn soon changed to that of the same Marine lying dead on the sidewalk outside the Consulate. Bolan struggled, and finally blocked the visage from his mind. He tried again. This time he visualized himself passing through the security checkpoint outside the computer room, then entering, hands on the papers from the campfire, already unfolding them because he knew he was pressed for time and would have to work fast scanning them if he hoped to have enough time to run them through the copiers as well. But then he saw the copiers being worked on, and one of the repairmen glanced back at him for a moment before returning to his work. Bolan was puzzled. Did that really happen, or was he just imagining it? He thought back, retracing his steps again in his mind. The same image came back to him. Same man, same fleeting glance. Bolan didn't know why he didn't remember it before, but of course it had to have happened. The men were getting ready to place a bomb. Of course they'd have looked if someone walked in on them.
Sideburns. He had sideburns halfway down his ear. And there was a mark, maybe a mole or birthmark, on his cheekbone.
Where on the cheekbone? High up, near the ear, or eye?
Right next to the cheekbone. About the size of a pencil eraser. And he had high cheekbones.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere.
Small eyes. Tapered eyebrows. Thicker toward the bridge of his nose.
And the nose?
I'm not sure. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Age?
I don't know. Late 20s, early 30s.
Glasses?
No, wait. Yes. Wire rims. Black frames, round lenses. No, oval. They were oval lenses. Small, below the eyebrows.
Clean shaven?
Yeah. He just had the sideburns.
Keep going.
That's it.
That's plenty.
I can't believe that all just popped out like that. It's like I was under hypnosis.
I told you could do it.
You sure as hell did. I'm gonna have to put in a good word for you next time I see Bear.
Oh, that'd be great. Now let's have a look.
Damn spooky.
He looks familiar?
Thinner cheeks. Slightly larger forehead. Eyes set a little farther apart. I don't know who he is, but that's our guy.
I'll send this to Bear and have him run a cross-reference with the mainframe's terrorist database. With any luck, it'll cough up a match.
Bolan was still marveling at the technology that had helped create the image when Kissinger returned with 6 cups of coffee.
Hope this'll do.
Thanks. Have a look at what Rocky came up with.
Nice job, Rock. You got the printer up and running?
Yeah, why?
Why don't you run off a couple of copies? You can bring them with you.
Bring them where?
Lieutenant Weiss wants to see us ASAP.
Counterinsurgency?
He's doing double duty now until they find somebody to replace Colonel Toome. Speaking of him, turns out Yafal's not the only one taking credit for the bombing.
You mean Toome?
I was talking to this guy at the PX, and Toome's claiming he snuck word out from the rubber room and had his goons plant the bomb during the night. You know, his little way of thanking us for the early retirement.
I don't buy it.
Neither do I. Especially if we're saying the bomb was already planted before we had our little run-in with him.
The man's delusional. Hell, in his head, he might really think it was his doing.
That's one sick puppy. Hell, I almost feel sorry for him. Almost.
Bolan and Kissinger were in Lieutenant Weiss's 4th floor office at the same government facility where they'd confronted Colonel Toome the night before. A large plate glass window took up most of the far wall and overlooked a large courtyard where other officers and employees could be seen moving from one quadrant of the complex to another. The office itself was small and cluttered with paperwork. The lieutenant's workload had been clearly heavy even before he'd assumed his additional duties as interim head of military intelligence. The lieutenant's disheveled mounds of paperwork may have appeared disorganized, but he knew where everything was and could quickly access any document on demand. At present, the computer-generated composite sketch of the photocopier repairman was in his hands.
I'm sorry, but I don't recognize him. If I could keep this, however, I'd like to show it to a few other witnesses.
Other witnesses? After what happened, I thought they were all dead.
There are a few consulate employees who worked yesterday but had today off or hadn't come in yet when the bomb went off. Plus, we have one of the guards who were stationed out front yesterday when the service call was made. They all say they had a look at the repairman, so hopefully they will be able to corroborate the description you've given here.
With any luck, maybe they got to look at the other guy, too.
I take it we're ruling out Colonel Toome as a suspect, much as he seems to want credit.
I didn't put much weight in his claims to begin with. And when I talked to him, it was clear he had no knowledge of the particulars behind the bombing. Or, more correctly, I suppose we should call this a gassing. After all, no one was even injured by the blast. It was the poison traveling through the vents that caused all the deaths.
I saw where the bomb went off. It looked like it was more of a triggering mechanism for the chemicals.
Correct. I have our initial findings from the lab around here somewhere. The charge was a low-grade plastique derivative. It was placed in the middle of the toner cartridge, and flanked on either side by packets of bipyridal, separated from some sort of reactive agent by a tin membrane. I wish I could tell you what this other agent was, but so far, the lab results have been inconclusive.
Some kind of aerosol propellant would be my guess.
That's the theory we're working on. Hopefully, we'll have something more specific by morning. In any event, the explosion mixed the two ingredients, if you will, and pushed them out either end of the cartridge with enough force to send vapor clouds through the ductwork. Somehow, the toxic byproducts managed to remain suspended inside the clouds as they filtered through the entire Consulate.
So what you're saying is that every time these clouds come out of the ductwork, they worked like those house foggers you used to kill fleas.
Very similar, yes. Or the way you'd treat a house for termites after you tented it.
Only the UIF were after bigger game than termites.
I'm afraid so. We have 61 confirmed fatalities so far. Another 2 victims are in comas and have been placed on life support.
If we're to take Yafal's facts at face value, he's just warming up. We know for a fact that the UIF has a whole network of scientists and technicians devoted exclusively to creating weapons of mass destruction.
Yes, we're aware of that as well. They also have a whole network of shell companies through which to engage in their jihad.
The copier repair company.
I'm afraid so. It's several times removed from Biotane, but I've had men working through the night chasing paper trails, and they feel there is a common parent company for both enterprises.
There's probably also a connection with that delivery truck they used when they stormed the hospital.
We're looking into that. I know that in retrospect, it seems we should have pieced this all together sooner. But that is the problem in fighting terrorists. They work so clandestinely that their plotting seems obvious and preventable only once they've been carried out.
We've been finding that out the hard way ourselves. That's why they were so eager to take out that prisoner in the operating room. They know how much we'd like to get our hands on some inside information so we can anticipate their next move.
And conversely, they are in a similar predicament, which is the main reason I asked to see you, gentlemen. There have been a few other developments I need to discuss with you, with the understanding that anything I say will stay between us.
I don't have a problem with that.
Me either.
Good. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
Weiss rose from his chair and circled his desk. The lieutenant led the men from his office and down the hall to the elevators.
Forgive the cloak and dagger, but we're doing a floor-by-floor sweep for bugs, and they haven't reached my office yet.
Understood.
Does this have something to do with Tomb?
Perhaps to a degree, but there are also other circumstances, the ones I will discuss with you shortly. Before we get into that, however, I need to make a confession regarding Colonel Tomb.
What kind of confession?
I'd had my share of concerns about him in the past few weeks. Not regarding his loyalty, understand, but his behavior and state of mind.
You knew he was on the brink?
Perhaps I should have drawn that conclusion. As it was, I felt it was something more transitory, that he was just letting the stress of events get the better of him.
It seemed a little more serious than that to me, and I don't mean last night. He was acting a little manic at the briefing, if you ask me.
He may have seemed that way to you, but to those of us who know him, the Colonel was just being his normal self. He's always been prone to outbursts, but we'd come to overlook it, because it never seemed to affect his performance. I have to tell you, the man's service record is extraordinary.
General Ciceno has already told us as much. We've confirmed it through our own sources, too.
All of which takes me back to my original point. I don't see the Colonel as having had anything to do with the Consulate bombing. To focus on him would be a mistake, I feel.
We're on the same page. So let's move on to this other matter, shall we?
This way, please. They've swept here twice already since last night. Still, let's wait until we're among the trees.
Lieutenant Weiss led Bolan and Kissinger across the ground floor lobby to a side door leading to the same courtyard they'd seen from Weiss's office. The trees he were referring to were poplars, 2 stories high with wide, sweeping branches. They had been planted around a small fountain, whose staggered tiers of hissing geysers would help to mask their conversation. Bolan also suspected the trees would serve as a hedge against the chance that someone might be watching them from one of the upper floors. To some, such precautions may have seemed excessive, but Bolan knew of more than one instance in which critical information had been intercepted by specially trained lip readers, armed with nothing more than a pair of high-powered binoculars. Once they were beneath the poplars, Lieutenant Weiss motioned Bolan and Kissinger close to him, forming a huddle.
Much as I can't condone the way he acted on it, Colonel Toombs' paranoia was not totally without foundation. We have reason to believe that either Jafal or Poteau have placed someone within our ranks.
By telling us this, I take it we're not under suspicion?
That is correct. As I said, Colonel Toombs' focus was misdirected, and I echo General Suseno's apologies in that regard.
Whom do you suspect, then?
There is another bit of news that ties into this. Major Salim regained consciousness during the night. The first thing he did was ask to see both the General and me regarding the ambush in the mountains. He fears that one of his own men has been acting as a conduit for the enemy.
How is the Major?
He continues to improve. Salim points back to a string of missions over the past 2 months, during which Kopas's troops have sustained heavy losses. In every instance, he was surprised at the extent to which enemy forces were able to anticipate his strategy and circumvent it. At first, he was willing to give Jafala and Poteau credit for being fine strategists, but now he is certain there was more to it than that.
If it's somebody in Kopassus, what kind of haystack are we talking about? How many men are in that unit?
At present, about 70 men. And unfortunately, they aren't a single unit. They're spread out across the islands.
Well, obviously it would have to be someone stationed here, don't you think?
That is my thinking, which narrows it down to 33 men.
That's still a lot. What are you going to do, interrogate them one by one?
That would be too time-consuming. I think it would be more effective to force their hand and hope they'll betray themselves.
You have something specific in mind?
Actually, yes. I've already come up with a plan. For it to work, however, we will need your help.
The Stony Man Farm team was back at the hotel. Their bags were packed, and they were ready to check out. Rocky Mokhtar still had the laptop out, though, and was on the line with Stony Man headquarters back in Virginia. Bolan and Grimaldi stood on either side of a table in the living room, where Kissinger had laid out a topographical map of central Borneo. Bolan was pointing to the map.
Weiss is going to corral all the Kopassus troops into the same barracks at the military base, so they can be kept under surveillance. He's telling them that late tomorrow they're going to attempt a preemptive strike on a suspected Lashkar Jihad stronghold somewhere along the route Biotane was using to transfer the pesticides from Samarinda to the incineration plant in Malaysia.
Got it. He figures this spy we're looking for will try to leave the barracks so he can sound the warning.
To hedge the bet, he's also setting up a communication center in the barracks itself. They'll be lax with security and see if the guy tries to take advantage.
So they can trace the call.
It's a long shot, but if he takes a bait, we'll be able to better pinpoint exactly where the stronghold is.
We don't know that already?
Weiss says they could be in any number of areas. We're talking nothing but mountains and rainforest over a 2,000 square mile area. We need this guy to blow the whistle and narrow it down for us.
Okay, got it. Now, where do we fit in?
We'll head for the interior. That way, we'll be in a better position to strike once we're clear on where the stronghold is.
What if this guy doesn't go for the bait?
Then we'll be doing recon. With all the smoke, we're not getting much from the satellites or high-alt planes. We'll be flying lower, below the smoke line.
2,000 square miles, huh? Good luck.
Hey, it beats twiddling our thumbs to see where they'll strike next.
Speaking of which, what are they doing to beef up security around Jakarta?
I'm sure they're pulling out all the stops. I passed along all the info Rocky got from Bear, but I didn't press for details. We've got enough to worry about on this front.
You got that right. I say we check out of this dump and get cracking.
Rocky, what's the word from home?
Bear says he came up empty on the composite, no match with any terrorists in the database.
Doesn't surprise me. It figures they'd use somebody new. Less chance of being found.
He's got something else, though, and I don't know what to make of it.
What's that?
The fax from Yafal? It was sent from some postal place in Muarabatik. They apparently broke in to use it, so it's kind of a dead end.
No surprise there either.
That's not the weird part. Bear got his hands on a copy of the facts and figured he'd do his own handwriting analysis to make sure it was authentic.
That's Bear for you.
Get this, the message wasn't an original.
What do you mean?
It was a cut-and-paste job, put together from 3 different communiques Yafal sent out over the past year.
You're right, that is weird.
It explains why there was no specific reference to the Consulate. Most of it was lifted from a post he made after the cruise liner bombing. Practically boilerplate stuff, you know, your usual down with the West, Allah is great stuff.
Maybe it's some kind of cat-and-mouse ploy, you know, trying to mess with our heads. Maybe he's got writer's cramp, who knows?
Or maybe it wasn't Yafal.
If it's not Yafal, then who?
What did Brugnola come back with from Washington?
Any kind of plan of attack is still up in the air at this point.
You let them know what our game plan was?
We've gotten the green light.
Well then, let's get the show on the road.
Give me a second. Bear's putting together some geo-int on the mountains we're going into. It's from a couple of days ago, before the smoke got in the way. I figure it might come in handy.
Good idea. We can cross-reference with the topo map.
I'll meet you guys in the lobby. I've got some last-minute business.
Bolan took the elevator up to the top floor and was on his way to Jane Bond's room when her door opened. An elderly woman stepped into the hall. Bolan was puzzled.
Excuse me, but I was looking for Miss Bond. Is she in?
Pardon?
Miss Bond. Jane Bond. Is she in?
I'm sorry, I don't know any Miss Bond. You must have the wrong room.
Wait, did you just check in?
Yes?
I'm sorry to have troubled you. Excuse me.
Can I help you?
Is Miss Jane Bond still here at the hotel? B-A-H-N. 5th floor?
She checked out late last evening.
Do you know what time?
A little after 11.
Thank you.
Bolan had left Bond at the restaurant well before 10. On a hunch, he crossed the lobby to the restaurant doors. The maitre d', who had worked the previous night, had just come on duty. Bolan slipped the man a $100 bill and opted to play the possessive lover.
The woman I had dinner with here last night, did she leave here with anyone?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she left with the man you were waiting for.
Thank you.
Bolan returned to the lobby and met Kissinger and Mokhtar, who were just getting off the elevator. Grimaldi had gone back to the airfield. The trio, under Bolan's lead, caught a trishaw to a run-down warehouse just up the road from Samarinda's lone rail depot. The entire block was filled with similar buildings, squat concrete stone structures with faded paint and sun-bleached signs. A faint breeze had brought smoke down from the hills, and it choked the street like a London fog. A train rolled past behind the buildings, but visibility was so low that none of the men could even see it. They made their way down a littered alley to the side entrance of one of the buildings.
Last-minute business?
Bond checked out last night with Herb Scoville from the CIA. Scoville was supposed to meet with me after he'd made contact with a couple of informants.
Well, obviously, he showed up late and met with Janie girl instead. I still don't see why that merits a side trip to the spook house.
Scoville was hoping for a breakthrough in tracking down Yafal. If he lucked out, we could use the information.
I hate to break it to you, Stryker, but if he had information and ran off with Bond without telling us, I smell a bounty hunter who doesn't want to slice the reward pie any more than she has to.
She's not flying solo on this.
So what? Even working for Interreage, she still gets a cut, 10% probably. That's a $3 million investment she's protecting. Hell, if I were in her shoes, I'd want to keep us out of the loop too.
The sign over the entrance advertised a metal plating business. The steel door was locked. It had a peephole, and Bolan motioned for the others to step back so whoever was inside could get a good look at them. A lean, hardened-looking man in cheap slacks and a polo shirt opened the door. Fred Burns was one of Herb Scoville's subordinates with the CIA. He'd had Scoville's job 3 years ago when he'd helped Bolan and Major Salim thwart the Chinese in their attempt to gain a toehold in Indonesia. Burns didn't care for the responsibilities that went with the job, however, and had asked to step down so he could go back to being a field agent.
Hey, partner, that was quick.
Hello, Fred. Fred, Cowboy, Rocky. Cowboy, Rocky, Fred.
Everyone shook hands, and then Burns led the team inside. The reception area was drab and spare, tricked up with just enough business-related paraphernalia to keep up pretenses. Passing through a door behind the service counter, the men went down a short corridor to the warehouse area. There were a few workbenches, and an industrial lathe set up on one side of the large room, along with a few half-finished projects, and a pile of shipping boxes to add to the impression that some plating work was being done in the building. Off in the other corner, behind a 6-foot-high partition, there was a row of storage lockers stocked with munitions and various tools of the spy trade. There was also a computer station, coffee machine, water cooler, and, thumbtacked to the partition wall itself, a large map of the island of Borneo. There were color-coded pins sticking out from the map, supposedly indicating the location of the plating firm's clientele. In fact, the pins denoted areas where CIA-directed intelligence activity was either taking place or being considered.
Any you need anything? Coffee? Water?
Nah, we're all good.
Scoville still hasn't checked in.
How long since you've heard from him?
Last night around dinner time. He said he was on to something with these mercenaries we've been keeping tabs on.
Back up. What mercenaries?
He didn't tell you? Well, shit. I guess I really stepped in it then, didn't I?
May as well put the other foot in.
It's important.
Okay, let's horse trade. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
We're here same as we were last time. Only instead of the Chinese and rebels in Sumatra, we're going up against Yafal and Poto.
Tell me something I don't already know.
If Scoville's missed his last few check-ins, you guys should be thinking about a search party. Only I see from the map there that you're a little overextended. Maybe we can help.
He's good.
He is at that.
Okay, partner, you win. What do you need to know?
Let's start with the mercenaries.
Fair enough. You know, of course, that we occasionally farm out work to these soldier of fortune types, usually in cases when we want to keep ourselves once removed from the action.
Go on.
Out in this neck of the woods, we throw most gigs to locals, with a few Cambodians and Filipinos thrown in for good measure. A few weeks ago, we caught wind that Poto's people were trying to recruit a crew of Americans for some kind of secret operation. Our intel was that they were after seasoned pros, guys like you.
Sorry, our dance card's full.
Hang on a second. These guys Scoville was dealing with, is it that crew from Seattle that foiled that kidnapping in the Philippines last month?
You know about them, huh?
Kind of hard not to, given all the press they got.
These are the guys who got on the shit list with those senators back in Washington, right?
The same.
Bolan thought back, recalling the incident in which Tacoma real estate baron William Rupert had hired a band of retired U.S. soldiers based out of Seattle to deliver a $3 million ransom to Al-Aqam terrorists who had kidnapped his daughter during a visit to the Philippines. The men had secured the woman's release, then doubled back and killed her kidnappers before they had a chance to flee the country. They lost one man in the process, but the skill with which they carried out their mission had drawn global praise as well as criticism from several U.S. senators, who felt the use of mercenaries by private citizens was a dangerous precedent, and that the Seattle crew's so-called heroics would likely prompt a retaliatory escalation in anti-U.S. activities by Al-Aqam. The last Bolan had heard, the head of the mercenary group had countered by calling the senators a pack of whiners, who were jealous that freelancers had succeeded in a situation where a sanctioned response would likely have failed. The senators, in turn, had accused the soldiers of fortune of disloyalty, if not outright treason.
Scoville orchestrated that whole stink with the senators. He wanted to make it look like these guys were on the outs with the U.S., so the Lashkar wouldn't be as suspicious of their willingness to work with a known enemy.
The fact that Poto's at odds with Al-Aqam didn't hurt matters either.
Exactly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend angle. They bought into it, too. These Seattle guys haggled for a few days over money, then finally struck the deal yesterday.
A deal to do what? What kind of operation are we talking about here?
Well, that's what Scoville was trying to find out. These guys were supposed to get picked up by the Lashkar first thing this morning and taken to Poto. Scoville wanted to meet with them first and nail down some strategy.
Where?
About 80 miles north of here. There's an abandoned timber harvesting mill right on the river.
Bolan checked the map. They'd be flying within a few dozen miles of the site on the way to the Borneo interior. Obviously, they would now be making a detour. There was still one matter that hadn't been touched on yet, and he wanted some answers before they moved on.
What do you know about Scoville and an Interreage agent named Jane Bond?
A real firecracker, that one, huh?
Yeah, she's a regular life of the party.
All I know is she was by here a couple of days ago to see Scoville. He made like it was just about hormones, but my guess is there's more to it. Herb's always got an angle.
Any idea what that angle might be?
No, I pretty much operate on a need-to-know basis. All I know is that she has clearance, and she's in with Scoville.
Okay, new tack. Do you know why the Lashkar Jihad recruited the mercenaries from Seattle?
Sorry, can't shed light on that either. How's our friend Major Salim?
On the mend. I haven't talked to him, but word is he's going to pull through.
Oh, glad to hear it. Good soldier. We were going...
Shit! Mokhtar and Kissinger had to grab the partition wall to keep it from falling over. The storage lockers rocked slightly but remained upright, and as the others instinctively reached for their handguns, Burns quickly raided one of the lockers for a Remington 870 MCS shotgun and slapped the 7-round extension tube into place.
Think we got company.
They took the door out.
I'm guessing that's what hit the wall.
We must have been followed.
Let's worry about that later.
Burns stepped past the others, finger nestled close to the trigger of his Remington. Bolan and the others followed and cleared the partition. 20 yards away, an acrid cloud of smoke rose from the floor and began to fill the warehouse.
Shit, we're dead.
No, wait! It's just tear gas.
I stand corrected. We'll gag and go blind crying before they come in firing. Then we're dead.
Bolan stepped back from the mushrooming cloud, aiming his .44 Desert Eagle at the doorway across the chamber. Whoever had fired the tear gas was apparently waiting for the gas to do its work before making his or her next move. No one had yet charged in from the reception area. For the third time in as many days, Bolan began to feel as if his eyes were on fire.
Is there another way out?
The loading time.
Too risky. And they probably got men on the other side. There's a better way. Come on, give me a hand.
Holding their breath, the men followed Burns through the thickening cloud of gas to the work area. Bolan's lungs were aching, and he was beginning to feel nauseous, but he fought off the sensation and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. He saw Burns crouch before the large industrial lathe and crank a lever mounted on the floor.
There's a trapdoor underneath. We just need to swing this baby out of the way.
The lathe weighed several tons but rested on casters. When the men pushed, the machine rolled to one side, revealing the trapdoor.
Quick!
Mokhtar went down first, followed by Kissinger. As he waited his turn, Bolan glanced back toward the doorway. The tear gas, however, had created a smoke screen, blocking it from view. By the same token, it was keeping the attackers from seeing what their intended victims were up to. Bolan started to lower himself into the opening in the floor.
Can we swing the lathe back in place behind us?
Wouldn't be worth much if we couldn't. Go on, I'm right behind you.
There were metal rungs anchored in the vertical shaft leading to the warehouse, and once Bolan had climbed all the way down, he found himself in what seemed to be a utility tunnel, dating back to before the CIA had set up shop in the building. Once Burns had repositioned the lathe and closed the trapdoor behind him, he joined the others.
This tunnel connects with most of the other buildings and runs all the way to the depot.
The commandos followed Burns for 50 yards, and then he stopped and pointed at another vertical shaft, similar to the one they'd taken down from the warehouse.
This one comes up to an alley, one building over from where you guys came in. Careful, though, because there's no guarantee they won't have somebody up there waiting for us.
I like the odds better than at the warehouse. Let's do it.
Bolan headed up first. The shaft wasn't lit, and he had to grope for the rungs in the darkness. When he felt a hole cover above him, he paused a moment, steeling himself, then unfastened the undermounts and pushed on the plate, slowly raising it as he climbed up another rung. Peering out, Bolan saw that the smoke-filled alley was deserted, save for a woman and 2 children picking through a garbage bin. When they saw him climbing up out of the manhole, they froze, eyeing his gun with horror. He quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling for them to be quiet, then reached back into the shaft, giving Kissinger a lift up. Mokhtar followed, and Burns brought up the rear.
So far, so good. The fire escape. How about if a couple of us take the high road while the others circle around from both sides?
I'll go high. Rocky, you come with me?
The lowermost section of the fire escape was a retractable ladder, folded up against the underside of the second-story landing. Bolan figured it would make too much noise to pull it down, so he had Kissinger give him a lift up to where he could reach the landing framework. He pulled himself up and reached down, lending Mokhtar a hand. Kissinger, meanwhile, headed toward the rear of the building. leaving Burns to circle around the front. The smoke seemed to get thicker the higher they went, and by the time they reached the flat roof, their visibility was down to less than 10 yards. Bolan was concerned about wandering headlong into a sniper concealed by the smoke.
Take it slow.
The roof was topped with a layer of gravel, making it difficult, if not impossible, to walk across without making any noise, and Bolan still cringed each time he heard the stones crackle underfoot. The flurry of gunshots erupted from the far end of the building. Apparently Kissinger or Burns was drawing fire, and as Bolan had feared, some of it was coming from a sniper posted somewhere on the roof. Bolan dropped to a crouch behind one of the condensers and motioned for Mokhtar to do the same. Both men peered around the bulky unit. The far edge of the roof was less than 20 yards away, but they couldn't see where the shots were coming from.
Look for muzzle flash.
Mokhtar nodded. Both men took aim, and several seconds later they got their opportunity. They could see the faintest trace of a muzzle flash coming from the barrel of the gun the man fired. Bolan drew bead with his .44 and fired. Mokhtar's shots from the MEU SOC pistol he was carrying followed right behind those of the Desert Eagle. Both Bolan and Mokhtar quickly drew back behind the condenser, bracing themselves for return fire. When there wasn't any, they moved clear of the unit and advanced warily toward the sniper's last position. Soon they could see the edge of the roof. Both Bolan and Mokhtar dropped to their stomachs and inched forward the rest of the way. Once Bolan reached the roof's edge, he peered down. The smoke was less dense in the alleyway below. Two enemy gunmen were sprawled on the asphalt near the charred opening where the steel door had once been. Bolan shifted his gaze and looked directly below him. The sniper he and Mokhtar had felled lay in a twisted heap atop the piled trash inside a garbage dumpster. Bolan was about to call down to Burns and Kissinger when he detected motion behind the dumpster. A surviving attacker had risen from cover and was about to fire his Uzi at Kissinger.
Hey! Up here!
Nice save! There's another fire escape on this side of the building, 10 yards to your right.
Bolan and Mokhtar found it and quickly clambered down to the ground. They met up with Kissinger and Burns at the ruined doorway, stepping over one of the bodies. Kissinger crouched over the fallen body, getting a closer look at the man's face.
I was ready to move out of the neighborhood anyway.
Indonesian from the looks of it. Whether he's Lashkar or some traitor, who knows?
If they're from Kopassus or military intelligence, it'll be easy enough to identify them.
Bolan ventured back out over the dumpster to inspect the two men he'd slain. When he got a close look at the sniper, he did a double take, stunned. He waved over Mokhtar and pointed to the man's face.
Does this guy look familiar to you?
The guy in the composite.
The man who set the bomb inside the consulate.
Lieutenant Weiss was showing Bolan the dossier he'd brought with him from MI headquarters. The two men were standing with Kissinger on the tarmac at the Kalimantan Royal Air Force Base. Fred Burns had stayed behind at the CIA facility, while Rocky Mokhtar was helping Jack Grimaldi load a few things into a nearby Sultan EG-23 firefighting helicopter borrowed from the Samarinda Emergency Response Corps. The Black Hawk's turbo shaft problems had finally been resolved, but Bolan and the others had decided that a gunship would be too conspicuous for their upcoming mission in the Borneo interior. The Sultan, though unarmed, would not seem out of place given the number of fires still raging along the central mountain range. In it, the Stony Man crew would likely be able to infiltrate closer to any Lashkar Jihad stronghold without finding itself targeted by Stinger missiles.
His name was Iman Agung. He was an explosives expert with the Jamaat Islamiyah before they folded in with the Lashkar Jihad last year. He had been taken off fire because we thought he perished in a bomb raid at a training camp of theirs in Sulawesi. Obviously, we were mistaken.
Well, he's dead for good this time.
We had to have been followed from our meeting. That would seem to throw suspicion on somebody at MI.
Perhaps, but you have to remember we are just down the road from the military base, and the Kopassus commandos are only now reporting to their new barracks. A handful of them are coming in from off-base, so it's still conceivable they had a hand in you being followed.
What about the other men who were in on the attack? Have they been identified?
Only insofar as they were wearing the robes of the Lashkar Jihad. But given their nationality, and the fact that Agung was among them, it seems obvious they were Poto's men. I can tell you for a fact that they weren't Kopassus or MI officers in disguise.
Do you know anything about the Lashkar trying to recruit American mercenaries?
No, that is the first I've heard of such a thing.
It appears there's a Seattle-based mercenary group that recovered a billionaire's daughter from Alarcom terrorists based in the Philippines. They delivered the ransom before doubling back and killing off the kidnappers. Very popular with the public, but not so much with the U.S. senators who consider their vigilante actions a lit match in the tinderbox that is East-West relations. The Mercs were censured, but apparently Scoville orchestrated the sanctions so he could bring in the Mercs without causing suspicions with the Lashkar Jihad.
I know of these mercenaries. After their mission in the Philippines, they turned up in Jakarta. Colonel Toon had placed them under surveillance, but they disappeared on him.
With Scoville's help, no doubt.
This whole development should have been brought up during the briefing, if not before.
Scoville probably held back because of Toon.
You're probably right. This is all very troubling. It is bad enough we have been infiltrated. If your efforts wind up being compromised by security breaches as well, it will make this whole business more difficult for the both of us.
I don't think that's a big concern. It seems pretty clear to me that these mercenaries are on our side all the way.
And if you're mistaken, what if they have plans to act as triple agents?
I just don't think that's the case. And even if they aren't on the level, these soldiers of fortune run in a whole different circle from our military and intelligence operations. They wouldn't be able to cross over that easily.
If they run in different circles, as you say, then how did they wind up working for the CIA in the first place?
Good point. Unfortunately, the only man who can answer that question is missing.
I suspect that as you look for the Lashkar Jihad stronghold in the mountains, you might very well find Mr. Scoville in the process. Not to mention these mercenary acquaintances of his. In fact, if I were wagering, I would bet Mr. Scoville has gone incommunicado because he is closing in on the enemy and wants to avoid giving away his position.
I hope you're right. Tell me something, Lieutenant. As long as we're talking about odds, what are the chances that Poto and Yafal are hiding out in one of these strongholds we're looking for?
It's very possible. After all, the last report we had on Poto, he was in Banjarmasin, on the south coast 200 miles from here. It would make sense for him to move inland to the rainforests, especially now that he knows we will be stepping up efforts to find him. The same for Jafar, assuming, of course, that he is indeed in the country.
You have doubts?
Again, this is confidential. We have been analyzing the fax message sent by Jafar after the Consulate incident. There are serious questions about its authenticity.
Our people back in the States just reached the same conclusion. They're saying it was patched together from other messages he sent.
It's very puzzling.
At the same time, it's a little beside the point, too. I mean, we know for sure now that the Lashkar Jihad was involved in the bombing, and since they've gotten in bed with the UIF, that still leaves you with Yafal. One way or another, the finger points at him.
True, but given the circumstances, one would have thought Poto would have made sure he got his share of the credit. He's not the sort to shy away from the spotlight.
You know, we could stand around guessing from now till Ramadan and it won't get us anywhere. I say we quit yapping and go hit the mountains and try to find these guys.
Of course. As I mentioned, we'll have all the Kopassus officers under surveillance within the hour. If our ploy works and our turncoat tips his hand, I'll pass along any details of the stronghold's location to you via radio.
And vice versa.
Be sure your pilot takes care. All this smoke has made the skies treacherous for flying. On the way here, I learned we lost a firefighting plane in the same general area where you're headed.
What happened?
We're not certain at this point. From what I've been told, we lost radio contact without warning, and then the plane just dropped off the radar. The smoke is so thick up in the mountains, we're afraid they may have flown into a peak without realizing it was there.
If you can give us the plane's last coordinates, we can do a flyover.
A good idea. It would be appreciated. Excuse me. I have a meeting with General Suseno and the Vice President regarding plans to beef up security in Jakarta. We've got intel pointing to a possible terrorist attack.
Bolan and Kissinger strode across the tarmac and joined Mokhtar and Grimaldi alongside the firefighting chopper. The Sultan was somewhat similar to the AH-64 Apache, but the one Grimaldi would be flying had been retrofitted for its firefighting duties, stripped of armament and outfitted with side-mounted release tanks filled with E-33 grade fire retardant. The cabin likewise had been reconfigured to carry half a dozen firefighters and their equipment. Grimaldi climbed into the cockpit, while Bolan, Kissinger, and Mokhtar filed into the cabin.
If it were up to me, we'd take the Black Hawk. I mean, if the visibility's so bad, who's going to see us anyway?
There'll be sentries posted, Jack. You know that. All it would take would be for us to pass through one clearing at the wrong time, and our cover could be blown.
Yeah. But if they start taking pot shots at us and we don't have any way to shoot back, just remember I told you so.
Duly noted. We're ready when you are.
They'd gone up less than 100 yards when the ground below became obscured by smoke. The men could smell the smoke, even with the chopper's doors closed and sealed.
Play it safe. Weiss said we'd probably have even more visibility issues as we move farther inland. They lost a firefighting plane a couple of days ago in the same area.
Hey, aren't you the one who's always saying I could fly with my eyes closed if I had to?
Don't remind me.
Okay, boys and girls, ready or not, here we come.
As daunting as the flying conditions were, Grimaldi soon determined that there was no uniformity to the smoky pall enshrouding the Borneo interior. Given wind currents and the proximity of the nearest blazes, there would be stretches where he could pick out a flight path that avoided the denser concentrations of smoke. It made for slower going, as he was constantly shifting course to seek out better visibility. But despite his boasting, Grimaldi wasn't foolish enough to think he could fly blindly on a straight course without courting the same fate that had apparently met the Cirque's larger C-130 Hercules firefighting plane. As it turned out, the plane had gone down less than 30 miles from the timber mill where CIA agent Herb Scoville had arranged to rendezvous with his mercenary informants. The proximity was fortuitous, because it would allow Grimaldi to pass over both areas without unduly straining the Sultan's fuel tanks. As it was, Grimaldi knew he'd be cutting it close fuel-wise, given the meandering course forced upon him by the fire clouds. In the rear cabin, meanwhile, Mokhtar and Kissinger were busy cramming gear into the backpacks the men would don once their insertion point had been determined, along with the usual items: first aid kits, flares, walkie-talkies, canteens, spare ammo clips, topo maps, and protein bars. The packs included infrared goggles for searching caves and mop gear.
Tight fit. Lugging all this crap, I'm gonna feel like Santa Claus on the first leg of Christmas Eve.
It does seem like a lot.
Let's not kid ourselves, though. Odds are it'll all come in handy before we're out of this.
The men had been in the air nearly an hour when they finally found themselves close to one of the larger fires. It was a harrowing sight. A mile-wide swath of flames, some reaching as high as 60 feet into the air, was burning its way up a mountain pass filled with old-growth forest. The wind was pushing the fire up the pass, and in its wake it had left more than 8,000 acres of rainforest blackened and denuded. All foliage had been reduced to ash, and once proud trees were now nothing more than charred shafts. From a distance, they looked like a discarded heap of burned matches.
Gives you an idea why the big firms go this route to clear land. It'd take them months to cut down that much timber with work crews.
You don't have to pay a fire either.
Some trade-off.
Grimaldi veered wide of the fire and cleared the ridge, then continued north across an emerald valley that had been thus far spared from the fires. The surrounding mountains served as a buffer from the smoke, and the air over the valley was the clearest they'd seen since arriving in Samarinda. Bolan took advantage of the increased visibility and unfolded a topo map. For once he could actually compare the land below with the map and printouts of the SAT Intel images Rocky Mokhtar had downloaded back at the hotel.
We're getting close. You want to cut right and head toward that peak over there. In about a mile or so, we'll come on an old logging road that runs parallel to the river.
I think I see it already.
The road dead ends at the lumber camp. We'll fly over for a quick look, then cut across the valley and see if there's any trace of the Hercules.
Got it!
As they drifted eastward, Bolan spotted the road as well as the glittering waters of the Saralisi River. The river was far wider than the road in most places, and the current seemed strong, an obvious consideration for those who'd set up the camp. As they drew closer, he could see a 400-acre tract of forest that had been cleared before the mill had shut down. The land was still green, and a new generation of trees was already growing up through the undergrowth. The camp itself was made up of only a few structures. A large mill was set near the river's edge, its feed chutes rusted by monsoons, and on the other side of a makeshift dirt parking lot. stood a row of clapboard barracks.
Looks like they went by the rule book here and tried some reforestation. No wonder they went out of business. Nice place for a terrorist training camp.
Yeah, except you've got an access road leading right to your front door.
I guess that would be a problem.
I could maybe see some mercenaries driving up here for a couple days, though. Nice way to bone up on their woodcraft.
Grimaldi brought the Sultan in for a closer look at the camp. Kissinger and Mokhtar had also brought out their field glasses and were surveying the campsite from both sides of the rear cabin.
Looks pretty deserted. I see some tire tracks in the parking lot, but other than that...
Oh, hold on! Can you swing back over toward the mill? I think I saw something over near that chute that feeds into the river.
Will do.
Grimaldi passed over the barracks, then looped back, chasing the Sultan's faint shadow back toward the mill. Bolan fixed his binoculars on the feed chutes, then followed their angular drop to the river's edge.
I see it too. Looks like a car.
Once Grimaldi saw the vehicle, he brought the chopper down another 50 yards and hovered in place above the chutes. The car lay on its side halfway in the river. The framework was crumpled, as if the vehicle had rolled down the embankment before coming to a rest. Bolan looked over the vehicle and then slowly lowered his binoculars. This wasn't going to be a quick flyover after all. They were going to have to touch down and get out for a closer look.
It's Scoville's Hugo.
Zerk 1, come in. This is Sultan the Swing, over. Mountains must be blocking the signal.
You can try again once we're back up.
Kissinger opened the cabin door and leaped to the ground, followed by Mokhtar and Bolan. Grimaldi brought up the rear. All four men had armed themselves with M16s. They weren't sure what to expect, and weren't about to take any chances.
This place is crawling with tread marks. Most of them look fresh.
Same with footprints.
The tracks led in all directions, so the men split up. Kissinger went to check out the barracks, while Mokhtar and Grimaldi took the mill. Bolan, meanwhile, followed a set of tracks leading to the embankment where the Hugo had gone over. The slope was steep, but the soil was loamy, cushioning Bolan's steps as he carefully made his way down. The vehicle had left deep gouges in the earth en route to the river, but the only prints leading back up from the wreckage were those made by animals. Pigs, from the look of it, Bolan thought. It wasn't a good sign. As he drew nearer to the vehicle, Bolan felt a gnawing dread at what he might find. The Hugo had clearly gone into a roll once it had gone over the side and the roof had collapsed, shattering the windows. The driver's side of the car was almost completely submerged as well, and the river rushed through the passenger compartment. Bolan wasn't sure, but it seemed to him as if the Hugo had moved a few feet since he'd first spotted it from the air. The current was clearly doing all it could to wrest the car from the embankment and claim it for its own. Bolan scrambled down the last few yards to the water's edge and peered into the wreckage. Empty. And even though the roof had flattened, there were gaps in the side windows large enough to crawl through. Bolan felt a twinge of relief. It looked as if whoever had been inside the car had managed to escape. There was still hope. Bolan circled the car and followed the embankment downriver another 50 yards, looking for signs that someone swam before being able to get out of the water. Again, however, none of the tracks he came across were human. Finally, he reached a point where the embankment abruptly ended and was replaced by a rocky cliff that rose up sharply from the water's edge. Rather than risk the precipice, Bolan turned back, retracing his way upstream to the Hugo. Getting back up the embankment was far more difficult than coming down, but Bolan finally made it back to level ground. Kissinger had finished searching the barracks.
Not much there, but some food wrappers and cigarette butts. Could have been left by anyone. Behind the barracks, there's a dirt road with some fresh tread marks leading into the jungle. What'd you come up with?
Trashed Hugo, slipping into the river. Hugo's empty. No sign of Scoville or Bond. Animal tracks, that's about it.
Let's check on the others. Then we can fly down the river bit and see if anybody turns up.
The abandoned mill was a tall building with corrugated steel siding. Bolan and Kissinger followed a warped wooden ramp up to the closest entrance. Inside was a large, musty-smelling work area, 2 stories high, and faintly illuminated by sunlight coming in through the broken windows. Most of the equipment had been removed, but there were a few benches and empty tool sheds, as well as the rusting remains of a large ripsaw that had been used to trim roots and branches off logs before they were sent down chutes into the river. Bolan saw the pilot standing alongside Rocky Mokhtar at the end of the wide conveyor belt used to carry logs from the ripsaw to the chutes. They were both looking grimly at the area where the chute ran level before angling down toward the river.
Yo, Jack, Rocky!
Over here!
Something tells me this isn't going to be pretty.
He was right. Once they reached the chute, Bolan spotted a man's body tethered to the chute. One look at the man's lizard-skin boots, and he knew it was Herb Scoville. If not for the boots, identification would have been difficult, because the man's head was missing. Judging from a still glistening streak of blood trailing down the chute, it was clear that the head had rolled all the way down into the river. There were bruises and lacerations along Scoville's arms.
Looks like he was tortured first.
What a way to die.
Question is, who did it? Mercs or Lashkar?
Beheadings aren't that uncommon in the islands. They use a karak, something like a cross between a machete and a hunting knife.
Lashkar, then.
Unless it was the mercs trying to throw us off their scent.
Any sign of Bon?
No, but we haven't searched the whole place yet.
Let's do something about the body, then look around.
Mokhtar had a folding knife, which he used to cut through the ropes that had secured Scoville to the chute. Then the men dragged him back inside the mill. They turned one of the tool lockers on its side and placed the body inside, then closed the door and placed a bench over it to keep it secure from predators. There wasn't much more they could do, at least for the moment. The task completed, the men silently spread out and quickly searched the rest of the mill. There was no trace of the female bounty hunter. Given Scoville's grisly fate, Bolan didn't want to think about what the Lashkar might have done with a female prisoner.
I don't think she was in the car. I think they just drove it to the edge, then got out and let it roll down the embankment.
Provided she came out here with Scoville, that leaves the road into the jungle. They must have taken her hostage.
Well, we got a decision to make. If we go looking for her, it's gonna take us away from our mission, and it's not like we've got a lot of leeway time-wise. On the other hand, if the Lashkar have her, it seems like she's gonna wind up at the same stronghold we're looking for. If anything, following that road lets us have it both ways.
Let's take the bird back up. We'll fly low and follow the road as best we can. As long as it stays on course toward where the Hercules went down, we'll stick with it.
And if it strays off course?
No-brainer. If the road strays off course, we stick with the mission.
Following the road from the air was no easy task. One moment they would have it in view, and the next it would disappear, concealed beneath the dense jungle canopy. Usually Grimaldi would be able to evaluate the terrain and make a guess as to where it was headed. But there were places where he proved off the mark, and they would have to backtrack and circle around with Bolan, Kissinger, and Mokhtar, all peering through the foliage with binoculars before they were able to pick up the trail. It was a slow, tedious process, and even though they continued on a general course in the direction of the downed Hercules and purported jihad strongholds, there came a point when the Sultan's dwindling fuel became the determining factor.
Sorry, Stryker, but this puppy's going through fuel faster than I figured. We gotta cut back on all this bobbing and weaving.
Let's call it off then. Take us up higher and see if we can get back in radio range.
Grimaldi nodded and pulled the chopper up another 200 feet, then veered course toward the mountains to the north.
Another few miles and we'll be within range of where the Hercules went down. Keep your eyes open.
A lot of good that'll do. This haze is getting worse the higher up we go. We aren't going to be able to see squat.
Do the best you can. If we can't establish radio contact with Samarinda, we're wasting our time.
Grimaldi took the Sultan up another 1,000 feet. Visibility quickly dwindled to the point where they could no longer see the ground.
Cirque 1, come in. This is the Sultan of Swing. Over.
This sucks. Hell, you'd think in this day and age you could reach out and touch somebody from anywhere on the planet.
We're in no man's land. The last relay tower is probably just north of the agri compound.
We aren't supposed to need relay towers. That's what we have satellites for.
Maybe it has something to do with the smoke.
Whatever it is, it sucks.
Cirque 1, come in. This is the Sultan of Swing. Over.
Damn. Great. It just keeps getting better.
What's the problem?
2 problems. 1, we're down to under half a tank. Even if we turn back, it's gonna be iffy whether we can make it to Samarinda.
What about the reserve tank?
That's the second problem. I just tried opening the line. Nada.
The reserve tank's empty?
It wasn't when I checked it back at the base. There's either a leak or some kink in the delivery line.
Sounds like we need to make a pit stop.
Your call, Sarge.
Let's do this. We'll make a couple of quick passes over the Hercules' last coordinates, then head over the mountains and touch down in this gorge area here, where it's mostly flat land. If we've still got the extra fuel and can get it to the main tanks, we'll double back to Samarinda and come up with another game plan.
What if we're stuck running on fumes?
One of the possible strongholds Weiss listed is a day's hike from the gorge. If we can't make it back to Samarinda, we might as well forge ahead and see what we come up with. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah, we're really on a roll on that front.
Grimaldi took the chopper back down. The smoky haze began to thin out. The men also began to see bits of ash floating in the air, like large flakes of snow. Soon they were able to make out the ground below them again. Scattered about the mountainside, they saw a handful of small fires. Bolan grabbed his binoculars and looked for signs of wreckage near where the fires had started. There weren't any.
Looks like the plane could have started them.
I think it's from all this falling ash. Some of the flakes floating around down there look big enough to carry a little heat.
What's that up on the right over there?
Bolan trained his field glasses in the direction Grimaldi was pointing. He saw a small clearing on the ridgeline where boulders had been stacked in a half circle, then partially covered by a screen of leafy branches.
Looks like a sentry post.
Anybody on watch?
Not that I can see. The brush is pretty heavy, though, so there still might be someone down there.
Maybe we were wrong about the Hercules. Maybe they took it out with a stinger.
Let's hope not. Otherwise, they're gonna be looking at us for dessert.
How about if we kill two birds with one stone? See if you can douse that fire as we're passing over. It'll make us look legitimate if anyone's watching. And if we dump some retardant, it'll lighten our load a little.
I'll give it a shot, but it's not like I got a lot of experience at this. If my aim's off, it'll blow our cover.
I have confidence in you.
It took 2 passes and all the chopper's retardant, but Grimaldi managed to snuff out the blaze. The feat had apparently gone unnoticed from the ground, however, as the sentry post remained untended, and there were no other signs of the enemy. The others also kept an eye on the surrounding peaks for any trace of the missing Hercules C-130, but the plane remained unaccounted for. Grimaldi crossed over the mountain, entering a valley even more sprawling and overrun by vegetation than the one they'd just crossed.
It still might have gone down here. With all the clefts around here, we might have missed it.
Well, I don't know about that. That C-130's a big hunk of metal. If it went down around here, I think we'd know it.
What if they were just having radio problems like us? I mean, for all we know, they could still be in the air and on their way back to Samarinda.
I don't think so. Lieutenant Weiss said something about the plane dropping off the radar. It has to be down here somewhere.
Whatever the case, the Hercules is the least of our worries right now. I'm more concerned about making sure we don't wind up stranded along with it.
See the gorge? Set down at the lake's edge.
The gorge Bolan was referring to was a deep vertical recess between the 2 larger peaks separating the 2 valleys. A 3-tiered waterfall cascaded down the center of the crevasse, emptying into a small lake that, in turn, fed a series of tributaries that disappeared into the surrounding rainforest. Near the lake's edge was a half-acre of grassland flat enough for Grimaldi to set the Sultan down.
Cirque 1, come in. This is the Sultan of Swing. Over.
It's gonna be a few minutes at least. Might as well get out and stretch your legs.
The men piled out of the chopper. While Grimaldi investigated the fuel situation, Bolan laid out the maps and satellite photos on a large boulder and motioned for the others to huddle around.
Let's get our bearings. The road Biotane was using for its deliveries is over here, about 50 miles east of us. As you can see, everything else is pretty much rainforest.
What about this?
It's an old service road. It leads to a limestone quarry my uncle used to work at. When it tapped out, they shut it down and tried to convert it into a transmigration settlement. Dimatan, I think they called it.
Tried to?
It didn't work out. Dimatan had been one of the countless remote areas where the government forcibly relocated nearly 9 million people from the more congested parts of the country, particularly Java, between 1969 and 1994. The quarry site was a poor choice. There was a lot of graft on the construction end, and the local tribes rose up in revolt once the trans-migrants started moving in. There was a big massacre about 10 years ago, and once they evacuated the survivors, there was talk of setting up a campground for day hikers. But the tribes wouldn't have that either, so the government just pulled out.
So it's another road to nowhere.
Just like the access road to the timber mill.
What about the tribes? Where do they stand with the Lashkar Jihad? Are they sympathetic?
Not that I know of. They're mostly Muslim, but they don't have any use for politics. If the Lashkar are holed up around here, They probably just struck some sort of deal to stay out of each other's business.
Live and let live?
Yeah, something like that.
Son of a bitch! Well, campers, it's a good thing we packed provisions.
Bad news?
Afraid so. Turns out the reserve tank was cocked open the whole time.
Meaning?
Meaning it kept topping off the main tank until it was drained out. That explains why the hell the needle started going down so fast when we were crisscrossing back near the timber mill.
But we still have nearly half a tank, right? Without the retardant weighing us down, we should be able to make it back, don't you think?
Nah, you gotta figure we used up the reserve fuel getting this far, right? That means we used up way over half a tank. Maybe even 3/4. And the way our luck's been going, if we try to make it back, we'll probably needle on empty just as we're flying over one of the fires. I'll pass on that.
How about if we cut over to the main road? We can follow it back until we're in radio range, then call Samarinda with our position. If the fuel gives out, we can just set down on the road and wait.
That could work.
Let's give it a try.
The others started back toward the chopper as Bolan gathered up the maps. He was about to join them when he stopped suddenly.
Hang on a second. I think I heard something.
Plane?
No. I think it's coming from down on the ground.
Sounds a little too high-pitched for a car. A motorcycle, maybe?
That or an outboard motor. Could be another one of those hovercraft. Try this on for size. Say there was a sentry up at that post when we started coming this way. He scrambles down this side of the mountain and hops in a boat so he can spread the word.
If that's the case, maybe Weiss was right about that base camp 10 miles north of here.
And if they took your friend Bon alive, something tells me that's where she's going to wind up.
There's one way to find out.
Even though the Sultan bore the Cirque insignia and was clearly not a military aircraft, the men were concerned it would be too risky to fly it toward the rumored stronghold. With no fires on this side of the mountain, the chopper would arouse too many suspicions. They braced themselves for a long hike through the forest, but the tributary speeding out from the lake afforded an alternative, and ultimately they decided that the best approach would be by water. The men had packed an inflatable raft among their provisions. They laid the craft out on the shore and activated its built-in compressor, then returned to the Sultan for their backpacks and weapons, along with a set of oars.
Hopefully we won't run into anyone until we're close to the camp. But just in case we do, I think we should go with our suppressors.
None of the men's weapons had been originally designed for suppressors, but Kissinger had years ago used his weaponry skills to fashion lightweight housings adaptable to nearly every gun barrel in the Stony Man arsenal. Each man had a sound suppressor in his backpack, and they quickly rigged them into place. The raft was nearly ready. While Bolan surveyed the tributaries, trying to determine which one they should take, Kissinger looked back at the waterfall they'd passed over earlier. Bolan pointed out a narrow stream gurgling just to the right of the waterfall. It seemed to pass through a small cave-like opening in the base of the mountain.
Looks like the lake feeds into the mountain, too.
The mountains here are mostly all limestone. They're hollowed out on the inside and riddled with caves.
We ran into something like that a while back in Africa. Turned out the Interahamwe had set up an entire camp inside one of the bigger caves and had used tunnels as a shortcut from one side of the mountain to the other.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Lashkar have the same setup. If they're camped on this side of the mountain, it might be the way they got to the timber mill.
If that's the case, it's probably the way they came back, too. Maybe we ought to go that way first. Who knows? Maybe we'd wind up cutting them off.
He's got a point. I mean, we're right here. Why traipse through that damn forest if we don't have to?
How much of a honeycomb are we talking about with these caves?
Nah, I can't say for sure. When my uncle used to work the quarry, he said on his days off he'd go exploring the caves and they were like a labyrinth. But that's across the valley. These mountains could be different, but not by much, I would think.
In other words, there's no guarantee anybody coming back from the timber mill will wind up coming out of this particular hole in the wall.
It's possible, but if we hiked along the base of the mountain, we'd probably find a few dozen other entrances just like this one.
That rules out staying put and hoping we can just ambush them. But I can't see going in after them either. One wrong turn and we'd wind up chasing dead ends.
The raft is ready. I say we stick with the original game plan.
Bolan leaned forward and began to row, heading toward one of the wider tributaries that seemed to wend its way northward into the forest. The others kept an eye out on their surroundings, looking for any signs of the enemy or the missing fire plane. Kissinger's gaze drifted back toward the cave opening he'd spotted earlier.
I'm thinking maybe we ought to reconsider going into the mountain.
Why's that?
Have a look yourself.
Bolan looked over his shoulder. Something had just floated out from inside the cave. They were still close enough that he didn't need binoculars to make out what it was. As Bolan guided the raft closer, he saw that the corpse, lying face down in the water, was bloated and distended. All Bolan could tell for sure was that it was a man, olive-skinned and naked, with a stab wound below the shoulder blades a few inches to the right of his spine. It was difficult to tell whether he'd been stabbed in the back or if the blade had entered through his chest and come out on the other side. They headed toward the body, and once they were alongside, they used the oars to flip the man onto his back. Black leeches festooned the front of the man's body as well as his face. Much as the bloodsuckers obscured the man's features, Rocky Mokhtar was still able to make an educated guess as to the victim's nationality. He used his oar to move the man's hair. He was looking for a prominent birthmark along the hairline. He didn't see it.
Oh, man. I don't think he's Lashkar. I'd say Middle Eastern, Saudi, maybe Egyptian.
UIF?
That'd be my guess. It's not Yafal.
I didn't think it would be. That'd be too convenient.
What do you think, Rocky? Did he get nailed by one of those Karaks you were talking about?
It's hard to tell, maybe. Could be from a stalactite, too, though.
Stalactite?
The caves are filled with them because of the moisture seeping through the limestone. Some of them are as large as gas pumps, but others are like daggers.
You're right. I think we better go have a look.
As Bolan rowed toward the opening, the others reached for their guns. The upper arch of the cavity rose only a few feet above the waterline, so they had to crouch low in the raft as Bolan guided it through the gap. When they emerged on the other side, the men found themselves in a large cavern, roughly the size of the CIA warehouse back in Samarinda. There was just enough light seeping in from outside for them to make out a few details. As Mokhtar had explained, the upper reaches of the vault were dotted with long, tapering stalactites of various sizes and widths. Stalagmites, their bulkier counterparts, similarly rose from the ground on either side of the waterway. Grimaldi recoiled and eyed the bats with wary contempt. He fought back an urge to curse at them, and the others remained silent as well. Bolan worked the oars quietly, taking care not to splash them against the surface of the water. They advanced another 20 yards into the chamber. Grimaldi, who was riding up front, pointed to a body floating toward them. Bolan coaxed the raft to one side, letting the corpse drift by, then blocking it with one of the oars so they could have a closer look. The dead man looked much like the other, though the light was too faint to detect any wounds. He hadn't been in the water as long either, and only a few leeches had attached themselves to his bluing flesh. Bolan pulled the oar away. The body floated on, bound for the mouth of the cave. Bolan resumed rowing, but soon an unmistakable fetid smell began to fill the air.
Smells like somebody's doing our work for us.
The Mercs, maybe.
There are more bodies somewhere.
Yeah, but where?
It seems stronger off to the left.
Feels like the raft's deflating. Must have hit one of those damn stalagmites.
It's only a few feet deep. Everybody out, but be careful. There are more of them just below the surface.
Quietly, the men climbed out and waded ashore, dragging the raft behind them.
One nasty gash, but it should be easy enough to patch.
We'll worry about it later.
The Stony Man team left the raft and ventured toward a series of passageways to their left. The ground was slick beneath their feet, and they moved slowly to avoid falling onto the sharp stalagmites that rose from the ground at irregular intervals on either side of them. The stench grew stronger, until there was no question which of the shafts to investigate. Grimaldi paused before the opening and looked back at Bolan.
It's pitch black in there, and nasty smelling too. What do we use, gas masks, flares, or goggles?
Goggles. No sense advertising ourselves any more than we have to. Deal with the smell.
The men paused long enough to raid their backpacks and don the infrared goggles. With little ambient light to amplify, however, the spectacles were even less effective than they would have been outside in the dead of night. The men had to give themselves a few minutes for their eyes to adjust. Once they were ready to proceed, Bolan grabbed his Desert Eagle and led the way down the passage. The ground pitched upward slightly for a few yards before leveling off, forcing them to move with even more caution. Soon clouds of insects began to swarm around them, ignoring all attempts to wave them away. Several times, Bolan paused and held the men back, allowing snakes to slither across the dirt path ahead of them. Bringing the column to a halt near the mouth of yet another passageway, Bolan moved to one side, giving the others a chance to peer into the opening, which led to a grotto with a low ceiling free of stalactites. Piled high on the ground in the center of the grotto were more corpses, at least 20 of them. In the dark, it was difficult for the men to make out any details, even with their goggles, but none of them was in a rush to enter the enclosure. They all hung back in the tunnel, waiting on Bolan's next move.
We're gonna risk a flare. Hold off until we take off these peepers.
Bolan held the flare at arm's length, squinting against the sudden brightness. He waited a few moments, and then strode into the grotto, torch held high to better illuminate the entire enclosure. The glare made everything even more hideous. The bodies lay in a heap, all in the same state of decomposition. It looked as if most of the men had been stabbed, but there were gunshot wounds as well. A few of the corpses were missing their heads. Leeches hadn't gotten to the bodies yet, but the corpses were crawling with insects. Bolan moved in for a closer look and waved the bugs away, inspecting those few faces exposed to the torchlight. Kissinger stepped around the bodies, checking the back of the grotto.
Whoever did these guys wasted Scoville too. Same swipe with that carrot knife.
Not necessarily. Remember, I said beheading is common in these parts, and it's nearly always done the same way. Someone who never laid eyes on Scoville could have done this.
There's a drop-off back here. Must lead back down to the stream. Those other guys must have rolled off the heap and dropped into the water.
They're UIF, all right.
You recognize them?
That one. Ahmed Karno, head of Yafal's personal security force.
Which is probably who the rest of these guys are, then.
You know what this means, don't you?
UIF got very close to Yafal. We might be here.
Get some gloves on. We need to sort through these bodies and see if we've got our man.
By the time they had completed their grisly task and stepped back from the bodies, the flare was nearly out, and the small cave was growing dark.
He's not here. Unless he's one of the ones missing a head.
Or he could have dropped into the stream.
We can check the lake, but I don't think we're going to find him.
You think the Lashkar took him prisoner?
Possibly. But why, I'm not sure.
Power struggle. Well, you know Yafal and Poto had a rivalry going back to their time in Afghanistan. Could be push came to shove and Poto came out on top.
Whatever the case, it doesn't change the mission. Let's get back to it.
I can understand Poto butting heads with Yafal, but to pull something like this, he won't be able to get away with it. Once word gets out, the rest of the UIF will retaliate, and they'll come down harder on him than we would. It's like he cut off his nose to spite his face.
Crime of passion. Things get heated enough, you don't think about the consequences.
This whole thing sheds another light on that fax that came in after the Consulate was hit. If Yafal's been taken out, no wonder they had to paste together that message of his.
The question is, if the Lashkar Jihad set the bomb, why pin it on Yafal? From what I know of Poto, he'd jump at the chance to take all the credit.
Maybe it's damage control. Maybe Poto's trying to cover up what happened here. At least until he can figure out his next move.
One thing's for sure. Whether it's at that camp up the river or another stronghold, Poto is somewhere in this valley. And if he's holding Yafal prisoner, that gives us a chance to trim that 10 most wanted list down to 8.
Mokhtar had been silent, and when Bolan glanced over his shoulder, he saw the medic standing a few yards back from the others, looking the other way. Mokhtar turned, finger to his lips. He was pointing back the way they'd come. The other men fell silent and backtracked to Mokhtar's side. Soon they heard it too. Bolan's hand went instinctively to his holster, fingers closing around the butt of his .44.
It's coming from somewhere past the grotto.
Car, maybe a truck.
The men pulled on their infrared goggles, drew their guns, and followed the sound. The tunnel went on for another 50 yards before reaching a junction where it split off in 3 different directions. The men hesitated, trying to determine which one the sound was coming from. Mokhtar finally pointed to his right, and then led the men down the smallest of the 3 shafts. The offshoot quickly narrowed, and stalactites began to appear, forcing the men to first crouch, and then crawl on all 4s through a thick layer of slime. The passageway curved several times, angling upward, and continually shrinking to a point where the stalactites disappeared. Eventually, the tunnel narrowed to an opening barely large enough to squeeze through, 1 man at a time. Mokhtar, leading the way now, found it increasingly difficult to make headway, forcing all 4 men to inch their way along. As he waited for the others to move ahead of him, Bolan ran one hand along the surrounding rock. It felt scalloped, as if the opening had been chiseled out by hand. Soon all 4 men found themselves enclosed on all sides within the cramped shaft, and Bolan began to worry that they'd wandered into a trap. Caught in such close quarters, it would be impossible for them to defend themselves from attack. He considered calling a retreat, but decided against it. Calling out to the others, even in a whisper, would only draw more attention to them. The shaft continued to angle upward, and after another 20 yards it began to widen again. Bolan was now able to see past the others, and he saw what appeared to be a swatch of light. He saw Mokhtar slowly rise to a crouch, then move out of view, followed by Kissinger and Grimaldi. There could be no mistaking it now. Whatever lay beyond the bend the men had taken had a light source of some kind. Bolan crawled the last few yards to where the others had disappeared. He saw them crouched together a few feet away on a rock ledge, overlooking another large cavern, twice the size of the one they'd first encountered when entering the mountain. More than 100 feet above the Stony Man warriors, there was a wide opening. They pushed up their goggles to their foreheads. Light filtered down through the opening, revealing a long rope ladder that extended all the way to the cavern floor, some 20 feet below them. Bolan wondered if the opening led to the sentry post they'd seen from the air earlier. At ground level, a well-worn dirt roadway ran down the middle of the cavern and reached back into a large tunnel that seemed to lead toward the center of the mountain. The men couldn't see the approaching vehicle, but it sounded as if it would appear on the roadway any second. Kissinger suddenly tapped Bolan's shoulder and pointed in the other direction. The soldier turned his head and looked down at the cavern floor. 40 yards away, set in haphazard rows amid a cluster of thick stalagmites, were more than 24 large, heavy plastic containers stenciled with biohazard warnings. Hey! Startled, Bolan whirled to his right and saw 2 bearded men in white robes staring up at him and the others. One of the robed men raised an Uzi SMG and took aim.
Down!
Stalactites of all sizes began to snap free and plummet. Bolan and the others cringed as the stalactites fell past them. They were saved from being impaled or crushed several times when another ledge, several yards directly above them, deflected the falling shafts. The ledge they were huddled on quaked beneath them from the relentless hammering of stone against stone. One of the plunging columns came down within a few yards of the pesticides. When it toppled onto its side, it clipped 2 of the containers, knocking them over. It was impossible to know if the seals had broken, because clouds of pulverized limestone had begun to rise from the ground.
Mob 4! Through that!
Bolan wasn't about to call for a retreat either. There was no way he was going to have them crawl back into the cramped passageway that had brought them to the cavern. Instead, he brought his Desert Eagle into play. The gunman who'd fired at them went down, while the other retreated farther into the mouth of the passageway, where he'd already fled to avoid the deadly downpour. Kissinger had a better angle on the second man, and quickly dispatched him. Other Lashkar soldiers soon appeared, some emerging from other openings, both on the ground and along the rounded cavern walls, across from where the Stony Man warriors were huddled. Up above, men began to scramble down the rope ladder. Several spotted Bolan and the others, and instinctively fired at them. Once more, loosening spires from overhead. Sharp bits of falling rock had already hacked away the rope, and as the men scaled their way downward, their cumulative weight brought down nearly half the ladder, and 3 men along with it. Grimaldi and Mokhtar finished off the rest with bursts from their weapons, while Bolan and Kissinger continued to fire at those who'd appeared at the lower levels. In the midst of all the chaos, Bolan finally spotted the vehicle they'd heard earlier. It was a camo-painted Humvee. It had come to a stop 40 yards away at the mouth of the tunnel leading from the center of the mountain. A fallen stalactite had blocked its path. 2 men got out of the front seat and rushed forward with assault rifles to investigate the disruption inside the cavern. Bolan was lining up one of them in the sights of his .44 when another Lashkar gunner suddenly rose into view directly in front of him, brandishing a long-bladed knife. The terrorist lashed out as Bolan shot. Bolan felt a sharp, jabbing pain as the blade struck his head. His night goggles, still propped on his forehead, flew off, having taken the worst of the blow. His head was still tender from the incident with the truck on the streets of Samarinda, and a white flash of pain shot through his head. This time, however, he managed to remain conscious. Shaking off his pain, Bolan crept forward and peered over the edge. He saw a series of chiseled incisions cutting into the rock wall leading up to the ledge. He reloaded the Desert Eagle and then turned to Grimaldi and signaled that he was going down. Grimaldi nodded and then quickly shifted his attention to the upper reaches. 2 more gunmen stood in silhouette before the opening to the outer mountain. The other man ducked to one side and fired back, pelting the rock behind Grimaldi and the others. Kissinger and Mokhtar both triggered their guns at the same time. Once over the ledge, Bolan carefully lowered himself down the chiseled rungs, gun in hand. He pressed himself against the facing, supporting his weight with his feet and left hand, freeing his right to fire his Desert Eagle at a gunman crouched in the rubble behind a pair of half-severed stalagmites. Once he reached the ground, Bolan was able to see the stretch of cavern wall that had been shielded from view when he'd been up on the ledge. Set into a wide recess was a wood-framed workstation filled with workbenches, laboratory equipment, and a long rack of full-body hazmat suits. Bolan suspected this was where the bomb that had spread toxic death throughout the Consulate had been manufactured. Bolan grabbed one of the fallen Lashkar hard men's Uzis and cautiously began to circle the cavern. Kissinger and the others made their way down from the ledge and joined him. There was no sign of survivors amid the rubble, but they kept a wary eye on all the various passageways.
Looks like the lieutenant's calculations were a little off. If this isn't a stronghold, I don't know what is.
Check the bodies for Yafal or Poto. I want to have a look at the Humvee.
The executioner stepped carefully around the fallen stalactites, making his way toward the vehicle. As he passed through the dim shaft of daylight, he glanced up, making sure no one else had appeared at the opening. Once he reached the Humvee, he trained his Uzi on the windows and carefully circled the vehicle. The windows were pretty blacked out, so he couldn't tell if anyone was still inside. The driver's side door was open, however, and as he walked by, he could see that the front cabin was vacant. He circled to the back and slowly closed his fingers around the rear door handle, then quickly yanked it open, finger on the Uzi's trigger. There was movement inside the Hummer, but Bolan held his fire. Crouched before him, ankles bound and wrists behind her back, was Jane Bond. Her mouth had been duct-taped. She wasn't alone. Directly behind her was a Lashkar hard man, using her as a human shield. The man had his karak pressed against Bond's throat.
Let her go.
I will not hurt her.
Let her go.
I am Maruf. I am on your side now. I can help you.
Maruf was in his mid-20s, wild-haired, and though he sported a beard, it was shorter than most of the other Lashkar soldiers and better groomed. He stared intently at Bolan and slowly removed the knife from Bond's throat. Bolan shifted his gaze to Bond. Her face was bruised, and most of the buttons had been torn loose from her shirt. Whatever they had done to her, they hadn't broken her spirit. She gestured at the man behind her, and then nodded at Bolan. When he pried the tape from her lips, she winced.
I walk out on you and you still come to the rescue. That's gallantry for you.
Is he telling the truth?
Yeah, I think so.
Bolan eyed the man suspiciously. He held out his hand, indicating that he wanted the karak. The terrorist handed over the weapon, and Bolan used the knife to cut Bond's binds. She rubbed her chafed wrists. Bolan helped Bond out of the vehicle and told the prisoner to follow with his hands over his head. The man complied.
If you're on our side, why did you keep her in here instead of getting out and helping us?
I could not see you. I thought maybe you were UIF. I thought you were retaliating for what happened to Yafal's men.
What was that about?
Poto's arrogance. That's what it was about. He cares nothing about Islam or the cause of our people. He cares only about Muammar Poto.
Did Poto kill Yafal along with the others?
No, Yafal is still alive, but his days are numbered.
There's a plan to kill him. I don't know the details, but I heard some of them talking, and they want to off him in a way that makes it look like our doing.
For propaganda?
Probably. I'd suggest we find a way out of here fast and haul ass to the camp in Daimatan before they get their plane off the ground.
What plane?
A firefighting plane. From search and rescue in Samarinda.
That plane went down.
No. We had men stow away on board in Samarinda. They took it over once it had flown beyond radio range, then they flew it to Damatan. At least, that was their plan.
For what reason?
They are going to empty the retardant and replace it with chemicals, the ones the government was trying to get rid of. They took 3 times as much as is stored here, maybe more.
They're going to dump poison into the smoke clouds drifting toward Jakarta.
Some of it, yes. They are not sure it will work, so the rest they will fly into Jakarta directly. With all the fires, they think no one will be suspicious of the plane until it is too late.
Too late for what?
They want to fly the plane into the Parliament while it is in session.
Even with the Hummer's 4-wheel drive, it was impossible to get past the crumbled remains of stalactites blanketing the cave floor. But the prisoner knew of an alternative route, and nearly 20 minutes after the Stony Man warriors had completed their inspection, they were back out in open air. Dusk was falling, and the setting sun had turned the smoke clouds an appropriately fiery red. Grimaldi was at the wheel, with Kissinger riding shotgun, while Bolan and Jane Bond sat in the rear. On the bench seat in between, Rocky Mokhtar sat across from the prisoner, whose hands had been secured behind his back. As an added precaution, both Mokhtar and Bolan had their guns out. Much as they wanted to believe they'd finally gotten their hands on a cooperative member of the Lashkar Jihad, the precautions seemed necessary. They made their way through the forest, taking the same lone dirt road that linked Daimatan with the lumber camp where Herb Scoville had been beheaded.
Name, rank, serial number.
Wahid Maruf. No rank, no serial number. Will you follow Geneva Convention rules?
Since you're not a soldier, Geneva Convention rules do not apply. Give me your story, and don't waste my time with a tale about being a drug runner or dealer who's crossed his boss, or a story about a flight to freedom, and that you're seeking political asylum. If I even think you're lying to me, I will hunt your sisters down and turn them over to Pakistan. We understand each other.
Yes.
Talk.
I joined the Lashkar Jihad thinking it would improve my destiny. Pretty much like everyone else who has joined, I come from a poor family. I think I was attracted to the idea of making Islam stronger by being a better Muslim, not by invoking terror. I like the idea of fighting for the righteous cause, but by example, not by becoming a criminal. I reluctantly bought into the Lashkar's bloody campaigns against Christians in Sulawesi and the Moluccas, rationalizing them as an unfortunate but necessary means to a greater end. Once the Lashkar had begun to swell its ranks by assimilating other, even more violent groups, I came to realize that their military and political concerns far outweighed any religious consideration. By then, however, I felt it was too late for me to bow out of the organization. I'd risen too far into ranks and knew too much to be allowed to just walk away. Several close friends had made such a choice, only to be tortured and murdered in front of their peers as a warning against desertion. And so I served as best I could, trying not to draw attention to myself and, whenever possible, wrangling my way out of any assignment or mission likely to involve bloodshed or other acts contrary to my understanding of the Quran.
Where did you learn your English?
I learned it on my own when I was swindling tourists in Yalin. It made me valuable to Muammar Poto, earning me a place, if not in the Lashkar leader's inner circle, at least in the immediate periphery. The more I spent time around Poto, the more I came to see the man as self-aggrandizing and power-hungry, and the more I became disillusioned with the entire Lashkar Jihad. I kept my misgivings to myself, however.
What were you doing most recently, before today?
Less than a week ago, I was part of the group that helped smuggle Hamid Yafal into the country, after his flight from Islamabad. Yafal shaved his beard and used makeup to cover the telltale birthmark on his forehead, then disguised himself as part of an air courier team flying derrick supplies to the oil fields in Warabadak, just north of Samarinda. From there, he was transported to his current hideout in Daimatan.
How long has the quarry site been used by the Lashkar?
I think almost from the beginning of the Lashkar Jihad.
How many people are up there now?
At any given time, there's probably about 700 based there.
You get special training?
Yes. Early on, I got pilot's training. In fact, I flew the plane that brought Yafal to Daimatan.
How did you find Yafal?
Not so good. I think Yafal's a kindred spirit to Poto, equally brash and conceited, equally quick to preach violence as the only viable means of achieving his objectives. I was never important enough to attend any of their summit meetings, but I heard that they went well. Same goals, same ideologies. But later, when they were getting down to details, things started falling apart. They were too much to say. Each thought he should have the final say on any plans for escalating the jihad. Yesterday, the meeting was apparently reduced to a shouting match, and I heard that Yafal and Poto nearly came to blows. But then Poto talked with his people and apologized to Yafal, acknowledging that in recent weeks the UIF had been instrumental in helping the Lashkar Jihad win its string of victories against governmental forces trying to clamp down on the Lashkar's activities. He had extended the olive branch to Yafal, agreeing to let the Egyptian direct strategy and stepped up attempts to strike decisive blows against both the Indonesian government and its Western allies, particularly the United States. Pretty quick turnaround, eh? Yafal should have suspected something, but he didn't, and that something happened today. Invited to tour the mountain facilities where Iman Agung had assembled the aerosol bomb that would soon go off inside the U.S. Consulate in Samarinda, Yafal arrived early that morning with his security entourage and wandered into an ambush that took place inside the mountain caverns, just as the first news of the Consulate bombing had begun to spread.
Did you participate?
No, I wasn't there. Poto assigned me to accompany a pair of assassins to a lumber mill where they, in turn, planned to ambush a CIA officer. The CIA man was under the impression he was making follow-up contact with some American soldiers the Lashkar Jihad was attempting to recruit for a top-secret mission. I helped with the interrogation before the American was executed.
Herb told me about the meeting when he showed up at the restaurant a few minutes after you'd left.
By now, they'd been on the road for nearly an hour. The sun was down and the Humvee's front beams lit the way before them, illuminating the rainforest around them and drawing a steady stream of flying insects and large moths with wings the size of table tennis paddles. They had already passed the site Lieutenant Weiss had pegged as a possible Lashkar stronghold. The camp had been abandoned several weeks ago in favor of the mountain facility, which had been determined to be a better storage area for the diverted pesticides. It would be at least 3 hours before they reached Daimatan.
Scoville told me the Mercs were the same men who'd thwarted the Al-Arqam kidnapping in the Philippines, and that the CIA had fabricated a supposed rift with the U.S. senators to make it easier for the Mercs to infiltrate the Lashkar Jihad. I talked Scoville into letting me come along for the rendezvous. We left at around 11 because Herb said we'd have to drive through the night to reach the timber mill. I'd thought about leaving a message, but Herb was worried that if you knew where we were going, he'd suddenly have a small army on his hands.
He was probably right. Of course, if he'd told us, he'd probably be alive right now, too.
We showed up at the mill right on schedule and went to meet the Mercs at one of the barracks. Herb said they'd camped out there because it was close to the spot where they'd be meeting up with the Jihad recruiters.
Not very smart. Hell, the Lashkar were probably skulking in the brush the first time Scoville met with the guys.
Do you mind? The man's dead, for Christ's sake. Show a little respect.
When you reached the barracks, the Mercs weren't there.
No, they weren't. We had our guns out, but Poto's goons got the jump on us. I tried to put up a fight, but got clobbered over the back of the head and passed out. When I came to, Maroof here was pulling one of the goons off.
He was going to break your arm so you could not fight back when you woke up. What he was doing was wrong. For me, it was the last straw.
Good for you.
The goon pulled a gun on Maroof and laughed at him. I saw an opening and tried to take the guy out with a karate kick, but... Anyway, I couldn't get him off me. That's when I got this shiner. I kept trying to fight him off, but...
You don't need to go into that if you don't want to.
Afterward, he dragged me to my feet and put the tape around my mouth, then tied my hands and led me to the mill. Maroof came with us, and he kept yelling at this creep, but the guy just laughed back at him.
Because he was the one with the gun. They are all like that. They think because they have the gun, they can do and say what they like.
Unfortunately, they're usually right.
The other goon was just as much of an animal. He had Herb tied to the chute and was already cutting him. They didn't tie me down next to him because Herb had told them I was just some floozy he'd picked up. Couldn't believe they went for it.
It's because you're a woman. It was easier for them to believe him, didn't think you might actually be important enough to have information.
That plus the fact they wanted to take me back and peddle me around to the rest of the gang. That's what saved me. Maroof convinced them I was more useful to them alive than dead.
I played to their weakness. It was the only way I thought it would work. The things I said... I am ashamed.
It's called acting. I know you didn't mean it.
What about the interrogation?
They told me what to ask him, but I knew they didn't understand any English. So I just told him how sorry I was. That I was a coward for not trying to do more to stop what was happening.
They tell you to interrogate the guy, and instead you wind up being the one who's confessing?
I should have done more, but that is what has become of me. always afraid. Always a coward.
Herb played along. He pretended he was being asked all these incriminating questions, and he gave Maroof hell, but not nearly as much as he did the other two.
How so?
Well, like most people, the first words Herb picked up when he got stationed here were all the profanities. He knew them all, and when he wasn't chewing out Maroof, he was letting the goons have it with both barrels. When he saw it was getting to them, he laid it on even thicker. They cut him some more, thinking it'd shut him up, but he kept going on.
He was baiting them, so they'd kill him before they could get him to talk.
Yeah. Finally, they'd had enough, and one of them just off and whacked him. I didn't see it coming. God, I tell you, I wish to hell I had, because I'm going to spend the rest of my life seeing his head go down that slide to the river.
As the Humvee continued to make its way through the forest, they had several encounters with animals that had strayed onto the road. Twice it was bearded pigs that blocked their way. Another time, an orangutan that Grimaldi at first mistook for a human. In each case, Grimaldi had only to flash his brights to scare the creatures off. Eventually, he was forced to slow again as he spotted a thick, oblong object lying at an angle across the road, blocking their way.
Log. Cowboy, you want to hop out and do the honors?
Will do.
That would not be a good idea.
Why not?
Take a closer look. It is not a log.
Son of a gun. You're right. It's a crocodile.
The reptile was huge, more than 15 feet long and weighing half a ton. It was facing away from the truck and showed no signs that it was about to move. Grimaldi flashed his brights at the crocodile. No response.
They come up from the swamp sometimes when they are hungry. If that were the case, I would advise against provoking it. It would be likely to attack.
Enough said. I think I'll just stay put.
Maybe it's asleep.
What do we do then? I don't feel like trying to run him over.
Probably wouldn't work anyway.
We could shoot it.
I don't think a handgun would do it, and I don't want to risk using the assault rifles.
We have to do something. The clock's ticking. We can't afford to twiddle our thumbs waiting for it to move.
Maybe he just can't see the headlights. Let's try throwing a flare ahead of him.
Might work. Who wants to get out and try it?
Open up the gunner's hatch.
Much better idea.
Kissinger rose through the opening and hurled the flare a good 20 yards past the crocodile, leaving in its wake an arc of sparks that drifted slowly down toward the road. Whether it was the sparks or the flare itself, the ploy succeeded. The crocodile stirred, then slowly began to crawl away from the road, turning away from the bright glow of the flare. On a hunch, Grimaldi quickly turned off his headlights as well as the Humvee's engine, not wanting to draw the creature's attention. He wasn't quick enough. One moment it looked as if the crocodile was going to shuffle its way back to the swamp without incident. The next, it suddenly veered and scrambled toward the Humvee with a speed that took Grimaldi by surprise.
Oh, shit!
Before he had a chance to react, the Humvee shook violently and rolled backward a few feet. Kissinger was nearly knocked off his feet. He quickly dropped back into his seat as the crocodile struck again, once more plowing its broad snout into the vehicle's front end. Again, the Humvee trembled and rolled.
Sucker thinks we're a can of sardines!
Grimaldi switched on the lights and started the engine, hoping to give the croc second thoughts, but it only seemed to antagonize the creature more. Again, it lunged at the Humvee, this time taking out one of the headlights. Steam began to drift up from under the hood. The crocodile had also rammed the quarter panel tightly against the front tire, so when Grimaldi threw the Humvee into reverse and tried to back up, the vehicle began to fishtail sideways on the loose dirt road. Grimaldi quickly took his foot off the gas and turned the engine off.
Oh, we got the radiator.
We got a problem.
No shit.
We need to take him out.
How? We can barely see him now.
Indeed, all anyone could see of the crocodile as it launched yet another assault was its tail and hindquarters. Bolan was going to hand an M16 to Kissinger, but he doubted Cowboy could get a good angle on the reptile from the hatch. And even if he could, the beast was butting the Hummer so relentlessly there'd be little chance of getting off an accurate shot. Between attacks, Bolan moved past Bon and threw open the rear door.
Are you insane?
Bolan carefully circled the Humvee, taking a step back as the vehicle jolted his way under the force of the next charge. As he neared the front of the vehicle, Bolan got out, carrying another of the M16s, and Mokhtar was crawling past Maruf into the rear so that he could do the same.
Get back inside!
Not a chance!
Bolan knew it was pointless to argue. He waited for her and Mokhtar to catch up with him. Then they inched closer toward the front of the Humvee, which, at the same time, continued to inch backward each time the crocodile attempted to tackle the Humvee. Finally, Bolan could see the croc fully in the one remaining headlight. It struck the Hummer, then dropped to the road only long enough to coil its squat legs for the next lunge. The beast's snout was bloody, but it showed no signs of weakening or letting up.
Aim for the head.
What head? All I see are jaws!
The light's reflecting off its eyes. Aim there. On 3. 1, 2, 3!
The croc recoiled slightly as the rounds plowed into it. Then, undaunted, it turned on its attackers and widened its jaws, giving Bolan and the others a good look at its razor-sharp teeth. Bolan shifted aim and fired into the beast's mouth. The beast began to charge forward. Enough of the rounds found their mark, however, and the beast lurched to the ground, landing a few yards short of its mark. Even then, they continued to give the beast a wide berth. Bond stood watch a few yards away, rifle braced at the ready. No other crocodiles appeared, however. Kissinger got out of the Humvee. It took all of their combined effort, but Bolan, Kissinger, and Mokhtar managed to drag the dead beast off the road and into the brush. Once the men were finished, they paused to catch their breath. Kissinger glanced down at the huge reptile with renewed wonder.
Hell, you could make enough boots and wallets out of this guy to open your own store.
The tribes around here use the leather for shields and roofing for their huts.
Well, I understand the shield part. That hide must be the toughest thing this side of Kevlar.
Bolan wandered over to the Humvee. The hood was up, and Grimaldi stood before the mangled front end, a flashlight propped to one side so he could see what he was doing.
How's the radiator?
Got it plugged. Took all our canteens to refill it, though, and without any additives, there's still a risk of overheating.
That's a chance we'll have to take. We need to move on before anybody comes looking to see what all the shooting was about.
Almost there.
Maruf made himself useful, prying the crumpled quarter panel off the front wheel with a tire jack. He stood back as Grimaldi shone the flashlight on the tire, making sure the treads were still intact.
Okay, we're out of here. Not running all that smoothly.
The way it got knocked around, I'm amazed it's running, period.
Well, here goes nothing. Front end's out of alignment.
We'll get it looked at once we pass the next Jiffy Lube. Meantime, let's just cross our fingers.
They continued on, traveling by the illumination cast by the Hummer's one working headlight. No one spoke, allowing Grimaldi to keep an ear on the engine. The forest had quieted some as well. The windows were down, and Bolan listened intently, dreading that at any second he was going to hear the drone of the Hercules C-130 flying overhead, bound for Jakarta with its toxic cargo. Several minutes passed. The engine and radiator were both holding up, and Grimaldi had gotten used to compensating for the misaligned front end. When they passed a small stack of boulders arranged in a telltale formation alongside the road, the conversational silence was broken.
We're coming to a spot where the river crosses the road. We'll have to stop a moment so we can lay the bridge across.
Bridge?
You will see.
They rounded a bend, and then Grimaldi slowed the Humvee to a stop. Lying on the road before him was a row of 10 tree trunks, each the width of a telephone pole. The trunks, each 20 feet long, were lashed together with vines and thick wire cables, giving the appearance of a raft. Beyond the trees, the road gave way to the slow-moving river before continuing on the other side.
Okay, I'll bite. What good's the bridge if it's just lying on the road instead of reaching across the river?
We have to move it into place. There are times we use the stream for hovercrafts, and there's not enough clearance if the bridge is left in place.
Move it? It's got to weigh a few tons at least.
There is a swivel mechanism run by a generator. It will only take a few minutes. I will need a hand. Someone will need to shine a flashlight on the generator while I get it started.
Wonderful.
I'll go. Does this link up with the lake where we left the chopper?
Yes. It runs all the way to Dimatan as well. It is a longer distance than by road, but in the hovercraft you can make better time.
Bolan quickly saw that the bridge was not as crudely put together as he'd first thought. The logs rested on a 3-inch thick steel plate that in turn was bolted to a large swivel joint. The drive shaft was buried under the ground, reaching all the way to a large gas generator hidden in the foliage by the side of the road. As Bolan shone his light on the generator, Maruf primed the engine with one hand, while using the other to unlatch the drive shaft's locking mechanism. He then yanked hard on a pull cord. Maruf stepped back, reaching past Bolan for a lever rising up from a housing buried in the dirt. Once he'd pulled the lever, the bridge began to slowly pivot on the swivel mount, swinging out over the river.
Pretty ingenious.
And if you look, you will see there's another bridge set up the same way across the river for when we are coming from the other side.
As they waited for the bridge to align itself with the road, Bolan's thoughts turned once again to the plane the Lashkar had hijacked.
How did Lashkar land the Hercules out here in the middle of nowhere?
They used the old road leading to the quarry. It runs straight as it comes into Dimatan and was wide enough to use for a runway.
What about this plan to dump toxins into the smoke clouds? The people I've spoken to said it wouldn't work because the chemicals would just drop through the smoke.
Not if they're converted properly. I did not ask about specifics, but we have scientists and I heard them talking about something called a nebulizer. However it works, it apparently turns the poisons into vapor or some kind of aerosol. The particles are small enough that they will suspend themselves in clouds. They did some tests with smaller aircraft and it seemed to work.
And if they were to crash into Parliament, how can they be sure the toxins will be released and not just incinerated?
Again, I am not a scientist. I think it has something to do with where they place everything in the plane. Apparently there is some temperature at which you will get vapor without the poisons being burned off.
Bolan listened with a growing sense of foreboding. It sounded to him as if there were a wide margin for error in what the Lashkar hoped to achieve. But even if the Hercules failed to unleash any so-called death cloud, the mere act of crashing into Jakarta's parliament could be a devastating enough blow to undermine the government and give Poto his chance to seize control of the whole country. The plane had to be stopped at any cost. Finally, the bridge was in place. Maruf locked down the drive shaft.
Now we will reach Dimatan within the hour.
Let's hope we're not too late.
Bolan and Maruf were heading back to the Humvee when Maruf suddenly stopped and looked downriver.
What is it?
Hovercraft. Coming from the mountains. I wonder if it's...
A blinding shaft of light suddenly sliced through the forest, illuminating the bridge. Bolan squinted and held his hand before his face to block the harsh glare. 50 yards downstream, he saw that the searchlight was mounted on the front hull of a huge hovercraft headed their way. On board the vessel were at least a dozen armed men. Bolan collared Maruf and pulled him to the ground. It was a 20-yard scramble to the Humvee where the others had already taken cover. Bolan figured it was safer to retreat, so he crawled back to the generator. Maruf was right behind him. Bolan yanked out his Desert Eagle and fired at the advancing hovercraft.
Toss me another gun, then spread out before they take out the Humvee.
Kissinger quickly stuffed additional bullets for Bolan's Desert Eagle and his own Colt M1911 into one of the backpacks and tossed it Bolan's way, then grabbed an M16 and sprinted with Mokhtar into the brush alongside the road. Grimaldi wasn't about to write off the Humvee. He slid behind the wheel and cranked the engine, ducking low to avoid the gunshots raking the side panel. Bond got in with him and rose through the gunner's hatch, returning fire with her carbine.
Maruf, I'm taking a leap of faith here. Which of these can you handle?
Bolan fished the Colt from the backpack as well as the replacement bullets and reloaded his Desert Eagle. Holding out both the Colt and his .44 to Maruf, he offered Maruf a choice between the two weapons. Without hesitation, Maruf took the Colt M1911.
You don't have to worry.
As if to prove himself, the prisoner waited out a volley of shots, chipping away at the bridge, then rose from cover long enough to draw a bead on the hovercraft and fire. A second later, the jungle fell dark.
The hovercraft spotlight. Keep up the good work.
Bolan broke from cover. The Humvee had reached the bridge, screening him from the gunman aboard the hovercraft, who continued to fire blindly in the sudden darkness. He waited for the vehicle to bound up onto the logs, then leaped onto the rear fender and grabbed hold of the rear hatch grab bar with one hand, leaving the other free to fire at the hovercraft. The boat had cut its engines and was drifting toward the south bank. Kissinger and Mokhtar had already taken up positions behind rocks along the road, and when those aboard the craft tried to come ashore, they drove them back with twin bursts from the M16s. On the other side of the hovercraft, a Lashkar hard man propped a bazooka onto his shoulder and took aim at the Humvee as it cleared the bridge. His aim was low, and the bridge took the initial impact. There was enough concussive force behind the fired round, however, to drive shrapnel up through the underside of the Humvee and tip the vehicle up onto its two left wheels.
Shit!
Bolan was thrown clear, and Bon inadvertently kicked Grimaldi square in the head as she tumbled halfway out of the gunner's hatch. Grimaldi lost consciousness for a fleeting second, and when his foot slipped off the clutch, the engine died. By the time he came to, the Humvee lay on its side, and he was lying on top of the door, his face out the window pressed into the dirt. Bolan quickly bounded to his feet and leveled his Desert Eagle at the hovercraft. There was little to see but shadows. He finally picked out the one most likely to be the man with the bazooka and fired. His shots were echoed by those of Maruf, and between the two of them, they managed to take the shooter out before he could finish the Humvee off. Bon was trying to crawl out through the gunner's hatch when Bolan reached her. He gave her a hand and helped her to stand.
I think that's what the crocodile had in mind.
Bolan peered in through the gunner's hatch and saw Grimaldi still pinned behind the wheel.
You all right, Jack?
I will be once I stop seeing stars. Go on, take care of business.
Bolan joined Bon near the front of the Humvee. Their eyes had readjusted to the dark, and they could make out the hovercraft clearly now. It had come to a stop on the other side of the bank, just short of the bridge. Two men were scrambling from the front to the embankment when they were caught in Mokhtar and Kissinger's crossfire.
I'll go along the banks and see if I can get another angle on them. Don't shoot unless they fire first. They've got their hands full elsewhere, and hopefully they'll lay off us.
Bon nodded. Bolan reloaded his .44, then dodged clear of the Humvee and made for the river. On either side of the bridge, more tree trunks had been driven into the riverbed, flush with the embankment, to help keep the current from washing out the bridge. The upper ends of the tree posts rose 3 feet above the banks, providing Bolan all the cover he needed. Soon he was crouched directly across the river from the moored craft. It was larger than the hovercraft they'd encountered in Samarinda, a good 30 yards long. He was at eye level with the deck, and there was activity aboard the craft, though not the kind he'd expected.
Now! 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 Move! Verente! Verente!
Rojas, come on! Take port positions!
God damn it! Which side is port?
A fight had broken out among 3, possibly 4 men who were shouting at one another vehemently, ignoring the shots that continued to pelt the craft's exterior. Bolan thought at first that maybe Kissinger and Mokhtar had already managed to storm their way aboard, but he couldn't recognize any of the voices. Finally, there were shots aboard the vessel, and Bolan saw one of the men topple overboard into the river.
Fuck! Can't see a goddamn thing out here.
Hold your fire! There's nobody left here but friendlies!
Bolan still didn't recognize the voice, but whoever had fired the shot was clearly American. The unidentified American tossed his gun to one side and held his hands aloft. Bolan was about to respond when he sensed movement behind him. He whirled, but held his fire. It was Jane Bond scrambling toward him with her M16. Behind her, Bolan could see Grimaldi pulling himself up out of the Humvee's passenger side window.
I just hear what I think I heard.
I think we found the mercenaries Herb Scoville was dealing with.
Bolan was right. There had been 5 mercenaries aboard the hovercraft. 2 had been killed in the skirmish. The Lashkar gunners had fared far worse, losing 11 men in all. 3 surviving terrorists had managed to leap ashore and bolt into the rainforest, while Bolan and Bon were crossing the bridge. Kissinger and Mokhtar had given chase, and far off in the trees there were periodic exchanges of gunfire between the 2 parties. Now, while Maruf helped Grimaldi evaluate the seaworthiness of the bullet-riddled craft, Bon stood guard over the bridge, leaving Bolan free to interrogate the soldiers of fortune. The mercs, however, had some questions of their own.
Who are you guys, anyway? We figured you guys for berets or rangers.
Close enough. Let's just say we're in the same loop as Herb Scoville and leave it at that.
Where's he?
We'll get to that. Right now, it's your turn to talk. And lay it out straight. We don't have a lot of time.
Finally, the men began to spell out their background and explain how they'd come to be involved with Herb Scoville, as well as the Lashkar Jihad. The short, balding man with a goatee and a scar along his right cheek, Dick Otis, was the group's leader and spokesman.
Dick Otis, Air Force Rangers, Operation Desert Storm. This is A.C. Rojas, Air Force Rangers, Operation Desert Storm. Paul Hager, Marines, Tour Board 2002. We lost JoJo Johnson and Darrell Coles, Navy SEALs. But we all hail from the Northwest and became acquainted with one another on a Seattle-based VFW website chat room. We share a common interest in becoming soldiers of fortune, and I proposed forming a small, self-run merc unit that, instead of enlisting with foreign governments, would instead hire itself out on an assignment-by-assignment basis. In time, we moved together to a remote farm near Spokane, where we spent 6 months training ourselves to fight as a team. A mutual friend introduced me to William Rupert 2 months before Rupert's daughter was kidnapped in the Philippines. When I received a frantic call telling me of the kidnapping, I convinced Rupert that he'd have a better chance of seeing his daughter alive if he worked around official channels and took matters into his own hands.
As he listened, Bolan could hardly fault Otis's reasoning. After all, Stony Man Farm itself had come into being as a clandestine special ops force because of concerns that official protocols and restrictions were hampering the effectiveness of sanctioned outfits like the CIA and the military's various elite commandos. In many ways, Otis's mercenaries were kindred spirits with the Stony Man warriors, the main difference being that the mercs were motivated by financial gain.
I already know about your group's connection with Herb Scoville. You know your men had fallen under surveillance by Indonesian military intelligence once they turned up in Jakarta?
Yeah, we knew that. And so did Scoville. So he helped us drop out of sight and then got us over here and maneuvered a rendezvous with the Lashkar.
How'd he pull that off?
Informants. He used them as intermediaries so he'd stay out of the loop, or so he hoped. Kinda looks like he wound up being double-crossed.
Maybe so, but let's stay on track. You met with the Lashkar Jihad. Where?
Oh, they got a safe house in Samarinda, near the marketplace. It was mostly dog sniffing, checking each other out. It was pretty clear the biggest concern was that we could be trusted, so we really had to play up this falling out with those senators.
Man, did we talk some trash. Badmouthed everybody from the president on down, and they lapped it up.
They figured you'd come to work for them out of spite.
Exactly.
The thing is, we never really figured to be in the loop long enough to carry out whatever mission they were talking about. Scoville just wanted to use us to find out where Poto and Yafal were hiding out.
He said we could have first crack at him and the reward money, but once he knew for sure where they were, he was going to come after them with the big guns.
What about the rendezvous you were supposed to make with Scoville back at the old lumber mill?
We just found out the Lashkar wanted to take us to one of their training camps. We set up a pickup time with them, then arranged to have Scoville meet us first. He was going to rig us with homing devices so he'd be able to track us, hopefully, to Poto and Yafal.
But something happened. You missed the rendezvous.
We were on our way to meet him when the Lashkar intercepted us. They said there'd been a change of plans and the schedule had been moved up.
We figured they must have had us under surveillance.
Yeah.
What?
The Lashkar pushed up the schedule and got you out of the way so they could nab Scoville when he showed up for the rendezvous. They tortured him and then lopped his head off because he wouldn't say whether you guys were working for him.
Oh, Jesus.
I told you they were on to us.
Hey, you think it didn't cross my mind, too? Look, once they got us on the hovercraft, they blindfolded us and tied our hands behind our backs, then stuck us down below the deck. They said it was a precaution and that they wanted to keep the location of their camp secret. I didn't buy it.
We've been on the river all day. A few hours ago, we stopped somewhere and picked up some more men, then just kept going. A while ago, we heard some shooting, and the Lashkar got all bent out of shape. We heard rifles being passed around, and a few minutes later, the bullets started flying. Otis here told them to untie us so we could help.
Anyway, when nobody answered me, I figured they were too busy fighting you guys and wrestled off my blindfold. Once I got my hands on a knife, I cut us free and we came up on deck. That's when we lost Coles and JoJo. I don't know if you got him or the Lashkar, but they got drilled right off. We didn't know who was shooting at us either, but I figured with the Lashkar we were dead meat, so we grabbed whatever we could get our hands on and laid into him. Somewhere in all the ruckus, I heard one of you guys shouting from shore, and I figured the cavalry'd come to the rescue.
That's not exactly why we were here.
What now?
They were probably taking you to Dayamatan. It's an old quarry they've been using as a base of operations, and we think Poto's there along with Yafal. We were on our way there to...
Bolan's voice trailed off. He glanced out at the road, as did Bon. They both raised their rifles, then lowered them when they saw Kissinger and Mokhtar approaching. Marching ahead of them, hands over his head, was one of the Lashkar soldiers they'd chased into the forest.
Look what the Quicksand spit up.
Sergeant Latek.
You know this guy?
Yeah.
Latek was part of a Kopassus force that had been ambushed outside Samarinda. There was a follow-up skirmish with the Lashkar at a riverside campsite in the nearby rainforest. A couple of us nearly got ourselves killed trying to pull him and a colleague from Quicksand.
Only it turns out the bastard never went in. He tossed his helmet in, then screamed for help and hid in the brush while we risked our necks going in after him. Right, Sergeant?
Kissinger shoved Latek so hard that the sergeant lost his balance and fell into the tall grass near the embankment. He started to get up, but Kissinger stepped forward and prodded him hard with the tip of his assault rifle until he dropped back into the grass.
I can explain.
What's to explain? You were in on the ambush. When you radioed the surveillance team, they were already dead. You were just signaling the men who killed them so they could make sure that truck would catch us on the straightaway. And I don't know how you tricked up your mop gear so they could tell you apart from the rest of us. But that's why you pulled through without a scratch after all the shooting.
No, it wasn't.
And afterward, you kept up the charade. When you pointed out the smoke from that campfire, you knew damn well there'd be men down there in the jungle waiting for another go at us.
It's not true. I'm still loyal to Kopassus.
He was our contact for the Lashkar at the safe house we told you about in Samarinda. He never mentioned being part of the military.
He was part of my cover. I am a spy for Kopassus.
He's lying.
Latek glanced over his shoulder toward the hovercraft. His face registered shock when he saw Maruf leap down from the deck and stride over, pointing a finger at Latek.
He's lying. He is a spy, all right, but not for Kopassus. His loyalty is with Moma Poto and the Lashkar Jihad.
No!
I have seen you with Poto several times, laughing together like brothers.
He is confusing me with someone else.
Bolan didn't answer. He stared past the sergeant, almost as if he were looking through him. His focus seemed to be on the river, barely visible in the faint moonlight. Suddenly, without warning, he strode forward and grabbed Latek by the collar, then jerked him to his feet. When Latek tried to lash out at his attacker, Bolan grabbed his right arm and twisted it behind his back. He then spun Latek so that he was standing before the row of trunk pylons separating him from a 5-foot drop into the river. Bolan forced Latek to kneel atop the posts, then used his free hand to grab the sergeant by the hair and force him to look down into the water. There, a pair of crocodiles, every bit as large as the one that had attacked the Humvee earlier, was drifting silently toward the body of one of the slain Lashkar soldiers who'd fallen from the hovercraft during the battle. As Latek watched in horror, the two beasts converged on the body and began tearing at it with their powerful jaws, picking the man apart as if he were made of straw.
No! No!
They'll still be hungry when they're through with him, and the way I hear it, they prefer live meals.
To underscore his point, Bolan let go of Latek's hair and shoved him forward just enough so that it seemed as if Bolan were to release his arm, the sergeant would tumble into the river. As it was, the extra pressure on his twisted arm popped Latek's shoulder out of place.
Oh!
Now then, when I ask you something, you answer, and you answer fast. If I get the sense you're lying, I'm gonna rip this arm of yours all the way off and feed it to the crocs as an appetizer. Do you understand me? First question. How long have you been playing both sides of the fence?
A few months. They made threats against my family.
Save the excuses. Just answer.
I understand.
The Lashkar have someone else on the inside back in Samarinda, yes? Either with Kopassus or military intelligence.
No.
The truth!
Oh, there is no one else. We hope to place more people eventually, but right now it's only me.
What about Colonel Tom?
No. For all his faults, he is loyal to the government. We never even approached him.
Bolan weighed the implications. If Latek was indeed telling the truth, it meant that nothing had come of Lieutenant Weiss's ploy to corral the Kopassus troops and feed them the story about a move on one of Poto's strongholds. It also meant that it was unlikely Bolan or the others could expect any backup force to help them carry out their mission. He twisted Latek's arm again and resumed the interrogation.
Ah!
What about the firefighting plane you hijacked? Is it still in Diamatan?
I don't know. There was a problem with the landing gear when it landed. They couldn't take off until it was fixed.
How long did they think it would take?
I don't know.
And they still plan to fly it to Jakarta? To crash it into the parliament while they're in session?
Yes, that is still the plan.
Then we have time. If parliament doesn't open until sometime in the morning, they probably won't take off until dawn, right?
No. The plan was to fly to Pontianak under cover of night so they could refuel before crossing the sea. If the plane has been fixed, it will have already taken off.
Jack, how's the boat?
A lot of cosmetic damage, but I think she'll run.
You were headed back to Diamatan, correct? They'll be expecting you.
Latek nodded. Bolan loosened his grip on the prisoner, then pulled him away from the river's edge and shoved him back into the grass. There was some rope lying in the dirt near the pylons. Bolan grabbed it and tossed it to Rojas.
Go ahead and tie him up.
Rojas nodded and motioned for Latek to put his arms behind his back. The sergeant meekly complied, grimacing from the pain in his shoulder. Bolan looked around, formulating a plan.
Strip the robes off the dead, then everybody get on board. We'll try to play Trojan Horse. Maroof, you're gonna have to tell me how the camp's laid out. I'll need as much detail as you can give me.
I'll do my best.
Once Dick Otis had helped himself to one of the Lashkar robes, he wrapped it around his right hand, and then strode over to where Rojas was helping Latek to his feet.
My turn.
Otis lashed out with his wrapped fist, striking Latek squarely on the chin. The sergeant reeled backward, yet somehow managed to remain on his feet. Bolan was about to intervene, but checked himself.
What were your plans for us? What was this big mission?
What does it matter? It's not going to happen.
Wrong answer.
This time, Latek went down. Otis towered over him.
You said it was important that we be white, that we look all American. Why?
We were going to have you kill Jafar.
I gathered that much.
We have some stolen uniforms we were going to give to you. You as Marines. We were going to have you dress as Marines when you killed him. One of you was going to have a bayonet, so that after Jafar was dead, you could behead him. We would have it all on camera.
That's why they sent out that fax, making it look like the consulate bombing was Jafal's doing. First, they make him an even bigger hero to the militants than he already is, then they cut him down, which turns him into an even greater martyr.
And if the blame falls on the U.S., it rallies even more converts to the cause. Poto comes forward with a little show of grief and humbly says the UIF torch has been passed to him. And who's going to argue?
Especially once he kills us and claims he's avenged Jafal's assassination. Nice plan if it had worked.
Bolan, Kissinger, and Otis were standing on the foredeck of the hovercraft as it made its way upriver toward Daimatan. Bon, assault rifle in hand, had taken up a position in the rear of the craft. She'd tucked her hair up under a headpiece and had donned one of the slain Lashkar gunners' robes, as had Mokhtar, who stood up on the observation platform with Wahid Maroof. Directly below them, Grimaldi was at the controls, pushing the boat as hard as he dared. Down below, A.C. Rojas and Phil Hager were standing guard over Latek. Against his better judgment, Bolan had decided to spare the traitor's life, at least for the moment, in exchange for Latek's promise of cooperation once they reached the Lashkar stronghold. There was a radio aboard the hovercraft, and though its signal couldn't reach Samarinda, they were able to call ahead to Daimatan and plant their cover story.
Viper's Nest, come in. This is Flying Cobra, over.
This is Viper's Nest. What's your status? Where are you? Over.
Dayak tribesmen have attacked the hovercraft and mountain base. Most of the troops who were aboard the boat remained behind to restore order, but I'm coming into Diamatan with the Mercs. Over.
Do the Mercs suspect we know that they are linked to the CIA? Over.
They are unaware. They are too busy dreaming about the money they think will be coming to them. Over.
Viper's Nest out.
There remained one hurdle to overcome before they reached the quarry site, and after another 5 minutes on the river, Maroof spotted it from the observation platform.
We're coming to the checkpoint.
Okay, let's get down below.
Bon caught up with the men as they reached the cabin entryway.
Make sure to keep your back turned to them.
Duh.
Once Bolan, Kissinger, and Otis climbed down into the cabin, Jane motioned for Latek to stand, allowing the three men to take his place sitting on a bench seat alongside Rojas and Hager. As Grimaldi helped Latek up the steps and then led him off to the wheelhouse, the other men grabbed strips of cloth torn from one of the other robes and tied them around their heads. The material was thin enough to see through it, but it would give the appearance that they were sufficiently blindfolded. Similarly, the lengths of rope they wrapped loosely around their ankles would make it look as if their feet were bound together. Once they'd completed the tasks, the men placed their hands behind their backs, concealing the pistols they would bring into play if they failed to pass the cursory inspection Maroof had told them they could expect from the checkpoint guards. Bon, meanwhile, took a seat in the shadows directly across from them, and cradled her M16 across her lap, making sure the cuffs of her robe covered her hands. Grimaldi soon rejoined them and remained standing. He most closely matched the stature of the average Lashkar soldier, and had therefore been given the task of pretending to help Bon guard the mercenaries as they were brought into Daimatan.
All set. Checkpoint's coming up.
Maruf had taken over the controls from Grimaldi, and as he slowed the engines, the men fell silent. Maruf tapped the wheelhouse floorboards as he counted the number of soldiers stationed at the checkpoint. He'd forewarned the others that as many as 36 men could be standing guard, as the checkpoint marked a boundary shared by the Dayak and another tribe, the Gilrin, with similar reservations about the Lashkar's forays into their territory. This night, fortunately, it appeared there were only 4 guards on duty.
Piece of cake. We'll see.
Quiet.
Third line.
The plan was for Maruf to handle the mooring and any conversation with the guards, while Latek remained in the wheelhouse and Mokhtar stayed up on the observation deck in his Lashkar disguise. If all went well, the guards would buy the same story Maruf had already relayed to Daimatan and content themselves with a quick cursory glimpse at the would-be captive mercenaries before waving the boat on. As the hovercraft was being secured to the docks, Bolan saw the drifting beam of a searchlight fall across the upper deck.
See the bullet holes? The Dayak.
Bolan was sure that Maruf had already moved out onto the deck, which meant it had to be Latek giving the signal. Bolan stopped counting after a dozen taps. Latek was either trying to throw them off, or else he was trying to warn them that there were more soldiers at the checkpoint.
What's all the tapping about? You there in the wheelhouse.
Oh, shit.
It's an ambush! It's a trap!
Bastard just blew our cover.
Bolan led the charge up to the deck of the hovercraft. He saw a jeep with 6 additional Lashkar gunmen speeding toward the docks, more than doubling the enemy they now had to contend with.
Stay low!
Latek lay face down on the deck after toppling down from the wheelhouse. He'd been shot, and blood seeped through an exit wound in his back. Bolan exchanged a quick look with Maruf, who'd taken cover on the foredeck, brandishing a P-95 Ruger.
We should have done it back at the bridge.
Maruf turned his attention back to the enemy. Bolan planted himself and raised his Desert Eagle into firing position, tracking the jeep's cover with the gun's sights. The moment the jeep finally came to a complete stop, he pulled the trigger, sending 3 rounds through the front windshield. The driver pitched forward onto the steering column. The other men in the vehicle were already clambering to the ground, taking cover alongside the 4 guards who had first come out to greet the hovercraft. One of them had been shot in the chest by Maruf and lay dead on the planks, his blood spilling through the cracks in the water. Bolan and the others had a slight advantage as long as they remained on the boat, as the deck railing lay more than 2 feet below the level of the docks, allowing them to fire upward at their more exposed targets, while the men on the shore found most of their volleys burrowing into the dock planks. Mokhtar was the lone exception. Even after he'd dropped to the floor of the observation platform, he was still an easy target, the bullets missing him by inches. Mokhtar returned a quick round of gunfire, then scrambled backward and began to lower himself quickly down the ladder leading to the far side of the wheelhouse. He almost made it. As he was lowering himself down the last 2 rungs, a round fired from the shore skimmed across the roof of the wheelhouse and plowed into his shoulder, just below the collarbone. The impact threw him off balance, and he missed the last rung of the ladder. First he knocked his head against the wheelhouse roofline, leaving him dazed. Then his right foot struck the deck at an angle, and he lost his grip on the ladder altogether. Arms flailing, he teetered over the railing and into the river. On the other side of the boat, Bolan knew at once what had happened. He downed another of the soldiers on the docks, and then bolted from cover, bounding over Latek's body so that he could pass through the wheelhouse. Standing by the ladder, he peered over the railing and saw Mokhtar floating face down in the river. Without hesitation, Bolan holstered his .44, climbed up onto the railing, and dived into the river. The water was cold and murky. Bolan surfaced as quickly as he could. He saw that the current was pulling Mokhtar along. Soon he'd be drifting beyond the cover provided by the boat. Bolan then swam with the current, gaining on Mokhtar while conserving his energy for the real challenge, which began the moment he reached the younger man and propped his head above the waterline. Mokhtar was coming too, but he was still too groggy to help his own cause. It was up to Bolan to keep him afloat and at the same time swim against the current to get back behind the boat before somebody on shore saw them and started firing at their exact positions. Seconds seemed like minutes as Bolan struggled toward the boat, slowed not only by Mokhtar's dead weight, but also by their wet clothes. He felt as if he were moving in slow motion. All the while, the gun battle raged around them. For all he knew, he might wind up hauling Mokhtar back to the boat, only to find it overrun by the Lashkar gunners. Bolan was still a good 20 yards from the hovercraft's nearest front wing when he glanced downriver and saw the one thing he dreaded most when he first plunged into the dark waters. Watching the beast drift closer, Bolan shifted his grip on Mokhtar, freeing one hand and reaching for his holster, doing his best not to stir the water around him.
Keep still.
Bolan drew his .44, but he knew it was pointless. The crocodile was too low in the water to present much of a target, and there was no way he'd be able to get off an accurate shot while treading water and holding onto Mokhtar. Their only hope was that the creature would pass them by, and that hope faded as Bolan saw the beast began to veer toward them. It was less than 15 yards away. Bolan slowly raised his gun. Before he could fire, there was a sudden splash a few yards in front of him. It looked as if someone had just jumped into the river. Before he could see who it was, the crocodile attacked, widening its massive jaws and tearing into its victim. The water came alive as the beast thrashed fiercely about, slapping its tail against the surface. Bolan tightened his grip on Mokhtar and kicked with his legs, distancing them from the crocodile's feeding frenzy. Preoccupied, the creature paid no attention as they made their way to the hovercraft. Mokhtar was now fully conscious, but still somewhat disoriented.
What's happening? Just getting out of a little jam. Hang on.
When Bolan and Mokhtar reached the hovercraft, Bolan grabbed hold of a portside handhold, then pulled Mokhtar over and had him do the same. As he paused to catch his breath, Bolan strained his ears, trying to hear over the loud splashing made by the crocodile as it finished off its prey.
Up here!
Bolan glanced up and saw Kissinger leaning over the foredeck, extending a pole down toward the water. Grimaldi stood behind him, holding Kissinger by the waist so that he could lean farther out. Bolan pulled him further up out of the water via the handholds, then helped Mokhtar up to the pole. Bolan steadied him as Kissinger began to pull. Slowly, Mokhtar rose toward the deck. Decotus appeared beside Kissinger and Grimaldi and reached over the side. He was able to grab hold of Mokhtar's wrist.
I've got you!
Mokhtar let go of the pole. Otis pulled him upward, and Grimaldi moved over to help the wounded man onto the deck. Mokhtar collapsed onto the deck, clutching his shoulder. Blood seeped through his fingers. Bolan then reached up for the pole. Kissinger set the pole aside and gave Bolan a hand, pulling him up to the deck.
Who do you think you are, Mark Spitz?
I was thinking more along the lines of Johnny Weissmuller.
The tech. Turns out he was worth taking along after all.
Bolan moved over to Mokhtar's side. Grimaldi was leaning over the younger man, inspecting his gunshot wound. He already had the bleeding in check.
How bad is it?
Looks nasty, but hopefully it missed any vitals.
It stings a little when I breathe.
Have you coughed up any blood?
No.
I'll track down a med kit.
Stay put, Rocky.
Bolan made his way to the side deck. Glancing ashore, he saw bodies strewed across the docks and around the jeep, but there was no sign of activity. Near the doorway to the passenger cabin, Rojas and Bond were crouched over Hager, trying to staunch the flow of blood from a gunshot wound to his neck. It wasn't working. Rojas pulled his reddened hands away.
He's gone. Where's Maroof?
He went to check things out on shore.
Desert Eagle in hand, Bolan climbed up to the docks and cautiously made his way toward the jeep, sidestepping the bodies of the fallen Lashkar gunners. In the back of the jeep, he noticed a footlocker strapped down securely inside a slightly larger box, cushioned by a layer of foam pellets. Curious, Bolan unfastened the straps and raised the lid of the footlocker. Inside, beneath a layer of folded hazmat suits, were more than 24 small slabs of C5 plastique stacked in neat rows, each stick separated from the others by a sheet of bubble wrap. There was also a smaller third container, the size of a cigar box, filled with a bound roll of wire, several detonators, and an equal number of digital LCD timers. Bolan was still pondering his discovery when Maruf stepped out of a small clapboard shack set near the road leading to the docks and strode over to the jeep.
We got them all.
At least for now. Any chance they could hear us back at the camp?
Not likely. Diamatan is still 5 miles away. They use explosives for tunneling through the quarry.
And for bombs.
Yes. For bombs, too.
Does that road lead to the camp?
Yes, it leads to the old access road where they have the plane.
Bolan circled to the front of the jeep. The driver had fallen away from the steering wheel, but was still sprawled across the front seat. Bolan dragged the body from the car, then got behind the wheel and stared out through the fractured windshield as he started the engine. It seemed to be running smoothly. Bolan turned off the ignition, then glanced back at the explosives.
What are you thinking?
Let's have another look at that diagram you drew for me earlier. I think there might be a better way to pull this off.
An hour later, the hovercraft emerged from the rainforest and rounded a bend that led to Diamatan's old quarry. Maruf was at the controls in the wheelhouse. Peering through the windshield, he saw a broad clearing off to his right, and the Hercules C-130 resting in the middle of the old access road. The landing gear had apparently been repaired because men were unloading containers from 2 flatbed trucks parked near the cargo hatch and carrying them up a ramp into the plane's hold. It looked as if it would be a while before the plane took off. Beyond the plane, up atop a knoll dotted with acacia trees, Maruf saw a pair of helicopters, both Sultan EG-23s, like the one that had been abandoned back in the mountains. Unlike that chopper, however, these were combat-equipped gunships. Maruf had been concerned that both choppers might be in use. To find both of them where he'd last seen them was a good omen. He checked his watch. Their plan could still work. Guards soon appeared along the riverbanks. Maruf slowed the hovercraft.
Salam! Salam!
Where is your crew?
Dayak warriors attacked the boat a second time. We lost everyone. There's just 3 of the mercenaries and me.
There have been other attacks on Lashkar troops in the area. It seems that the Dayak are getting bolder.
Porto has had enough. He's decided it is time to move camp.
To where?
East, to Ertonan. We will be leaving in the morning.
Maruf understood Poto's reasoning. Ertonan was located higher up in the mountains, 60 miles northeast of Diamatan. It was an area less congested by other tribes, and the mountains were as honeycombed with caves as the range where they'd originally stockpiled the stolen pesticides. It would be an easier locale to defend, and, if need be, to flee from.
Porto is waiting for the mercenaries. He wants to finish things with Yafal before we leave.
I understand.
The guards stepped back and traded salutes with Maruf, who proceeded to guide the hovercraft another quarter mile. There he veered the craft from the river into a lagoon, leading to a dock not unlike the one at the checkpoint. The quarry lay just beyond view on the other side of a long plateau. The plateau was busy with activity. As many as 3 dozen Lashkar soldiers were stacking provisions they'd hauled up from the quarry. Nearby, a driver was carefully backing up a semi-trailer to the base of the plateau. Maruf cut back on the engines as he drew near the docks. A handful of soldiers were on hand. Maruf moved from the wheelhouse and helped moor the hovercraft alongside the docks, then grabbed an assault rifle.
Let me get the Americans.
Maruf went to the passenger cabin and climbed down the steps. Bolan, Kissinger, and Otis sat on the bench seat much as they had back at the checkpoint. This time, however, both their blindfolds and binds were secured tightly. Grimaldi, Bon, Rojas, and Mokhtar were nowhere to be seen.
The plane hasn't taken off yet. I'll proceed as planned once I turn you over.
Stand.
Are you sure you can do this? Remember, we have backup plans.
The other plans are not as good. Let me do this.
Keeping his rifle trained on the men, Maruf helped guide them up the steps to the deck in single file. Bolan, Kissinger, then Otis.
We back some long shots in our day, Striker, but this one takes a cake.
Half a mile from Diamatan, Jack Grimaldi pulled off the road and drove the jeep to a stop behind a tall cluster of vine-infested brambles. Grimaldi looked over at Rocky Mokhtar, who was grimacing in pain.
Sorry about all the bumps.
Yeah, well, they hurt less than those crocodile's teeth would have.
Mokhtar's shoulder was bandaged, and his left arm was in a makeshift sling to cut down on the chances of reopening the wound. Jane Bond was in the back of the jeep. Like the men, she was still wearing a robe taken from one of the slain Lashkar terrorists. She and Grimaldi had also smeared their faces and hands with river mud. The ruse wasn't likely to fool anyone for more than a fleeting second, but given the odds they were up against, they were determined to seize any possible advantage. Tucking a loose strand of hair under the headpiece rounding out her disguise, she climbed out of the jeep. There was a faint smell of smoke in the breeze as they abandoned the jeep and crossed over the road to a ditch.
Let's get a move on.
Looks like we got a fire cloud drifting in.
Yeah, that could help us.
I don't know about that. I know it'd give us more cover, but I'd just as soon see where we're going.
Up the rise here.
They'd gone nearly 50 yards when the ground beneath their feet turned a shade darker, blackened by a recent fire. Recalling the directions Maruf had given them, they turned and started up the slope, soon coming upon a quarter-mile stretch of charred terrain. Maruf had explained that the land had been cleared more than 6 months ago to provide lumber for barracks and other facilities at the quarry. There was some new growth pushing up through the scorched earth, but for the most part, all Grimaldi and the others could see were tree stumps poking up from the ground at irregular intervals. There were hundreds of them. They made their way through the obstacle course. The terrain was hilly, rising in spots and then dipping into shallow valleys. Maruf had told them to keep an eye open for a pronounced indentation along the highest ridgeline, and once they spotted it, they veered course toward it and proceeded with even more caution, crouching low and using the exposed trunks for cover. Bond kept an eye on the landmark as she moved forward alongside Grimaldi. They paused behind another of the trucks and waited for Mokhtar to catch up with them.
I don't see any sentries. He said if there were any, they'd be up along the crest.
Let's play it safe.
How are you holding up?
I'll manage.
Are you sure? If you have to, you can switch over and come with me.
It's important that I go with her. You can handle your end alone.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Rock. But the truth is, I could use at least a couple more guys. And you two could use a small army.
Well, unless Able Team and Phoenix Force beam down from the USS Enterprise, that's not going to happen. So let's just stick to the plan. I can gut it out. After all, it's just a flesh wound.
Good man.
By now, they were on their way up the final rise leading to the upper ridgeline.
Stay put and cover us.
Grimaldi and Bond crawled the last dozen yards on their stomachs. Mokhtar propped his M16 on the trunk before him, then watched the other two slowly inch their way up the slope. Once they reached the crest, Grimaldi turned and waved Mokhtar forward. When he reached the indentation, Mokhtar saw the gaping mouth to a tunnel large enough for a small truck to pass through. Maruf had told them that most of the lumber was transported to the quarry through the tunnel, as it was quicker than overland. There was still no sign of any sentries guarding the opening.
Our lucky day.
Still, you better watch yourselves once you head down.
How's your sense of direction? Better than mine, I hope.
I have a good sense, and I remember all the turns Maruf described.
Then you're definitely coming with me. One wrong turn down there, and who knows where the hell we'll end up.
Good luck.
You too. See you soon.
Grimaldi nodded, then watched as Bond and Mokhtar headed into the tunnel. Once they'd vanished into the shadows, he turned his attention from the cave and inched closer to the far side of the scallop in the ridgeline. When he reached the rim, he peered out into the night. 50 yards away was the knoll leading to the helicopters. Grimaldi could see more than a dozen men milling around both gunships. It didn't seem to matter which one he should try to gain access to. From the looks of it, it was going to take more than a robe and a smeared face for him to get close to either one. Still, he had to make a decision and go for it. He shifted his gaze back and forth, trying to calculate which was his best bet. He finally opted on a less scientific approach.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Surrounded by total darkness, A.C. Rojas shifted uncomfortably and wiped the sweat from his brow. His legs were starting to cramp up on him, and the air inside the enclosed space was getting stale, reeking of perspiration and the faintly cloying smell of motor fuel.
Good thing I'm not claustrophobic.
Rojas shifted his legs slightly in hopes of increasing the circulation. Another few minutes passed. Rojas raised his left hand close to his face and pressed a recessed button on his watch. The time flashed with a dull, luminescent glow. 11:36. 24 minutes to go. Rojas doubted he could stay cooped up that long. He waited a few minutes longer, then reached up and gently pushed at the plywood above him. The board tilted, and Rojas slowly sat up. He was concealed in a storage space beneath the bench seat in the passenger cabin of the hovercraft. Through the open doorway, he could catch a glimpse of the docks. He listened intently. When he failed to hear any signs of activity, he swung the seat all the way up, and then cautiously climbed out. He was wearing one of the hazmat suits taken from the back of the Jeep at the checkpoint. He stretched his legs briefly. Rojas moved to the stairwell and peered out. He'd heard Maruf tell the dock hands that there were problems with the hovercraft's engine, and that they would need to have mechanics look at it in the morning before they considered using it for transport. The hands had apparently bought the story because the dock was deserted. Rojas deliberated whether he should leave the craft. If he could clear the docks without being seen, Maruf had explained there was a lower walkway that would allow him to reach the periphery of the quarry without being seen from the plateau. If he went for it now, however, he would still have to wait out the clock, and it seemed more likely someone would spot him near the quarry than if he stayed put. Better, he thought, to wait until the last minute. Rojas stepped back from the stairwell. He'd left the bench seat up so that, if need be, he could quickly return to cover. Facing the cabin, he fidgeted with his pistol, making sure it was loaded and that the sound suppressor was securely in place. He patted his fanny pack, making sure the grenades were still there. Finally, he stole another glance at his watch. 11:42. 18 minutes to go. Bolan stood impatiently on what he assumed was some sort of platform. He was still blindfolded, and his hands were still tied behind his back. The Lashkar hard men had cut the binds around his ankles after frisking him on the docks, and he'd led the procession, as he, Kissinger, and Otis had been guided along a path leading to the plateau where troops continued to stockpile supplies. From the plateau, they had been marched across a short wooden bridge to the platform. The way the sounds carried, Bolan guessed he was somewhere near the edge of the quarry pit. Kissinger and Otis were standing close by. Maruf wasn't among them. He'd excused himself after leading the would-be mercenaries ashore, saying he wanted to check on the plane. Several minutes passed. The delay was beginning to concern Bolan.
What's taking so long?
You wait!
I'm tired of waiting. We want to do what we came here for.
You wait!
Bolan was answered by a blow to the ribs with the butt of an assault rifle. He staggered slightly, brushing up against what felt like a wall of chicken wire. Bolan fell silent, anger and frustration building inside him as he stood there with bruised ribs. Moments later, the platform shook slightly, and then began to descend into the quarry.
An elevator.
A second later, Bolan felt the barrel of a gun press against his cheek. Bolan felt a tugging on his sleeve. He followed Kissinger and Otis out of the elevator. They were led single file along a dirt path. Bolan assumed they were at the base of the quarry pit. Maruf told them the execution would take place there, but soon he found himself being led into a tunnel. Not good, Bolan thought. This would throw the entire plan off. He couldn't say anything without drawing suspicion. They hadn't gone far along the shaft when Bolan and the others were steered through a narrow opening.
Stand still!
The guards removed the blindfolds. Bolan blinked and looked around him. They were in a small chamber the size of a prison cell, carved out of the bedrock. The only light came from the flickering of an oil lamp ensconced on the wall. The only furnishings were a pair of army cots, upon which were piled a half-dozen rumpled uniforms of the U.S. Marines. One of the guards untied Bolan's hands.
You change clothes now!
Bolan rubbed his chafed wrists and stole a glance at his watch. A sinking feeling roiled in his stomach. 11:48. They had only 12 minutes. Once all three men were untied, the guards stood back, blocking the entrance to the tunnel, holding their assault rifles at the ready.
Change clothes and no talking!
Bolan fished through the uniforms for one that looked as if it might fit him, then turned his back on the guards and began to strip. As he did so, he exchanged looks with Otis and Kissinger. They too seemed aware of the time and had a look of grim resignation on their faces. The men dressed wearily. Bolan's uniform was a close fit, as was Kissinger's. Otis had trouble getting into his shirt and switched it for another. They were tying their boots when there was a disruption at the doorway.
Make way!
Bolan glanced up and found himself staring into the face of Muammar Poto. Poto was in his mid-30s but looked much older, with gray streaks in his beard and shoulder-length hair. His dark eyes stood out in his face, gleaming with far more vitality than his haggard features. He stood just less than 6 feet tall and was wearing a simple white robe not unlike those of the guards on either side of him.
So, here are our CIA co-conspirators.
You're mistaken. We work on our own.
That is not the information I was given.
Your information was wrong. Yes, the CIA tried to recruit us, but we didn't make any deals with them.
Why should I believe you?
Does it really matter? All you're concerned about is having us kill Yafal for you. Whose side we're on doesn't make any difference. Either way, he'll be dead, and you'll have what you want.
True enough. But aren't you concerned about your payment?
There won't be any payment. We all know that. Once we've done our job, there's nothing to stop you from killing us too.
But that was not the agreement. We discussed money.
And we played along. Face it, you can't send out a videotape of us killing Yafal and have anybody buy it if we're alive to say it was a setup.
Now I'm confused. If you felt this assignment would cost you your lives, why go through with it?
I lost family on that cruise liner Yafal bombed. I want the satisfaction of having my revenge.
At any cost?
At any cost. Do you think you're the only people who believe in suicide missions if the cause is worth it?
I am impressed. A little skeptical, perhaps, but impressed nonetheless.
Bolan stole another glance at his watch. 11:52.
Let's get it over with. Where is he?
Yafal is being readied. You'll have your chance soon enough.
Now or never.
You're dictating terms?
You heard me. Get your cameras and let's get rolling.
Or else?
Or else you've got no show. Unless you want to dress some of your men up to do the job in our place.
That would hardly be credible.
You've got 30 seconds, and then the uniform comes off.
We can force you to cooperate.
That would hardly be credible. 25 seconds. 20 seconds.
Fine, fine. You want to feel in control. I can appreciate that. Very well. We will, as you say in Hollywood, let the show begin.
The Hercules C-130's engines were already warming up when Wahid Maruf approached the firefighting plane. That would help. But when he glanced up at the nearby knoll, Maruf saw a handful of soldiers still standing around the two Sultan helicopters. Clearly, Grimaldi had not yet been able to make his move to board one of the choppers. Maruf glanced at his watch. 11:50. He had to do something. The plane's spray tanks had already been filled with chemicals, and one of the flatbed trucks had been emptied, but the second truck was still half filled with containers. Instead of the impregnable casks the herbicides had been stored in when they'd left the agri-compound in Samarinda, the fluids had been transferred to 5-gallon clear plastic drums, the same type used for holding drinking water. The plastic containers would easily burst open when the plane crashed into the Parliament, ensuring a broader decimation of toxins. By the same token, their fragility required careful handling as they were transferred from the truck to the cargo hold of the Hercules. At the rate they were moving, Maruf figured it would take at least another 5 minutes to finish loading. That would be cutting things too close. He moved away from the plane.
You men, standing next to the choppers, make yourselves useful. Come down and help with the loading, immediately. We need to take off before the smoke obscures the runway.
After a moment's hesitation, the soldiers began to jog down to the plane. 2 of them, however, remained atop the hill. Maruf was about to call out to them, but checked himself. He was worried about raising suspicions. Grimaldi would have to manage to get past the last 2 men on his own.
Come, we must all pitch in.
Maruf himself joined in and helped load the last of the chemicals. Inside the cargo hold, 2 men with clipboards carefully orchestrated the placement of the containers. Maruf recognized them as the same scientists who'd helped develop the bomb that had gone off at the Consulate in Samarinda. As with that bomb, they were seeing to it that the chemicals were stacked in such a way as to maximize their deadly effect when the plane exploded into Parliament. The containers were finally all loaded aboard the cargo plane. One of the scientists looked over the stored chemicals, more than 90 containers in all. each strapped securely in place on a bed of foam padding.
Are we ready?
Yes, everything is ready.
Then pray to Allah for success with the mission.
You're not staying on board, are you?
Of course, to co-pilot.
But the plan was to use just one pilot. You are too valuable.
We must be prepared for all contingencies. And what could be more valuable than to see this mission through?
You've cleared this with Poto?
It was his suggestion, and it will be my honor. Now go!
The two scientists headed down the ramp, shaking their heads as they left. Maruf helped close the cargo ramp, then strode carefully past the stacked containers, making his way to the front of the plane. Inside the cockpit, the pilot, a middle-aged Lashkar terrorist, whirled in his seat when Maruf came through the door.
Maruf, what are you doing here?
I could not let you have all the glory, Elgir. I am to co-pilot. It was Poto's recommendation, and I accepted.
I am capable of flying this mission alone, but if it is Poto's wish, so be it.
Have you gone through the checklist?
We are ready for takeoff.
That is what I hoped.
Maruf slowly withdrew a knife from his robe. Before Elgir could react, he leaned across the console and plunged the 6-inch blade into the pilot's chest.
Ah! Maruf! Ah!
Oh. He twisted the blade sharply, then left it in place and watched the life drain from Elgir's eyes.
Forgive me, Elgir.
He quickly dragged the man from his seat and took his place at the controls. Maruf stared at his watch. 11:55.
I put my trust in Allah.
Grimaldi made his move the moment some of the men began to walk downhill away from the helicopters. Using the charred tree trunks for cover, he slowly made his way toward the knoll, cutting the distance by half before coming to a sudden halt, realizing he'd run out of trunks to hide behind. That there were still 2 armed men posted near the Sultans gave him pause as well. He remained crouched behind the last trunk, hoping they'd move and join the others. The men stayed put, however, lighting up cigarettes. He glanced at his watch. 11:55. He couldn't afford to wait much longer. From where he was hiding, the knoll blocked Grimaldi's view of the Hercules C-130. He was wondering how Maruf had fared with his end of the mission when he suddenly realized the plane's engines were getting louder. Seconds later, the Hercules came into view, gaining speed as it rolled down the access road. Grimaldi glanced back at the men on the hill. They too were watching the plane, backs turned to him. Grimaldi saw his opportunity and went for it. Even as he was moving clear of the trunk and breaking into a run, Grimaldi was tearing off his robe, wary that it would flap too loudly and tip off his approach. Underneath, he was wearing one of the hazmat suits taken from the Jeep. As he reached the base of the hill and started up, he drew his gun, finger close to the trigger. He was within 20 yards of the men when one of them spotted him. Without hesitation, Grimaldi fired a silenced round into the man's head. He quickly shifted aim and took out the second man with another 2 shots. When he reached the top of the knoll, Grimaldi dropped onto his stomach, wriggling past the bodies and glancing down the other side. The other Lashkar terrorists were still down by the flatbed trucks, watching the Hercules take off. Grimaldi glanced to his left and saw the plane rising up into the smoky haze. Grimaldi crawled over to the nearest Sultan and climbed into the cockpit. He quickly checked over the controls, assuring him the chopper was ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. When his eyes fell on the console clock, he felt a stab of panic. The clock read midnight. He quickly checked his watch and let out a breath. The console clock was off. 11:58. Mokhtar and Bon were standing at a junction where the tunnel split off in 4 separate directions.
Which way?
All the way to the left.
Bon was about to move on when she saw Mokhtar close his eyes and clench his teeth. She noticed the growing patch of crimson soaking through his robe.
You're bleeding again?
Let's just keep going.
Are you?
Go! Let's go!
So far, their journey through the quarry tunnels had been devoid of complications. They'd taken a wrong turn early on, but had quickly corrected themselves. And though they'd passed 2 different chambers teeming with Lashkar soldiers, one a barracks, where nearly 5 dozen men had been sleeping, the other a storage area where troops were preoccupied with loading supplies for the transfer to Ertonon, they had yet to contend with a face-to-face confrontation. That changed as they rounded the next bend. Up ahead, 2 men brandishing Uzis were striding directly toward them. Bon was ready for them. The other man was drawing his Uzi into play when Mokhtar beat him to the draw. Bon and Mokhtar nonetheless froze in place momentarily, eyeing the tunnel in both directions, on the chance someone might have heard the shooting.
What now?
Let's leave them and keep going. We should almost be there.
Wait! Just in case.
Mokhtar grabbed the dead men's Uzis and handed Bon one of the weapons. After another 40 yards, they came to a chiseled corridor lined with passageways leading into separate small chambers. The one Maruf had told them about was the last one on the left, less than 10 yards from the opening that led out to the quarry pit itself. There was an 8-inch thick steel pocket door built into the chamber entrance, but, as Maruf had predicted, it had been left open. Mokhtar went in first. Bon followed. They found themselves in a fortified bomb shelter, complete with provisions, communications equipment, and a stockpile of weapons. Stacked in a neat pile just inside the door were a dozen full-body hazmat suits. Mokhtar stared covetously at the communications setup.
If only we had a little more time.
Well, scratch that.
Maruf had told them where to locate the panel switch operating the door. Bon quickly tried it. She pushed the button again, and the door reopened.
Okay, all set. Ready?
We better be.
Mokhtar checked his watch. 11:59. Maruf had been right. Ahmed Yafal's execution was to take place in the quarry pit after all. There was a trio of mercury vapor lamps. Only one was situated at the bottom of the pit, while the other two rested on posts up at the periphery, one near the elevator and another on the far side of the quarry. Though the lamps were high-powered, they had a lot of area to cover. The pit alone was almost half the size of a baseball stadium, and the illumination they provided was diffused to a pale, otherworldly shade of yellow. An open area was stripped bare of all adornment, save for a few large boulders and the bodies of 3 UIF bodyguards, whose lives had been spared back at the mountain enclave, so that they could now serve as background props for their leader's final appearance as ruling head of the United Islamic Front. The men had been brought out to the pit only a few moments before, then summarily gunned down by some of the 24 armed Lashkar Jihad soldiers on hand to ensure that Poto was adequately protected as he watched his hand-picked crew of American mercenaries kill and then decapitate his longtime rival. As for the rest of Poto's men, a dozen or more were still up near the plateau, while the rest were in the surrounding caves, either asleep or gathering more supplies for the next day's relocation march to Antonon. Poto had ordered the use of 3 handheld video cameras. Each one would tape Yafal's killing from a slightly different angle, so that Poto could later choose which footage best depicted the savagery of the beheading. Now as midnight fast approached, the moment of truth was at hand. Crouched beside the largest of the boulders, Bolan, Kissinger, and Otis, all dressed in their second-hand Marine uniforms, clutched M16s filled with blanks, and stared out at the slain UIF bodyguards strewed on the ground 20 yards ahead of them, supposedly just felled by their carbines. The cameramen stood a few yards behind them, and another 20 yards back stood Poto, perched on a 4-foot-high platform, holding a sniper rifle with a high-powered scope. His own bodyguard stood in formation around the platform. He seemed satisfied that everything was ready. Rifle with a high-powered scope. His own bodyguard stood in formation around the platform. He seemed satisfied that everything was ready.
Bring us the great Nile Viper!
As Bolan and the others silently watched, 3 figures began to slowly materialize out of the darkness of the cave directly across from them. 2 were Poto's men. Between them, half limping, half staggering, was Ahmed Yafal. Poto had secured a makeup specialist, and Yafal was outfitted with a wig and beard that accurately recreated the visage that had been plastered across newspapers in the nightly news for the past 5 months. The snake-like birthmark on his forehead was clearly visible in the pale overhead light, as was the dulled-over vacant gaze in his eyes. Once they reached the slain bodyguards, the 2 soldiers moved off to either side, leaving Yafal to stand alone among the corpses, dazed and trembling, barely able to stand on his own 2 feet.
They got him drugged. That hardly seems fair. I'm all choked up.
Bolan didn't respond. Crouched between the other 2 men, he drew his M16 tighter to his body and reached out with his right hand, slowly loosening the bayonet with which he was supposed to behead Yafal. As he did so, he glanced over his shoulder. Muammar Poto had raised his rifle and was taking aim at his rival's chest. Had he been looking at his watch, Bolan would have seen that it had just struck midnight. When they had been laying out their plan back at the checkpoint on the river, Rojas had told Bolan and the others that years ago, while playing center field for a minor league baseball team in Palm Springs, a scout told him he had one of the best throwing arms he'd ever seen. Now was his chance to prove it. 2 minutes earlier, he had successfully made his way from the moored hovercraft to the edge of the quarry, giving him a clear view of the preparations for Hamed Yafal's execution. As he watched Muammar Poto raise his rifle and take aim, Rojas pulled the pins on the 2 smoke grenades he'd just removed from his fanny pack. In quick succession, he threw the 2 projectiles into the pit. 100 yards behind him, the timed plastic charges inside the hovercraft detonated. The craft turned into a fireball, showering debris along the docks and across the river. Muammar Poto released his finger from the trigger of his rifle and glanced over his shoulder. The guards surrounding him did the same. They saw a burst of light where the hovercraft had gone up in flames and watched as several of the men on the plateau were knocked off balance by the force of the explosion, tumbled down the slope, and fell over the edge of the quarry, plummeting to their deaths. Clouds of smoke began to rise where the grenades had landed. Before the guards could respond, a hail of Uzi SMG rounds from one of the cave entrances slammed into them. As Kissinger and Otis dived to their right, then scrambled back to their feet and rushed toward the cave, Bolan whirled, holding the bayonet by its gleaming blade. Poto was barely visible above the rising bank of smoke. Bolan took quick aim and let the bayonet fly. End over end, the blade hurtled through the smoke, finally sheathing itself in Poto's chest. Dumbfounded, the leader of the Lashkar Jihad stared down at the hilt, then slowly dropped his rifle and pitched forward over the railing to the ground. He was dead before he landed. Bolan broke into a run, quickly catching up with Kissinger and Otis. As they neared the cave, they saw Bon and Mokhtar standing in the opening, firing their Uzis through the smoke screen at Poto's remaining bodyguards. Several of the guards had regained their wits and managed to find cover behind some of the nearest boulders. As the smoke drifted past them, they spotted Bolan and the others and raised their rifles, hoping to nail the men before they escaped into the cave. Before they could take aim, however, they suddenly became aware of a loud droning sound overhead. Glancing upward, their eyes widened with horror. Streaking toward them out of the heavens at a speed of more than 400 miles an hour was the Hercules C-130 firefighting plane with its lethal cargo of pesticides.
Hurry!
The others were close behind. One by one, they followed her into the bunker. Bolan was the last one in. Bon had her hand on the wall switch, and the moment the executioner passed through the opening, she triggered the door. The ground trembled, knocking everyone off his or her feet. Bolan rolled to one side as a storage locker came crashing down to the floor. Bolan slowly rose to his feet and looked at the others.
Everyone all right?
They all nodded. The stack of hazmat suits had collapsed in the explosion. Silently, Bolan and the others reached into the pile and began to pull the suits on over their clothes. Once he'd finished, Bolan tipped the storage locker onto its side, opened its door, and started handing out gas masks.
If I never have to wear one of these clown suits again, it'll be too soon.
Outside of the bomb shelter, the force of the explosion had propelled clouds of toxic vapor deep into the caves, and as they made their way through the haze-filled tunnels, Bolan and the others had to move carefully to avoid tripping over the bodies of Lashkar troops who'd been overcome while trying to flee. Passing one of the caves being used as a barracks, they saw dozens of men sprawled dead on the floor and on the rows of cots. The chamber where supplies had been stored was filled with corpses as well. After a few hundred yards of twists and turns, signs of the vapor began to fade. Finally, 11 minutes after they'd left the shelter, Bon and Mokhtar led the group out through the same opening where they'd entered the tunnel complex. Grimaldi was waiting for them in the Sultan. He'd already picked up Rojas, and the mercenary helped the others aboard.
That baseball scout was right. You were right on the money.
Too bad I couldn't hit a curveball.
Bolan stared out the copter door and saw a bright glow shining through the thick clouds still rising up from the quarry. Mokhtar was the last one in. His robe was drenched with blood, and he was close to passing out.
Where's Maroof?
He never ejected. I guess he wanted to make sure the plane hit dead center.
Major Abdul Salim hung up the phone and turned to Bolan. They were in Salim's room at the hospital. The major was still hooked up to IVs, but his condition was improving. He'd eaten his first solid food since being brought to the facility, and the color had come back to his face. The doctors had yet to set a timetable for his rehabilitation and release, but he was anxious to get back into uniform and resume his duties. Outside, the morning sky was leaden, still filled with smoke from the fires raging in the mountains. At least for now, however, the smoke seemed less foreboding.
That was General Saseno. We've pinpointed a small force of Lashkar troops on the move in the mountains near Ertonen. We'll be sending in Kopassus units to engage them once we've softened them up with airstrikes.
I hope it goes well.
We have them where we want them, on the run and without a leader. Hopefully we can wipe them out before they have a chance to regroup.
Even if they do, they won't be the threat they were just a few days ago.
We have you to thank for that.
It wasn't just me.
Of course, but without your help, I shudder to think how different the situation would be. I still can't believe Sergeant Latek was our turncoat.
At least he was the only one.
My taxi's here. Help me with my bags?
Major Salim, Jane Bond. Jane, Major Salim. I'm sure your respective reputations precede you both. Excuse me, Major, a fair damsel in distress.
Go ahead. We'll talk later. Nice to have met you, Miss Bond.
Out in the hall, a work crew was repairing the damage from the earlier shootout. They'd already cleaned the blood off the floors and were nearly done replacing the sections of the walls that had been hammered with gunfire.
I just saw your friend Rocky. He says now that he's got some of your blood in his veins, he might have to stick with commando work.
Bolan grinned. Over the objections of the hospital staff, he'd donated 2 units of blood to help Mokhtar out as he went into surgery for the gunshot wound to his shoulder. The procedure had been successful, and Mokhtar was expected to join Bolan, Kissinger, and Grimaldi when they left Indonesia at the end of the week.
So, what's next for you?
Cayman Islands, chasing down some embezzlers. Sounds pretty boring, eh?
I hear the weather's nice.
I've been there a couple times before. I know this nice romantic bungalow overlooking the ocean. Be a great place to recharge your batteries. Interested?
Don't think I'm not tempted.
Still playing hard to get, are we?
Maybe when the time is right.
They approached a taxi. The cab driver already had his trunk open. As Bolan set down her luggage, the cab driver loaded her bags into the trunk. Bond leaned over and kissed his head.
That bump's nearly gone.
I'm as hard-headed as they come.
Tell me about it. When the time's right, you know where to find me.
Bond pulled a business card from her purse and slipped it into the pocket of Bolan's shirt. With a wink, she got into the cab. Bolan waited at the curb, then waved as Bond rode off into the busy traffic. He was about to return to the hospital when he suddenly changed his mind and headed north along the sidewalk. A few minutes later, he was standing outside the American Consulate. The building was still cordoned off, and hazmat crews were inside trying to rid the ducts of any last traces of the lethal chemicals unleashed by the Lashkar's bomb attack. A makeshift memorial had been set up near one of the barriers surrounding the consulate perimeter. An enterprising vendor had set up a cart nearby, selling flowers and candles. Bolan bought 2 candles and took them over to the memorial. He set one candle before a large framed photograph of Ambassador Stansfield, the other next to a smaller, wallet-sized photo of the Marine he'd spoken to the day he'd come out of the computer room where the bomb had been placed. Once he lit the candles, he stood back, taking in the memorial. Then he glanced up at the U.S. flag flying at half-mast in front of the consulate. Standing tall, Bolan saluted.